What if I told you that in this complete course, you are going to learn more about human psychology than most people learn in their entire lifetime? Welcome to Mind Secrets Hub, and what you are about to experience is not just another psychology video. This is a complete transformation course that will fundamentally change how you understand yourself and everyone around you. Let me tell you about Sarah. 3 months ago, Sarah was that person everyone overlooked at work. She would speak up in meetings and somehow her ideas would get ignored. She would try to connect with people, but conversations always felt awkward and forced. She was tired of being invisible, tired of feeling powerless, tired of watching others get the recognition, relationships, and respect she desperately wanted. But then Sarah discovered something that changed everything. She learned that human behavior is not random. It is not mysterious. It follows predictable patterns, psychological patterns that, once you understand them, give you almost supernatural power to influence any situation. Today, Sarah is the person everyone turns to for advice. She walks into rooms and immediately commands attention. People trust her opinion, seek her guidance, and yes, she got that promotion she had been wanting for years. What happened to Sarah? She mastered the same psychological principles you are about to learn in this course. Now, before we dive deep, I need to be completely honest with you. This is not going to be your typical feel-good psychology content. We are going to explore the darker side of human nature. We are going to discuss manipulation tactics, not so you can use them to hurt people, but so you can recognize when they are being used on you. Because here is the uncomfortable truth. You are being psychologically manipulated every single day by advertisers who know exactly which emotional buttons to push, by politicians who use fear and hope to control your vote, by colleagues who subtly undermine your confidence, by family members who use guilt to get what they want. And if you do not understand how these psychological games work, you will always be the one being played. But that changes today. Over the course of this complete training, we are going to cover 19 complete chapters that will give you a master's level understanding of human psychology. You will learn how to read people like open books, how to influence without manipulation, how to protect yourself from psychological attacks, and how to build the kind of magnetic presence that draws people to you naturally. This course is structured in 5 powerful parts. First, we will dive into dark psychology mastery, where you will learn to recognize and defend against the manipulation tactics being used on you every day. Then we will explore influence and persuasion secrets, the ethical ways to get people to say yes without feeling manipulated. Next comes emotional intelligence mastery, where you will learn to read emotions like a skilled detective and master your own emotional responses. Then, relationship psychology, the hidden patterns that determine whether adult relationships thrive or die. And finally, advanced mindset mastery, where we will literally rewire your brain for success using cutting-edge neuroscience. Now I need to warn you about something. This information is powerful, really powerful. With great knowledge comes great responsibility. I am sharing these psychological secrets with you because I believe knowledge should be democratized, not hoarded by the few to manipulate the many. But I am trusting you to use this information ethically, to help people not hurt them, to build genuine connections, not fake ones, to influence for mutual benefit, not selfish gain. One more thing before we begin. This course is designed to be watched in order. Each chapter builds on the previous one. So resist the temptation to skip around. Trust the process. Give me your full attention, and I promise you will walk away with a completely new understanding of human nature. You will have timestamps in the description if you need to come back to specific chapters later. But for your first viewing, start here and stay with me until the end. Before we jump into Chapter 1, take a moment right now to subscribe to this channel and hit that notification bell. This is just the beginning of your psychology mastery journey. I will be releasing advanced content regularly, and you do not want to miss what is coming next. Also, grab a notebook. Seriously. You are going to want to write down key insights as we go. The people who take notes are the ones who actually implement what they learn, and implementation is where the real transformation happens. Are you ready? Are you ready to see behind the curtain of human behavior? Are you ready to understand why people do what they do and how you can ethically influence those behaviors? Then let us begin your transformation. Welcome to the Complete Psychology Mastery course. Your life is about to change. Chapter 1. The 7 hidden manipulation tactics used on you daily. Right now, as you are listening to this, someone is trying to manipulate you. Maybe it is your boss who subtly makes you feel guilty for leaving work on time. Maybe it is that colleague who always manages to get you to cover their responsibilities. Or maybe it is that friend who somehow always gets you to pay for dinner. These people are not evil masterminds. Most of them do not even realize they are doing it. But they have learned through trial and error which psychological buttons to push to get what they want from you. Let me tell you about Marcus. Marcus worked at a tech company where his manager, David, had turned manipulation into an art form. Every time Marcus would ask for a raise, David would say things like, "We are all family here, Marcus." And family members do not focus on money. They focus on supporting each other. Or, "I am disappointed, Marcus. I thought you cared more about the mission than personal gain." Marcus would walk away from these conversations feeling guilty and selfish for even asking. It took him 3 years to realize what was happening. David was using sophisticated psychological manipulation to keep Marcus underpaid and overworked. Today, you're going to learn the exact 7 tactics David used so you can spot them immediately when they are used on you. More importantly, you will learn how to defend against each one. Manipulation tactic number 1. Emotional guilt tripping. This is when someone makes you feel guilty for having normal human needs or boundaries. They do this by framing your reasonable requests as selfish or hurtful. Here is how it works. Let us say you tell your boss you cannot work this weekend because you have family plans. A manipulator will respond with something like, "Wow, I am really disappointed. I thought I could count on you when the team really needs you." Or they might say, "I guess I was wrong about your commitment to this company." Notice what just happened. Your boss took your reasonable boundary and reframed it as a character flaw. Suddenly you are not someone who values work-life balance. You are someone who lets the team down. The psychological principle behind this is called cognitive dissonance. Humans hate feeling like bad people, so when someone suggests we are being selfish or uncaring, we will often change our behavior to resolve that uncomfortable feeling. Sarah from our introduction fell victim to this constantly. Her ex-boyfriend would say things like, "If you really loved me, you would not go out with your friends tonight. You would stay here with me." Every time she wanted to maintain her social connections, he would make her feel guilty for it. Here is how to defend against emotional guilt tripping. First, recognize it for what it is. When someone tries to make you feel guilty for having normal boundaries, they are manipulating you. Second, do not justify or explain yourself excessively. Simply state your boundary calmly and do not engage with the guilt trip. You can say something like, "I understand you are disappointed, but I will not be available this weekend." Then stop talking. Do not explain why. Do not apologize. Do not try to make them feel better about your decision. Manipulation tactic number 2. The false urgency trap. Manipulators love to create artificial time pressure to force you into making decisions before you have time to think them through. They know that when people feel rushed, they make emotional decisions instead of logical ones. This happens constantly in sales. A car salesman will say, "This deal is only good today. I cannot guarantee this price tomorrow." A real estate agent will say, "There are 3 other people looking at this house. You need to make an offer right now, or you will lose it." But it also happens in personal relationships. Your friend might say, "I need to know right now if you can lend me money. The bank closes in an hour." Your boss might say, "I need your decision on this promotion by end of day. We cannot wait any longer." Here is the psychological principle. When we feel time pressure, our prefrontal cortex, the part of our brain responsible for logical thinking, goes offline. Instead, our emotional brain takes over, and we make decisions based on fear of missing out or fear of disappointing others. Marcus experienced this when David would burst into his office saying things like, "The client is on the phone right now. I need you to agree to these new project requirements immediately, or we will lose the contract." Marcus would panic and agree to unreasonable deadlines because he felt like he had no time to think. Here is how to defend against false urgency. Whenever someone pressures you to make an immediate decision, ask yourself, what would happen if I took 24 hours to think about this? In most cases, the answer is nothing catastrophic would happen. You can say, "I need some time to consider this properly. Let me get back to you tomorrow." If they push back and insist it has to be right now, that is a red flag. Legitimate opportunities rarely require split-second decisions. Manipulation tactic number 3, the reciprocity trap. This is when someone does you a small favor and then uses it to pressure you into doing a much larger favor for them. The psychological principle here is that humans have a deep instinct to reciprocate. When someone does something nice for us, we feel obligated to return the favor. Manipulators exploit this by giving you something small and then asking for something disproportionately large in return. Your colleague might bring you coffee one morning and then later that week ask you to cover their entire weekend shift. Your neighbor might help you carry groceries once and then ask you to watch their house for 2 weeks while they are on vacation. The key word here is proportionality. Normal reciprocity involves equivalent exchanges. Someone buys you lunch, you buy them lunch next time. Someone helps you move a couch, you help them with a similar task. But manipulative reciprocity involves tiny investments for huge returns. They spend $5 on coffee to get you to work a weekend shift worth hundreds of dollars of your time. Sarah dealt with this in her workplace. A co-worker named Jennifer would occasionally bring donuts for the office. Then whenever Jennifer needed someone to stay late and finish her work, she would approach Sarah saying, "Remember how I always bring treats for everyone? I really need your help tonight." Jennifer was spending $20 on donuts to get Sarah to do hours of free work. The reciprocity was completely out of balance, but Sarah felt obligated because Jennifer had been nice to her. Here is how to defend against the reciprocity trap. First, recognize when someone is giving you unsolicited favors. Ask yourself, did I ask for this help or gift? If not, be cautious about feeling obligated. Second, when someone asks for a favor after doing something nice for you, evaluate whether the exchange is proportional. If they bought you a $5 coffee, they are not entitled to 5 hours of your time. You can say, "I appreciate the coffee you brought me, but I cannot cover your shift this weekend." Do not feel guilty about this. You are not obligated to accept every gift or favor, and accepting a small kindness does not mean you owe someone whatever they ask for later. Manipulation tactic number 4. Gaslighting and reality distortion. This is when someone systematically makes you question your own memory, perception, or judgment. They do this by denying things that happened, minimizing your concerns, or suggesting you are being overly sensitive. Gaslighting is particularly insidious because it does not just manipulate your behavior, it manipulates your sense of reality. Over time, victims start to doubt their own experiences and become dependent on the manipulator to tell them what is real. Marcus experienced this with David constantly. David would promise Marcus a promotion in team meetings, then later deny he ever said it. When Marcus would bring up these promises, David would say things like, "I think you misunderstood what I said," or "Maybe you are remembering it wrong." After months of this, Marcus started recording important conversations because he began doubting his own memory. That is when he realized David was systematically lying to him. Here is another example. Sarah had a friend named Lisa who would make cutting remarks disguised as jokes. Lisa would say things like, "Wow, Sarah, your hair looks really different today." Not bad, just different. When Sarah would express that the comment hurt her feelings, Lisa would respond with, "Oh my God, Sarah, you are so sensitive. It was just a joke. You really need to lighten up." Lisa was using gaslighting to avoid accountability for her hurtful behavior while making Sarah feel like the problem was her sensitivity, not Lisa's cruelty. Here is how to defend against gaslighting. First, trust your own experience. If someone consistently makes you feel confused about what happened, Start keeping records. Write down important conversations immediately after they happen. Second, do not let anyone tell you how you should feel about their behavior. If something hurts you, it hurts you. That is valid regardless of their intention. When someone tries to gaslight you, you can say, "I remember this conversation differently, and I am confident in my recollection," or, regardless of your intention, your comment was hurtful to me. Manipulation tactic number 5. The comparison trap. This is when someone manipulates you by comparing you unfavorably to others. They might say things like, "Your sister would never ask for help with this," or "Everyone else on the team stays late without complaining." The psychological principle here is social proof combined with shame. Humans are deeply social creatures, and we hate feeling like we are the odd one out. Manipulators exploit this by suggesting that your normal behavior or boundaries make you inferior to others. David used this on Marcus constantly. When Marcus would push back on unreasonable deadlines, David would say things like, "Your colleagues in the New York office would have this done by now," or "I guess you are not as driven as the other senior developers." These comparisons served two purposes. They made Marcus feel inferior, and they created pressure for him to prove himself by accepting unreasonable demands. Sarah experienced this in her relationship. When she would express concerns about her boyfriend's behavior, he would say things like, "My ex-girlfriend never had a problem with this," or "You are way more jealous than any girl I have ever dated." These comparisons made Sarah feel like her concerns were invalid and that she needed to be more accommodating to be worthy of love. Here is how to defend against the comparison trap. First, recognize that every situation is unique. What works for other people may not work for you, and that is perfectly fine. Second, refuse to engage with the comparison. You can say, "I am not interested in how others handle this situation. I am telling you what works for me." Remember, manipulators use comparisons because they work. Most people will change their behavior to avoid feeling inferior, but you do not have to prove anything to anyone. Your boundaries and preferences are valid regardless of what others do. Manipulation tactic number 6. Love bombing followed by withdrawal. This is when someone showers you with excessive attention, praise, or affection, then suddenly becomes cold and distant. The psychological principle here is intermittent reinforcement, one of the most powerful tools for controlling behavior. When someone gives you inconsistent rewards, your brain becomes addicted to trying to get back to that high. It is the same principle that makes gambling so addictive. You never know when the next reward is coming, so you keep trying. Sarah experienced this with her ex-boyfriend. At the beginning of their relationship, he would text her constantly, bring her flowers, tell her she was the most amazing woman he had ever met. Then suddenly he would become distant and critical. When Sarah would ask what was wrong, he would say things like, "I am just realizing we might not be as compatible as I thought," or "Maybe you are not ready for this level of relationship." This would send Sarah into a panic, and she would do anything to get back his approval. Then, just when she was about to give up, he would shower her with attention again. He would say, "I was just stressed about work. You are perfect. I do not know what I was thinking." This cycle repeated for months. Marcus dealt with this at work too. David would alternate between praising Marcus as the best developer on the team and criticizing him for minor mistakes. Marcus never knew which version of David he would encounter on any given day. Here is how to defend against love bombing and withdrawal. First, recognize that healthy relationships involve consistent respect and affection. If someone's treatment of you varies dramatically from day to day, that is a red flag. Second, do not chase after someone's approval when they withdraw it. This only reinforces the manipulative cycle. Instead, maintain your own emotional stability regardless of how they are treating you. You can say, "I notice your behavior toward me has changed. When you are ready to treat me with consistent respect, I am here." Then do not chase them or try to win back their approval. Manipulation tactic number 7, the victim reversal. This is when someone turns themselves into the victim whenever you try to address their problematic behavior. Instead of taking responsibility, they make you feel guilty for bringing up the issue in the first place. Let us say you approach someone about their habit of interrupting you in meetings. Instead of apologizing or changing their behavior, they might say, "Wow, I cannot believe you think I am that kind of person. I am really hurt that you would accuse me of something like that." Suddenly, you are no longer discussing their interrupting behavior. You are now comforting them and reassuring them that you do not think they are a bad person. The original issue gets completely forgotten. Marcus experienced this whenever he tried to address David's broken promises. David would respond with things like, "I cannot believe you think I would lie to you, Marcus. After everything I have done for your career, it really hurts that you do not trust me." Marcus would end up apologizing for bringing up the issue, and the original problem would never get resolved. Sarah dealt with this constantly. Whenever she tried to address her boyfriend's controlling behavior, he would say things like, "I guess I am just a terrible boyfriend. Maybe you should find someone better. I obviously cannot do anything right." Sarah would spend the next hour reassuring him instead of discussing the actual problem. Here is how to defend against victim reversal. First, stay focused on the original issue. Do not let yourself get pulled into comforting someone who is avoiding accountability. Second, acknowledge their feelings without taking responsibility for them. You can say, "I hear that you are upset, and I still need us to address the original issue." If they continue to play the victim, you can say, "I am not trying to hurt your feelings. I am trying to solve a problem. Can we focus on that?" Remember, taking responsibility for your actions is a basic adult skill. Someone who consistently turns themselves into the victim when confronted is showing you that they are not willing to be accountable for their behavior. Now that you know these 7 manipulation tactics, you might be thinking, "Oh no, I think I do some of these things myself." Do not panic. We all use some manipulative behaviors sometimes, especially when we are stressed or feeling powerless. The difference between occasional manipulation and systematic manipulation is intent and frequency. Manipulators use these tactics consistently and deliberately to maintain power and control over others. If you recognize yourself in some of these examples, use it as an opportunity to grow. Start taking more direct responsibility for your needs instead of trying to manipulate others into meeting them. Here is what we covered in this chapter. Emotional guilt tripping, where someone makes you feel bad for having normal boundaries. The false urgency trap, where someone creates artificial time pressure. The reciprocity trap, where small favors are used to demand large ones. Gaslighting, where your reality is systematically distorted. The comparison trap, where you are made to feel inferior to others. Love bombing and withdrawal, where affection is used inconsistently to control you. And victim reversal, where accountability is avoided by playing the victim. In our next chapter, we are going to dive deep into reading micro-expressions so you can detect lies and hidden emotions in real time. You will learn to see what people are really thinking, even when they are trying to hide it from you. But before we move on, take a moment to think about your own relationships. Are there people in your life who consistently use these tactics? Are there situations where you feel manipulated but could not quite put your finger on why? Now you have the vocabulary to name what is happening, and naming it is the first step to stopping it. Let us continue with Chapter 2, where you will become a human lie detector. Chapter 2. Reading micro-expressions. Detect lies in real time. Imagine being able to tell when someone is lying to you before they even finish their sentence. Imagine knowing exactly how someone really feels about you, regardless of what they say. Imagine having the ability to read people like open books. This is not science fiction. This is micro-expression reading, and by the end of this chapter, you will have the foundational skills to detect deception and hidden emotions in real time. Let me tell you about Jennifer. Jennifer is a sales manager who learned these techniques after being burned by dishonest clients too many times. Last month, she was in a negotiation with a potential client named Robert. Robert kept insisting that budget was not an issue and that he was ready to move forward immediately. But Jennifer noticed something. Every time Robert talked about the budget, his left eyebrow would flash upward, for just a fraction of a second. His mouth would tighten almost imperceptibly. These micro-expressions told Jennifer that Robert was lying about the budget. Instead of wasting weeks on a proposal for someone who could not afford her services, Jennifer addressed the budget concerns directly. It turned out Robert was hoping to negotiate the price down by 60%. By reading his micro-expressions, Jennifer saved herself weeks of wasted effort. This is the power of micro-expression reading. It gives you access to information that people are trying to hide from you. But first, let me be clear about the ethics of this skill. Reading micro-expressions is not about manipulating people or invading their privacy. It is about protecting yourself from deception and understanding the true emotional state of people you care about. Use this knowledge to build better relationships, not to exploit others. Micro-expression number 1, the eyebrow flash of doubt. When someone is uncertain about what they are saying, their eyebrows will briefly flash upward. This happens because doubt creates a moment of surprise in the brain, and surprise naturally raises the eyebrows. This micro-expression typically lasts less than half a second, so you need to watch carefully. It often happens right before someone makes a statement they are not confident about. Marcus from our previous chapter experienced this constantly with his manager David. Every time David would promise Marcus a promotion or raise his eyebrows would flash upward just before he spoke. Marcus never noticed this consciously, but his subconscious picked up on it, which is why he always felt uneasy after these conversations. Here is how to spot it. Watch the area just above someone's eyes when they are making important claims or promises. If you see a quick upward movement of one or both eyebrows followed by a statement, be skeptical of what they are telling you. Sarah dealt with this in her relationship too. Her ex-boyfriend would promise to change his controlling behavior, but his eyebrows would always flash upward before he made these promises. This micro-expression was his brain's honest reaction to claims he knew he had no intention of keeping. To practice spotting this micro-expression, watch people during casual conversations when they make statements like, "I am sure the restaurant will not be crowded tonight," or "I think this movie will be really good." You will start to notice the eyebrow flash when people are making claims they are not actually confident about. Micro-expression number 2, the lip compression of concealment. When someone is actively hiding information or holding back their true thoughts, their lips will compress into a thin line. This happens because the brain is literally trying to prevent words from coming out. This is different from someone who is simply thinking or concentrating. The lip compression of concealment has a tense quality to it. The person looks like they are physically restraining themselves from speaking. Jennifer noticed this with Robert during their negotiation. Every time she asked about his decision-making process or timeline, his lips would compress tightly. This told her that Robert was not being transparent about his real situation. Marcus saw this micro-expression constantly in team meetings. Whenever David would announce new policies or changes, several team members would show lip compression. They disagreed with what David was saying, but were afraid to speak up. Here is how to spot lip compression. Watch for moments when someone's lips press together and form a thin, horizontal line, especially right after you ask them a direct question. This usually means they know more than they are telling you. Sarah experienced this when she would ask her ex-boyfriend about his social media activity or where he had been. His lips would compress every time, indicating he was hiding information about his interactions with other women. When you see lip compression, try asking follow-up questions in a non-threatening way. You might say something like, "It seems like there might be more to this story," or "I get the sense you have some concerns about this." Micro-expression number 3, the nostril flare of anger. When someone is experiencing anger or frustration, their nostrils will flare slightly. This happens because anger triggers the fight or flight response, which requires more oxygen. The body automatically dilates the nostrils to increase airflow. This micro-expression is particularly useful because people often try to hide their anger in professional or social settings. They might smile and speak calmly, but their nostrils will betray their true emotional state. Marcus learned to watch for this with David. During performance reviews, David would maintain a pleasant tone, but his nostrils would flare whenever Marcus brought up concerns about workload or deadlines. This told Marcus that David was actually angry about being questioned. Jennifer uses this in sales negotiations. When she sees a client's nostrils flare, she knows she has hit a nerve or proposed something that genuinely bothers them. This helps her identify the real objections versus the polite objections they verbalize. Here is how to spot nostril flare. Look at the area around someone's nose, especially during tense conversations or negotiations. If you see the nostrils widen even slightly, that person is experiencing anger or frustration, regardless of how calm they appear. Sarah noticed this micro-expression in her toxic relationship. Her ex-boyfriend would claim he was fine with her spending time with friends, but his nostrils would flare every time she mentioned social plans. This told her he was actually angry about her independence. When you notice nostril flare, be prepared for potential conflict. The person may not express their anger directly, but it is building up inside them. You might want to address the underlying issue before it escalates. Micro-expression number 4, the eye blocking of discomfort. When someone hears something they do not want to believe or deal with, they will unconsciously block their eyes. This might be a brief closing of the eyes, covering the eyes with hands, or rubbing the eyes. The brain is literally trying to make the uncomfortable information disappear. This is different from normal eye movements or fatigue. Eye blocking in response to information is always a reaction to something specific that was just said or shown. Marcus noticed this when he would bring up his career development with David. Every time Marcus mentioned wanting more challenging projects or leadership opportunities, David would briefly close his eyes or rub his temples. This told Marcus that David did not want to deal with his growth requests. Jennifer sees this constantly in sales presentations. When she mentions the price or contract terms, potential clients will often rub their eyes or briefly close them. This tells her they are uncomfortable with that aspect of the deal. Here is how to spot eye blocking. Watch for any movement where someone covers, closes, or rubs their eyes immediately after you share information. This usually means they are uncomfortable with what you just said. Sarah experienced this when she would try to have serious conversations about their relationship. Her ex-boyfriend would constantly rub his eyes or look away whenever she brought up commitment or future plans. His brain was literally trying to block out these conversations. When you see eye blocking, do not immediately push harder. Instead, acknowledge their discomfort and try to understand what specifically is bothering them. You might say, "I can see this topic is difficult. Can you help me understand your concerns?" Micro-expression number 5, the shoulder shrug of uncertainty. When someone says something they are not sure about, they will often make a very subtle shoulder movement. This might be a slight lifting of one or both shoulders or a small backward movement. The body is physically expressing the uncertainty that the person feels. This micro-expression often happens when someone is guessing or making assumptions but presenting them as facts. It is the body's honest response to statements the brain knows are not completely accurate. Marcus saw this constantly when David would give him project timelines or resource estimates. David would state these confidently, but his shoulders would make small movements indicating he was actually guessing. Jennifer watches for this during contract negotiations. When clients make statements about their budget, timeline, or decision-making authority, their shoulders often betray whether they are speaking from actual knowledge or just making assumptions. Here is how to spot the uncertainty shrug. Watch the shoulder area when someone makes definitive statements, especially about facts, timelines, or capabilities. Any small upward or backward movement suggests they are not as certain as they sound. Sarah noticed this when her ex-boyfriend would make promises about changing his behavior. He would speak with confidence, but his shoulders would shrug slightly, indicating his uncertainty about actually following through. When you see the uncertainty shrug, ask clarifying questions. Instead of accepting statements at face value, probe a little deeper. You might ask, "How confident are you about that timeline?" Or "What information is that estimate based on?" Micro-expression number 6, the hand-to-throat of anxiety. When someone feels anxious or threatened, they will unconsciously touch their throat area. This might be adjusting a collar, touching a necklace, or simply placing a hand on the throat. The brain is protecting one of the body's most vulnerable areas. This micro-expression indicates that the person feels emotionally or psychologically threatened by the conversation or situation. They may not consciously realize they feel threatened, but their body is responding to the stress. Marcus noticed this micro-expression in himself during difficult conversations with David. Whenever David would criticize his work or threaten his job security, Marcus would find himself adjusting his collar or touching his throat. Jennifer sees this in sales situations when clients feel pressured or overwhelmed. When she pushes too hard on closing a deal, potential clients will start touching their throat area, indicating they feel threatened by the sales pressure. Here is how to spot throat touching. Watch for any movement toward the throat area, especially during tense or emotional conversations. This includes adjusting clothing around the neck, touching jewelry, or placing hands on the throat. Sarah experienced this constantly during arguments with her ex-boyfriend. Whenever he would raise his voice or become threatening, she would unconsciously touch her throat. Her body was responding to the psychological threat, even when she tried to appear calm. When you see throat-touching behavior, back off slightly from whatever approach you are taking. The person feels threatened, and pushing harder will likely make them more defensive. Try to create a safer emotional environment before continuing the conversation. Micro-expression number 7, the forced smile of deception. Real smiles involve both the mouth and the eyes. When someone is faking happiness or trying to deceive you, they will often smile with just their mouth while their eyes remain cold or neutral. This is called a Duchenne smile versus a non-Duchenne smile. A genuine smile creates crow's feet around the eyes and causes the entire face to light up. A fake smile is confined to the mouth area and often looks strained or unnatural. Marcus dealt with fake smiles constantly from David. Whenever David delivered bad news or denied Marcus opportunities, he would smile broadly, but his eyes remained completely flat. This incongruence told Marcus that David was not genuinely sympathetic. Jennifer uses this detection skill in negotiations. When clients claim they are happy with terms but show forced smiles, she knows they have hidden objections or concerns they are not expressing. Here is how to spot a forced smile. Look at the entire face, not just the mouth. A genuine smile engages the whole face, especially the area around the eyes. If someone's smile does not reach their eyes, they are likely hiding their true feelings. Sarah learned to recognize this in her relationship. Her ex-boyfriend would smile when she talked about her career goals or friendships, but his eyes would remain cold. This told her he was not genuinely supportive despite his facial expression. When you see a forced smile, do not assume the person is happy or agreeable. There are likely underlying issues or emotions they are not expressing. Try to create space for them to share their real thoughts and feelings. Now that you know these 7 key micro-expressions, you have a powerful tool for reading people's true emotional states. Remember that micro-expressions happen in fractions of seconds, so you need to practice watching for them. Start by observing people in low-stakes situations like casual conversations or watching television interviews. The more you practice, the better you will become at spotting these subtle signals. Also remember that micro-expressions should be used to understand people better, not to judge or manipulate them. When you notice someone is uncomfortable, angry, or deceptive, use that information to create better communication, not to take advantage of them. Here is what we covered in this chapter. The eyebrow flash that indicates doubt or uncertainty, lip compression that shows someone is holding back information, nostril flare that reveals hidden anger, eye blocking that indicates discomfort with information, the shoulder shrug of uncertainty, hand-to-throat movements that show anxiety, and the difference between genuine and forced smiles. In our next chapter, we are going to explore the psychology of power and learn how to command respect instantly in any situation. You will discover why some people naturally command attention when they walk into a room and how you can develop that same magnetic presence. But before we move on, practice what you just learned. Watch the people around you and see if you can spot any of these micro-expressions. The more you practice, the more automatic this skill becomes. Remember that reading micro-expressions is like learning a new language. At first you have to consciously look for the signals, but eventually you will start picking them up naturally. Let us continue with Chapter 3, where you will learn to project the kind of presence that makes people naturally respect and follow you. Chapter 3. The Psychology of Power. Command respect instantly. Have you ever wondered why some people walk into a room and immediately command attention while others seem to fade into the background? Why do some people's opinions carry more weight even when they have the same qualifications as everyone else? The answer lies in understanding the psychology of power and presence. Let me tell you about Rachel. Rachel is a project manager at a Fortune 500 company who was constantly overlooked despite being one of the most competent people on her team. She would make excellent suggestions in meetings that would be ignored, only to have a male colleague repeat the same idea 5 minutes later and receive praise for it. Rachel was frustrated and ready to quit when she decided to study the psychology of power. She learned that respect is not automatically given based on competence alone. It must be earned through specific psychological and behavioral signals that communicate authority and confidence. Within 3 months of applying these principles, Rachel was promoted to senior project manager. Her ideas were no longer ignored. People began seeking her opinion and deferring to her judgment. The only thing that changed was how she presented herself. Today you are going to learn the exact principles Rachel used to transform her professional presence. These are not manipulation tactics. These are authentic ways to communicate your competence and value so that others recognize and respect them. Power principle number 1. The posture of authority. Your body language communicates your status before you even speak. People make judgments about your competence and authority within seconds of seeing you based primarily on how you carry yourself. Powerful posture involves 3 key elements. First, vertical expansion. Stand or sit as tall as possible. Imagine a string pulling you up from the top of your head. This communicates confidence and alertness. Second, horizontal expansion. Take up appropriate space. Keep your shoulders back and avoid crossing your arms or hunching inward. This signals that you belong in the space you occupy. Third, stillness and control. Avoid fidgeting, swaying, or unnecessary movement. Powerful people move with purpose and intention. Every gesture should be deliberate. Rachel transformed her presence by changing how she entered conference rooms. Instead of rushing in at the last minute and shrinking into her chair, she began arriving early and sitting upright with her shoulders back. She placed her notebook and pen deliberately on the table, creating a sense of ownership of her space. Marcus from our previous chapters also applied this principle. Instead of slouching at his desk when David approached, he began standing to greet him and maintaining strong posture throughout their conversations. This simple change made David treat him with more respect. Here is how to practice powerful posture. Before important meetings or conversations, take 30 seconds to adjust your body position. Roll your shoulders back, lift your chest, and plant your feet firmly on the ground. Notice how this physical change affects your mental state as well. Sarah used this technique in her new job after leaving her toxic relationship. By carrying herself with confidence and authority, she immediately established herself as someone to be taken seriously, rather than someone who could be easily dismissed. Power principle number 2, strategic eye contact. Eye contact is one of the most powerful tools for establishing dominance and connection. However, most people use eye contact incorrectly. They either avoid it completely or stare too intensely, making others uncomfortable. Powerful eye contact follows the 60-40 rule. When you are speaking, maintain eye contact 60% of the time. When you are listening, maintain eye contact 80% of the time. This creates the perfect balance of engagement without aggression. Additionally, hold eye contact for 3 to 5 seconds at a time before looking away briefly and then returning. This prevents staring while maintaining strong connection. Rachel learned to use strategic eye contact during presentations. Instead of looking at her slides or scanning the room nervously, She would make deliberate eye contact with different audience members as she spoke. This made her messages more compelling and memorable. Here is a crucial detail. When you break eye contact, look to the side or slightly down, never look up. Looking up is a submissive gesture that undermines your authority. Looking to the side or down appears thoughtful and intentional. Marcus applied this principle with David. Instead of looking down when David criticized his work, Marcus began maintaining respectful but steady eye contact. This forced David to treat him as an equal rather than a subordinate to be dismissed. Sarah used strategic eye contact in her new workplace to establish herself as confident and capable. By maintaining appropriate eye contact during conversations, she communicated that she was someone worth listening to. Practice this during everyday conversations. Pay attention to your natural eye contact patterns and consciously adjust them to be more intentional and powerful. Power principle number 3. The vocal authority formula. Your voice carries more information about your status and confidence than the actual words you speak. People respond to vocal tonality on a subconscious level, making judgments about your competence based on how you sound. Powerful vocal authority requires 3 elements. First, speak from your chest, not your throat. This creates a deeper, more resonant tone that commands attention. Practice speaking with your hand on your chest, feeling the vibration. Second, control your pace. Speak slightly slower than feels natural. Powerful people do not rush their words because they are confident that others will wait to hear what they have to say. Third, use downward inflection at the end of statements. Rising inflection makes statements sound like questions, undermining your authority. Practice ending declarative sentences with a slight downward tone. Rachel transformed her vocal presence by recording herself during practice presentations. She realized she was speaking too quickly and using upward inflection, making her sound uncertain even when she was stating facts. By slowing down her speech and using downward inflection, Rachel began sounding like an expert rather than someone seeking approval. Her ideas carried more weight because her vocal delivery communicated confidence in what she was saying. Marcus applied this principle during team meetings. Instead of speaking quickly and quietly, when presenting his ideas, he began slowing down and projecting his voice from his chest. This made his contributions more noticeable and impactful. Here is a practical exercise. Record yourself having a conversation or giving a presentation. Listen for pace, inflection, and vocal resonance. Most people are surprised by how they actually sound compared to how they think they sound. Sarah used vocal authority techniques in her new workplace relationships. By speaking with confidence and authority, she established herself as someone whose opinions mattered rather than someone who could be easily overlooked. Power principle number 4. Strategic silence and timing. Most people fill silence with unnecessary words because they feel uncomfortable with pauses. However, powerful people understand that silence is a tool for commanding attention and creating emphasis. Strategic silence works in 3 ways. First, pause before responding to important questions. This communicates that you are thoughtful and that your response will be worth waiting for. Second, use silence after making important points. This gives your words time to sink in and creates emphasis. It also forces others to process what you said before you move on. Third, do not feel compelled to fill every pause in conversation. Comfortable silence communicates confidence and allows others to contribute without feeling rushed. Rachel learned to use strategic pauses during presentations. Instead of rushing from point to point, she began pausing after important information, allowing her audience to absorb and consider her ideas. This technique made her presentations more impactful because people had time to process each concept before moving to the next one. It also made her appear more confident and in control of the room. Marcus used strategic silence during conversations with David. Instead of immediately defending himself when David criticized his work, Marcus would pause, consider his response, and then speak thoughtfully. This made his responses carry more weight. Here is how to practice strategic silence. In your next conversation, count to 3 before responding to questions. Notice how this pause affects both your response quality and how others perceive your thoughtfulness. Sarah used strategic silence in meetings at her new job. By pausing before speaking and allowing silence after important points, she commanded more attention and respect than colleagues who constantly filled airtime with unnecessary words. Power principle number 5. The authority of preparation. Nothing undermines authority faster than being unprepared. Conversely, nothing establishes credibility faster than demonstrating thorough knowledge and preparation. Powerful preparation involves 3 levels. First, know your facts. Be able to cite specific data, examples, and evidence to support your points. Vague generalizations undermine authority. Second, anticipate questions and objections. Think through what challenges might arise and prepare thoughtful responses. This prevents you from being caught off guard. Third, understand the broader context. Know how your ideas fit into larger organizational goals or industry trends. This demonstrates strategic thinking rather than just tactical knowledge. Rachel transformed her meeting performance by spending extra time preparing for important discussions. She would research relevant data, prepare specific examples, and think through potential questions. This preparation allowed her to speak with confidence and authority during meetings. When challenged, she could provide specific evidence rather than defensive generalizations. Marcus applied this principle by thoroughly researching technical solutions before proposing them to David. Instead of presenting vague ideas, he began backing up his suggestions with specific data and implementation plans. Here is a preparation framework. Before important conversations or presentations, write down 3 key points you want to make, 3 pieces of evidence to support each point, and 3 potential questions you might receive. Sarah used thorough preparation to establish credibility in her new role. By demonstrating deep knowledge of her projects and industry, she quickly gained the respect of colleagues and supervisors. Power principle number 6. Confident decision-making. Powerful people make decisions efficiently and communicate them clearly. They understand that indecision and constant second-guessing undermines authority more than occasionally making imperfect choices. Confident decision-making requires 3 elements. First, gather sufficient information quickly. Do not seek perfection, but ensure you have enough data to make an informed choice. Second, make the decision and communicate it clearly. Use definitive language like "we will do this" or "I have decided," rather than tentative phrases like "maybe we should consider." Third, own the consequences. If the decision does not work out, take responsibility and adjust course rather than making excuses or blaming others. Rachel improved her leadership presence by becoming more decisive in team meetings. Instead of endlessly discussing options, she began setting clear deadlines for decisions and sticking to them. This decisiveness made her team more efficient and established her as a strong leader. People began looking to her for direction because they knew she would provide clear guidance. Marcus applied this principle when David would ask for his technical recommendations. Instead of hedging with phrases like, "I think maybe we could try," he began stating his recommendations confidently and explaining his reasoning. Here is how to practice confident decision-making. In low-stakes situations, practice making quick decisions and communicating them clearly. This builds your comfort with decisiveness before higher-stakes situations arise. Sarah used confident decision-making to establish her authority in project management. By making clear decisions and owning the outcomes, she quickly earned the trust and respect of her team. Power principle number 7. The magnetism of authentic confidence. True power comes not from trying to dominate others, but from genuine confidence in your abilities and value. Authentic confidence is magnetic because it makes others feel secure and inspired rather than threatened or diminished. Authentic confidence involves 3 components. First, know your strengths and acknowledge them without false modesty. You cannot project confidence in abilities you do not recognize you have. Second, accept your limitations without shame. Powerful people are secure enough to admit what they do not know and seek help when needed. Third, Focus on contributing value rather than seeking approval. When your energy is directed toward helping others succeed, rather than proving yourself worthy, you naturally command respect. Rachel discovered that her greatest transformation came not from trying to appear powerful, but from genuinely believing in her capabilities and focusing on how she could contribute to her team's success. This authentic confidence was more compelling than any performance of authority because it was real. People were drawn to her energy and leadership because it felt genuine and inspiring. Marcus experienced this shift when he stopped trying to impress David and started focusing on delivering excellent work and supporting his team. This authentic approach earned him more respect than any attempt to appear authoritative. Here is the key insight. Authentic confidence cannot be faked long-term. The most sustainable path to commanding respect is developing genuine competence and focusing on serving others rather than serving your ego. Sarah found that when she stopped worrying about what others thought of her and started focusing on doing excellent work and supporting her colleagues, she naturally developed the presence and authority she had been seeking. Now you understand the 7 principles that create authentic authority and command respect. Remember that these are not techniques to manipulate others, but ways to authentically communicate your competence and value. The goal is not to dominate, but to earn the respect that allows you to contribute effectively and lead when appropriate. True power serves others, not just yourself. Here is what we covered in this chapter. The posture of authority that communicates confidence before you speak. Strategic eye contact that creates connection without aggression. The vocal authority formula that makes your words carry weight. Strategic silence that commands attention. The authority of preparation that establishes credibility. Confident decision-making that inspires trust. And the magnetism of authentic confidence that draws people to your leadership. In our next chapter, we are going to explore how to defend against workplace psychological attacks. You will learn to recognize and neutralize the specific tactics that toxic colleagues and managers use to undermine your confidence and sabotage your success. But before we move on, take a moment to assess your current presence. Which of these 7 principles do you already use effectively? Which ones need the most development? Remember that developing authentic authority is a process, not a destination. Start with 1 or 2 principles and practice them consistently before adding others. Your goal is to become the kind of person others naturally respect and turn to for leadership. This serves not only your career, but also your ability to make a positive impact on others. Let us continue with Chapter 4, where you will learn to protect yourself from psychological manipulation in professional settings. Chapter 4. Defending against workplace psychological attacks. Your workplace should be a place where you can focus on doing excellent work and building your career. Unfortunately, many toxic colleagues and managers use sophisticated psychological tactics to undermine your confidence, steal your ideas, and sabotage your success. These attacks are often subtle and designed to make you question yourself rather than recognize the manipulation. The victim ends up thinking they are the problem, while the attacker maintains their reputation and continues their behavior. Let me tell you about Alex. Alex is a marketing director who was systematically targeted by his colleague Jennifer. Jennifer would publicly support Alex's ideas in meetings, then privately plant seeds of doubt about his competence with their shared manager. She would say things like, "I love Alex's enthusiasm, but I am worried he might be in over his head with this campaign. Or Alex has such great ideas, I just hope he can execute them properly." These comments created doubt about Alex's abilities without Jennifer appearing openly hostile. It took Alex months to realize what was happening because Jennifer's attacks were so subtle and maintained plausible deniability. Today, you are going to learn how to recognize these tactics immediately and defend against them effectively. Workplace attack number 1. Credit theft and idea hijacking. This is when someone takes credit for your work or presents your ideas as their own. They might do this by building on your suggestion and claiming ownership, or by presenting your work to leadership without mentioning your contribution. The psychological principle here is that people often remember the person who presented an idea rather than the person who originally conceived it. Credit thieves exploit this by positioning themselves as the source of innovation. Alex experienced this constantly with Jennifer. He would propose campaign concepts in team meetings, and Jennifer would say things like, "That builds perfectly on what I was thinking. Let me develop that further." Then she would present the fully developed idea to leadership as her own innovation. Here is how to defend against credit theft. First, document your ideas immediately. Send follow-up emails after meetings summarizing your contributions and copy relevant stakeholders. You can write something like, "I wanted to follow up on the campaign concept I proposed in today's meeting. As discussed, the core idea involves targeting millennials through social media partnerships. I will develop this further and send a detailed proposal by Friday." Second, present your ideas directly to decision makers when possible. Do not rely on others to advocate for your work. Schedule your own meetings with leadership to present important projects. Third, when someone tries to build on your idea, publicly acknowledge the foundation. You can say, "I am glad you see the potential in the framework I proposed. Let me walk through how we can develop it further." Marcus from our previous chapters dealt with this when David would present Marcus's technical solutions to upper management without mentioning Marcus's contribution. Marcus began documenting his recommendations in email and requesting to present them directly to stakeholders. Workplace attack number 2, gaslighting and reality distortion. We covered gaslighting in Chapter 1, but it takes specific forms in workplace settings. Workplace gaslighters make you question your memory of events, your interpretation of policies, or your understanding of your job responsibilities. They might deny conversations that happened, claim they never received emails you sent, or insist that project requirements changed when they did not. The goal is to make you doubt your competence and rely on them for clarity about reality. Alex dealt with this when Jennifer would deny agreements made in meetings or claim that project timelines were different than what was actually discussed. When Alex would reference his notes, Jennifer would say things like, "I think you might have misunderstood what we decided." Here is how to defend against workplace gaslighting. First, keep detailed records of all important conversations, decisions, and agreements. Take notes during meetings and send follow-up emails confirming what was discussed. Second, copy multiple people on important communications. This creates witnesses to agreements and makes it harder for someone to deny what was said or decided. Third, trust your memory and documentation. If someone consistently makes you question your recollection of events, they are likely manipulating you, not helping you remember correctly. You can respond to gaslighting by saying, "I have different notes from that meeting. Let me share what I documented so we can clarify any confusion." Sarah from our previous chapters used these techniques in her new workplace when a colleague tried to make her doubt her understanding of project requirements. By maintaining detailed records, Sarah was able to protect herself from manipulation. Workplace attack number 3, undermining through fake concern. This is when someone expresses false worry about your performance or well-being as a way to plant doubt about your competence. They disguise criticism as caring while creating the impression that you are struggling. They might say things like, "I am worried about how stressed you seem lately. Maybe this project is too much for you." Or, "I just want to make sure you are okay. You seem overwhelmed by your workload." These comments serve two purposes. They make the attacker appear caring and supportive while suggesting that you are not handling your responsibilities well. Alex experienced this constantly from Jennifer. She would approach their shared manager expressing fake concern about Alex's well-being, while implying that he was struggling with his responsibilities. Jennifer would say things like, "I am worried about Alex. He seems really stressed about the campaign launch. I just want to make sure he has the support he needs." This created the impression that Alex was overwhelmed rather than performing well under normal work pressure. Here is how to defend against fake concern. First, recognize the pattern. If someone consistently expresses worry about your performance while positioning themselves as helpful, they may be undermining you. Second, address the behavior directly. You can say, "I appreciate your concern, but I am confident in my ability to handle my responsibilities. If you have specific feedback about my work, I would prefer you share it directly. Third, demonstrate your competence through results. The best defense against suggestions that you are struggling is clear evidence of your effectiveness and capability. Marcus dealt with this when David would express fake concern about his workload to other team members. Marcus began proactively communicating his project status and successes to demonstrate that he was managing his responsibilities effectively. Workplace attack number 4, exclusion and information withholding. This involves deliberately excluding you from important meetings, conversations, or communications that affect your work. The goal is to make you less effective by denying you access to critical information. Sometimes this is obvious, like not inviting you to relevant meetings. Other times it is subtle, like having important conversations right after you leave the room, or sharing information through informal channels you are not part of. Alex discovered that Jennifer was having regular informal meetings with their manager and other team members without including him. These conversations covered project decisions and strategic planning that directly affected his work. By the time Alex learned about these decisions through formal channels, he was behind on important developments and appeared out of touch with team priorities. Here is how to defend against exclusion tactics. First, proactively seek information. Ask direct questions about meetings, decisions, and project updates rather than waiting for information to come to you. You can say, "I want to make sure I am up to date on the campaign planning discussions. Can you update me on any decisions that affect my work?" Second, build relationships with multiple stakeholders. Do not rely on one person as your sole source of important information. Cultivate connections throughout your organization. Third, request inclusion directly. If you notice you are being excluded from relevant meetings asked to be included, you can say, "I would like to be included in the planning meetings since this project falls under my responsibilities." Sarah dealt with exclusion in her previous toxic workplace. In her new job, she made sure to build relationships across departments and proactively seek information rather than relying on others to keep her informed. Workplace attack number 5, public humiliation disguised as feedback. This involves criticizing your work or questioning your competence in public settings like team meetings or group emails. The attacker frames this as helpful feedback while actually damaging your reputation in front of colleagues. They might say things like, "I think Alex might benefit from some additional support on this project," or "I am concerned that this approach might not meet our quality standards." These comments raise doubts about your capabilities in front of people whose opinions matter for your career. Alex experienced this when Jennifer would question his campaign strategies during team meetings. She would say things like, "I wonder if Alex has considered the potential risks of this approach," or "I think we should review Alex's timeline to make sure it is realistic." These comments made Alex appear inexperienced and unprepared even when his proposals were well-researched and appropriate. Here is how to defend against public humiliation. First, address the behavior immediately. Do not let criticism go unanswered in public settings. Respond professionally but firmly. You can say, "I appreciate your question. Let me walk through the research and analysis that led to this recommendation." Then present your evidence confidently. Second, redirect to private conversation when appropriate. You can say, "This seems like a detailed discussion. Should we schedule time to review this more thoroughly after the meeting?" Third, document the pattern. If someone consistently undermines you in public settings, keep records of these incidents. This creates evidence of their behavior if you need to address it formally. Marcus learned to defend against David's public criticism by coming to meetings with detailed documentation of his recommendations and responding to challenges with specific evidence rather than defensive explanations. Workplace attack number 6, sabotage through excessive collaboration. This is when someone insists on being involved in your projects or decisions under the guise of collaboration, but actually slows down your progress and dilutes your ownership of the work. They might say things like, "I think this project would benefit from more collaboration," or "I would love to help you make sure this campaign succeeds." Then they create unnecessary meetings, request constant updates, and insert themselves into decisions that should be yours alone. Alex dealt with this when Jennifer began requesting involvement in his independent projects. She would say she wanted to provide support and ensure quality, but actually created additional work and delayed his progress. Jennifer would request multiple drafts for review, suggest unnecessary research, and insist on approvals for decisions that were within Alex's authority. This made his projects take longer and created the impression that he needed supervision. Here is how to defend against excessive collaboration. First, establish clear ownership and boundaries. Make it explicit who is responsible for what aspects of the project. You can say, "I appreciate your offer to help. I will handle the strategy development and execution. I will update you on progress at our weekly team meetings." Second, limit access and input opportunities. Do not feel obligated to include someone in every aspect of your work just because they offer to help. Third, document your independence and capabilities. Make it clear through your communication and results that you can handle your responsibilities without excessive oversight. Sarah experienced this in her previous job when a colleague tried to insert herself into Sarah's independent projects under the guise of quality assurance. Sarah learned to set clear boundaries about collaboration and maintain ownership of her work. Now you have the tools to recognize and defend against the most common workplace psychological attacks. Remember that the goal is not to become paranoid or defensive, but to protect yourself from manipulation that undermines your success. Most colleagues are supportive and collaborative. These defense strategies are specifically for dealing with the small percentage of people who use psychological manipulation to advance their careers at others' expense. Here is what we covered in this chapter. Credit theft, where others take ownership of your ideas and work. Workplace gaslighting that makes you question your memory and competence. Undermining through fake concern that disguises criticism as caring. Exclusion tactics that deny you access to important information. Public humiliation disguised as helpful feedback. And sabotage through excessive collaboration that slows your progress. The key to defending against these attacks is recognition, documentation, and direct response. Do not let subtle manipulation go unchallenged, but respond professionally and strategically. In our next chapter, we are going to explore the 10 psychological triggers that control decision-making. You will learn how to recognize when these triggers are being used on you, and how to use them ethically to influence positive outcomes. Remember that workplace politics are unfortunately real in many organizations. By understanding these dynamics, you can protect yourself and focus on doing the excellent work that advances your career. Let us continue with Chapter 5, where you will master the psychology of influence and decision-making. Chapter 5. 10 psychological triggers that control decision-making. Every day you make thousands of decisions, from what to eat for breakfast to which job offer to accept. You probably think these decisions are rational and based on careful consideration of facts. The reality is that most of your decisions are driven by unconscious psychological triggers that bypass your logical thinking entirely. Understanding these triggers serves two crucial purposes. First, it helps you recognize when others are using them to influence your decisions so you can make more conscious choices. Second, it teaches you how to present your ideas and requests in ways that naturally align with how the human brain makes decisions. Let me tell you about Michael. Michael is a sales director who struggled for years to close deals despite having excellent products and competitive pricing. He would present logical arguments, detailed feature comparisons, and cost-benefit analyses, but consistently lost to competitors who offered inferior solutions. Everything changed when Michael learned about psychological decision triggers. He realized that people do not buy based on logic alone. They buy based on emotion and then use logic to justify their emotional decisions. By learning to appeal to the right psychological triggers, Michael increased his close rate by over 200%. Today, you are going to learn the exact triggers Michael uses and how you can apply them ethically in your professional and personal life. Decision trigger number 1, the scarcity principle. People value things more when they believe they are rare, limited, or in danger of becoming unavailable. This trigger bypasses rational evaluation because our brains are wired to compete for resources that might not be available later. Scarcity works because it activates our loss aversion instinct. The fear of missing out is psychologically more powerful than the desire to gain something. When people believe an opportunity is limited, they focus more on not losing it than on whether they actually need it. Michael uses this trigger by creating genuine scarcity in his sales process. Instead of saying his services are available anytime, he explains that he only takes on 3 new clients per quarter because of the personalized attention each project requires. This is not manipulation because the scarcity is real. Michael genuinely limits his client load to maintain quality. By communicating this limitation, he helps prospects understand the true value of working with him. Here is how to use scarcity ethically. First, only claim scarcity that actually exists. Do not create false limitations or fake deadlines. Second, explain why the limitation exists. Help people understand the legitimate reasons behind the scarcity. Rachel from our previous chapters used this principle when negotiating her promotion. Instead of asking for more responsibility whenever it was convenient for the company, she identified specific upcoming projects that needed her skills and positioned herself as the ideal candidate for those time-sensitive opportunities. Alex applied scarcity when presenting his marketing campaigns. He would explain that certain partnership opportunities or advertising placements were only available during specific windows, creating urgency around his proposals. Sarah uses this principle in her project management by highlighting when team member availability or vendor capacity is genuinely limited for certain project timelines. Decision trigger number 2: social proof and consensus. People look to others for guidance about what to do, especially in uncertain situations. When we see that others have made a particular choice, we assume that choice is correct or safe. This trigger works because following the crowd often leads to good outcomes with minimal mental effort. Social proof is most powerful when the examples come from people similar to the decision maker. Testimonials from peers carry more weight than endorsements from celebrities or experts in unrelated fields. Michael transformed his sales presentations by leading with case studies from clients in similar industries facing comparable challenges. Instead of talking about his services in abstract terms, he would tell stories about how he helped companies just like theirs solve identical problems. This approach works because prospects can easily imagine themselves in the success stories. They think, if this solution worked for someone like me, it will probably work for me too. Here is how to use social proof ethically. First, use real examples from actual clients or situations. Do not fabricate testimonials or exaggerate results. Second, choose examples that are genuinely relevant to your audience. Rachel used social proof when proposing new processes to her team. Instead of arguing theoretically about why changes would help, she would reference other departments or companies that had successfully implemented similar approaches. Alex applied this trigger in his marketing campaigns by including customer testimonials and user-generated content. He would show how real customers used and benefited from their products, rather than just describing features. Sarah uses social proof when introducing new project management tools by sharing how other teams have improved their efficiency and collaboration through similar implementations. Decision trigger number 3: authority and expertise. People defer to authority figures and experts because it reduces the cognitive load of making complex decisions. When someone we perceive as knowledgeable makes a recommendation, we often accept it without extensive evaluation. Authority can come from formal credentials, demonstrated expertise, or social positioning. The key is that the authority must be relevant to the decision being made. A medical degree carries weight in health discussions, but not in financial planning. Michael establishes authority by sharing relevant credentials, case study results, and industry recognition early in his sales conversations. He does not boast, but provides credible evidence of his expertise in solving the specific problems his prospects face. This works because prospects feel more confident making decisions when guided by someone with proven experience in their area of need. Here is how to establish authority ethically. First, share genuine credentials and achievements that relate to the decision at hand. Second, Demonstrate expertise through insightful questions and observations rather than just claiming knowledge. Rachel built authority in her organization by becoming the go-to person for specific types of projects. She consistently delivered excellent results and shared her expertise with colleagues, making her the natural choice for leadership roles. Alex establishes authority in his marketing role by staying current with industry trends and sharing valuable insights with his team and clients. His recommendations carry weight because people recognize his deep knowledge. Sarah uses her project management certification and track record of successful projects to establish credibility when proposing new approaches or tools to her teams. Decision trigger number 4. Reciprocity and obligation. When someone does something nice for us, we feel obligated to return the favor. This trigger exists because reciprocal relationships have been essential for human survival throughout history. People who honor reciprocal obligations build stronger social networks and receive more support. The reciprocity trigger works best when the initial favor is unexpected, personalized, and genuinely helpful. Small, thoughtful gestures often create more obligation than large, impersonal ones. Michael uses reciprocity by providing valuable insights and recommendations even before prospects become clients. He might audit their current marketing approach and share specific improvement suggestions during initial meetings. This creates genuine value for prospects regardless of whether they hire him. Because he has helped them without any guarantee of return, they feel more obligated to consider his services seriously. Here is how to use reciprocity ethically. First, provide genuine value without explicitly asking for anything in return. Second, make your gesture personal and relevant to the specific person or situation. Rachel applied reciprocity by voluntarily helping colleagues with their projects and sharing useful resources she discovered. This built goodwill and made people more willing to support her initiatives. Alex uses this principle by sharing valuable industry insights and connections with clients and prospects. He provides genuine help that benefits them regardless of their business relationship. Sarah implements reciprocity by going above and beyond in her project support, often solving problems that are not technically her responsibility. This builds strong relationships with team members who then enthusiastically support her leadership. Decision trigger number 5. Commitment and consistency. People have a strong desire to appear consistent with their previous statements and behaviors. Once someone takes a position or makes a commitment, they feel psychological pressure to act in ways that align with that commitment. This trigger works because inconsistency creates cognitive dissonance, which is psychologically uncomfortable. People will often change their behavior or rationalize their decisions to maintain consistency with their stated beliefs. Michael uses this trigger by getting prospects to verbally acknowledge their challenges and desired outcomes. When someone says out loud that they need to improve their marketing results, they become more committed to taking action that aligns with that stated need. He might ask questions like, "What would achieving these marketing goals mean for your business?" Or "How would your team benefit from solving this challenge?" The prospect's own answers create commitment to finding a solution. Here is how to use consistency ethically. First, help people clarify their own goals and values rather than imposing your agenda. Second, remind people of commitments they have already made rather than pressuring them into new ones. Rachel used this principle during performance reviews by asking her manager to articulate what success would look like in her role. When her manager described specific achievements, Rachel could later reference those criteria when requesting promotions or resources. Alex applies consistency by getting team members to agree on campaign objectives and success metrics before starting projects. This shared commitment makes everyone more invested in achieving the stated goals. Sarah uses this trigger by facilitating team discussions where members identify their own project priorities and deadlines. When people participate in setting goals, they feel more accountable to achieving them. Decision trigger number 6. Emotional contagion and mood. People's decisions are heavily influenced by their emotional state during the decision-making process. Positive emotions make people more optimistic and willing to take risks, while negative emotions make them more cautious and loss-averse. Emotional contagion means that people unconsciously mirror the emotions of those around them. If you are enthusiastic and confident, others will tend to feel more positive about your ideas. If you are anxious or uncertain, that emotional state will spread as well. Michael learned to manage his own emotional state before important sales meetings. He uses visualization and breathing techniques to ensure he feels confident and enthusiastic when presenting to prospects. This positive energy influences how prospects feel about his proposals. Additionally, he structures meetings to create positive emotional experiences. He might start with success stories or achievements rather than jumping immediately into problems and challenges. Here is how to use emotional influence ethically. First, cultivate genuine positive emotions rather than faking enthusiasm. Second, focus on creating value and solving problems rather than manipulating feelings. Rachel applied this principle by approaching challenging projects with genuine excitement about the learning opportunities and potential impact. Her positive attitude influenced her team's willingness to embrace difficult assignments. Alex uses emotional contagion by maintaining enthusiasm for creative campaigns and new marketing approaches. His genuine excitement about innovative ideas helps teams embrace change and experimentation. Sarah creates positive emotional environments in her project meetings by celebrating progress and acknowledging team contributions. This builds momentum and motivation for continued success. Decision trigger number 7: anchoring and comparison. The first piece of information people receive about a topic heavily influences all subsequent judgments. This initial information serves as an anchor that affects how people interpret later information. People also make decisions by comparing options rather than evaluating them in isolation. The presence of a clearly inferior option makes other choices appear more attractive by comparison. Michael uses anchoring by leading sales conversations with his premium service packages before discussing standard options. This makes the standard packages appear more reasonably priced by comparison to the premium alternatives. He also anchors value expectations by sharing case studies of significant results achieved for other clients. This helps prospects understand the potential return on investment before discussing pricing. Here is how to use anchoring ethically. First, provide accurate information that represents genuine value or realistic comparisons. Second, help people understand the full context rather than manipulating their perception. Rachel used anchoring when negotiating her promotion by researching market rates for similar positions and presenting that information early in compensation discussions. This helped establish appropriate expectations for her salary range. Alex applies anchoring in campaign planning by starting with ambitious but achievable goals before discussing minimum acceptable outcomes. This influences stakeholder expectations and resource allocation decisions. Sarah uses anchoring when presenting project timelines by initially showing what would be required for ideal scenarios before discussing realistic constraints and compromises. Decision trigger number 8: loss aversion and risk perception. People are more motivated to avoid losing something they have than to gain something new of equal value. Loss aversion means that the pain of losing feels approximately twice as strong as the pleasure of gaining. This trigger influences decision-making because people will work harder to prevent losses than to achieve equivalent gains. Framing decisions in terms of what people might lose often motivates action more effectively than focusing on potential benefits. Michael applies loss aversion by helping prospects understand what they might lose by maintaining their current marketing approach. Instead of only discussing potential gains from his services, he quantifies the ongoing costs of ineffective marketing. He might calculate how much revenue they are losing each month due to poor lead generation or customer acquisition. This makes the cost of not changing more tangible and immediate. Here is how to use loss aversion ethically. First, focus on genuine risks and actual potential losses rather than creating fear about imaginary problems. Second, balance loss prevention with positive opportunity discussion. Rachel used this principle when proposing process improvements by documenting the actual costs of current inefficiencies, including time waste, error rates, and missed opportunities. This made the value of change more compelling than just promising future benefits. Alex applies loss aversion in marketing campaigns by highlighting what customers might miss or lose by not taking advantage of limited time offers or seasonal opportunities. Sarah uses this trigger when discussing project risks by helping teams understand what they might lose in terms of timeline, budget, or quality if they do not address potential issues proactively. Decision trigger number 9. Cognitive ease and simplicity. People prefer options that feel easy to understand and implement. Cognitive ease makes decisions feel safer and more attractive, while complexity creates anxiety and resistance. This trigger works because the human brain is constantly trying to conserve mental energy. When something feels complicated or effortful, people will often choose simpler alternatives, even if they are objectively less beneficial. Michael simplifies his sales presentations by focusing on the 3 most important benefits rather than listing every possible feature. He also provides clear next steps and handles most of the implementation complexity for clients. This approach makes working with him feel easy and straightforward compared to competitors who overwhelm prospects with information and complicated processes. Here is how to use cognitive ease ethically. First, genuinely simplify your offerings and processes rather than just hiding complexity. Second, help people understand complex information through clear explanations and visual aids. Rachel applied this principle when proposing new team processes by creating simple, step-by-step guides and offering to handle the initial setup and training. This reduced the perceived burden of change. Alex uses cognitive ease in his marketing materials by focusing on clear, simple messages and making it easy for prospects to take the next step in their customer journey. Sarah implements this trigger by breaking complex projects into simple phases and providing clear documentation that makes it easy for team members to understand their roles and responsibilities. Decision trigger number 10. Timing and mental availability. People make different decisions depending on when they are asked and what else is competing for their attention. Mental availability refers to how much cognitive capacity someone has for processing new information and making decisions. Timing influences decisions because people are more receptive to certain types of requests at different times. They are more likely to say yes to resource requests after positive events and more likely to avoid risk during stressful periods. Michael pays careful attention to timing in his sales process. He avoids pitching new projects during budget season when prospects are focused on cost cutting. Instead, he focuses on relationship building and positions his services for consideration during planning periods. He also watches for positive trigger events like successful product launches or new funding that make prospects more receptive to growth investments. Here is how to use timing ethically. First, respect people's natural rhythms and availability, rather than pressuring them during inappropriate times. Second, be patient and wait for genuinely good timing rather than forcing decisions. Rachel applied timing principles by requesting challenging assignments after successful project completions when her manager was most impressed with her capabilities and most receptive to expanding her responsibilities. Alex uses timing by launching major marketing campaigns around industry events and seasonal patterns when target audiences are most engaged and receptive to their messages. Sarah implements timing awareness by scheduling important project discussions and decisions when team members are fresh and focused rather than during stressful deadline periods. Now, you understand the 10 psychological triggers that drive most human decisions. Remember that these are tools for ethical influence, not manipulation. The goal is to present your ideas in ways that align with how people naturally make decisions. When you understand these triggers, you can also recognize when others are using them to influence you. This awareness helps you make more conscious, deliberate choices rather than being unconsciously swayed by psychological techniques. Here is what we covered in this chapter: the scarcity principle that makes limited opportunities more valuable, social proof that leverages the influence of peer behavior, authority that relies on relevant expertise and credibility, reciprocity that builds obligation through helpful actions, commitment and consistency that aligns with stated values, emotional contagion that spreads positive energy, anchoring that influences comparison and perception, loss aversion that motivates through risk prevention, cognitive ease that prefers simple solutions, and timing that respects mental availability and natural rhythms. In our next chapter, we are going to explore the science of charisma and learn how to become magnetic in any room. You will discover the specific behaviors and communication patterns that make some people naturally attractive and influential. But before we move on, think about how these triggers show up in your own decision-making. Can you identify times when scarcity, social proof, or authority influenced your choices? Understanding your own patterns helps you make more conscious decisions going forward. Remember that ethical influence serves everyone involved. When you use these triggers to help people make good decisions that benefit them, you are providing genuine value, not manipulation. Let us continue with Chapter 6, where you will learn to develop the kind of charismatic presence that draws people to you naturally. Chapter 6. The Science of Charisma. Become magnetic in any room. Charisma is not a mysterious quality that some people are born with and others lack forever. It is a set of learnable behaviors and communication patterns that create powerful emotional connections with others. When you understand the science behind charisma, you can develop this magnetic presence regardless of your personality type. Let me tell you about Lisa. Lisa is an introverted software engineer who always felt invisible in professional settings. She would attend networking events and team meetings, but struggled to make meaningful connections. People would forget meeting her, and she rarely got invited to important projects or social gatherings. Lisa believed she was doomed to remain in the background because she was naturally quiet and thoughtful. Everything changed when she learned that charisma is not about being loud or extroverted. It is about making others feel valued, understood, and energized when they interact with you. By applying the scientific principles of charisma, Lisa transformed her professional and personal relationships. She became someone people sought out for advice, collaboration, and friendship. Today, you are going to learn the exact techniques Lisa used to develop magnetic presence. Charisma element number 1, authentic presence and attention. The foundation of charisma is giving people your complete attention when you interact with them. In our distracted world, focused attention has become incredibly rare and therefore highly valued. Charismatic people make others feel like the most important person in the room during their conversation. They do this by eliminating distractions, maintaining eye contact, and responding thoughtfully to what others say. This works because feeling truly heard and seen fulfills a fundamental human need. When someone gives you their complete attention, your brain releases oxytocin, the bonding hormone that creates feelings of trust and connection. Lisa learned to put away her phone during conversations and resist the urge to plan what she would say next while others were speaking. Instead, she focused entirely on understanding the other person's words, emotions, and underlying concerns. This simple change made people feel more valued in her presence. They began seeking her out for conversations because talking with her felt different from their typical rushed interactions. Here is how to develop authentic presence. First, eliminate physical distractions during conversations. Put devices away and face the person fully. Second, practice active listening by summarizing what you hear before adding your own thoughts. Michael from our previous chapter applied this principle in his sales meetings. By giving prospects his complete attention, he made them feel heard and understood, which increased their trust and willingness to work with him. Rachel used authentic presence during team meetings by asking thoughtful questions and building on colleagues' ideas rather than just waiting for her turn to speak. Alex developed this skill by focusing entirely on understanding his clients' needs and concerns before proposing marketing solutions. This attention made clients feel valued and confident in his recommendations. Charisma element number 2, emotional intelligence and empathy. Charismatic people are skilled at reading and responding to others' emotions. They notice when someone is excited, frustrated, anxious, or bored and adjust their communication accordingly. This emotional attunement works because it makes interactions feel more natural and comfortable. When someone understands your emotional state, you feel less alone and more connected to them. Emotional intelligence also involves managing your own emotions to create positive experiences for others. Charismatic people bring stable, positive energy to interactions even when they are personally dealing with challenges. Lisa developed her emotional intelligence by paying attention to nonverbal cues like facial expressions, body language, and vocal tone. She learned to recognize when colleagues were stressed about deadlines or excited about new projects. By acknowledging these emotions and responding appropriately, Lisa made people feel understood and supported. If someone seemed overwhelmed, she might offer specific help. If someone was excited about an achievement, she would ask questions that allowed them to share their success. Here is how to develop emotional intelligence. First, observe people's nonverbal communication as much as their words. Second, validate emotions before trying to solve problems or give advice. Sarah from our previous chapters used emotional intelligence in her project management by recognizing when team members were frustrated with processes or excited about creative opportunities. This awareness helped her provide appropriate support and motivation. Marcus applied emotional intelligence by noticing when his manager David was stressed about company pressures versus when he was focused on team development. This helped Marcus time his requests and communications more effectively. Jennifer, the sales manager, used emotional intelligence to read client emotions during negotiations and adjust her approach to match their comfort level and decision-making style. Charisma element number 3, storytelling and narrative connection. Humans are wired to connect through stories. Charismatic people are skilled storytellers who use narratives to create emotional connections, illustrate points, and make abstract concepts concrete and memorable. Effective storytelling works because stories activate multiple areas of the brain simultaneously. When you hear a story, your brain processes not just the words, but also imagines the sensory experiences, emotions, and actions being described. Stories also create identification opportunities. When someone shares a story about overcoming challenges or achieving goals, others can see themselves in similar situations and feel inspired or motivated. Lisa learned to share relevant personal and professional stories during conversations. Instead of just stating facts or opinions, she would illustrate her points with specific examples and experiences. For instance, instead of saying she believed in thorough testing, Lisa would tell the story of a project where careful testing caught a critical bug that could have caused major problems for users. This story was more compelling and memorable than a general statement about testing importance. Here is how to develop storytelling skills. First, collect interesting experiences and observations from your work and life. Second, practice structuring stories with clear beginnings, challenges, and resolutions. Michael enhanced his sales presentations by sharing detailed success stories about how his services transformed other clients' results. These narratives were more persuasive than feature lists or data presentations. Rachel used storytelling during team meetings by sharing examples of how similar challenges had been overcome in other projects or departments. These stories helped her team visualize solutions and feel confident about tackling difficult tasks. Alex improved his marketing campaigns by incorporating customer stories and case studies that potential clients could relate to and aspire to replicate. Charisma element number 4, confidence without arrogance. Charismatic people project confidence in their abilities and value while remaining humble and approachable. They demonstrate self-assurance without making others feel diminished or intimidated. This balance works because confidence is attractive and reassuring, while arrogance is repelling and threatening. People want to be around confident individuals because confidence suggests competence and stability. The key is authentic confidence based on genuine skills and achievements rather than false bravado or defensive posturing. True confidence allows you to acknowledge mistakes and limitations without feeling threatened. Lisa developed authentic confidence by focusing on her genuine strengths and accomplishments. Instead of trying to appear perfect, she learned to own her expertise in software development while acknowledging areas where she was still learning. This honest confidence made colleagues feel comfortable approaching her with technical questions while also respecting her knowledge and capabilities. Here is how to develop confident charisma. First, identify and acknowledge your genuine strengths and achievements. Second, practice discussing your capabilities matter-of-factly without false modesty or excessive boasting. Sarah demonstrated confident charisma by taking ownership of her project management successes, while being transparent about lessons learned from challenges and failures. Marcus built authentic confidence by documenting his technical contributions and speaking about them clearly during team meetings and performance reviews. Jennifer projected confidence in her sales expertise while remaining curious about each client's unique situation and needs. Charisma element number 5, positive energy and enthusiasm. Charismatic people bring positive energy to interactions through genuine enthusiasm for their work, ideas, and relationships. This positive energy is contagious and makes others feel more optimistic and motivated. Positive energy works through emotional contagion. When you interact with someone who is genuinely excited and optimistic, you unconsciously mirror their emotional state and begin feeling more positive yourself. However, this must be authentic enthusiasm rather than forced cheerfulness. People can sense when positive energy is genuine versus performed, and fake enthusiasm creates distrust rather than connection. Lisa discovered that her genuine passion for solving technical problems was contagious when she learned to express it more openly. Instead of downplaying her excitement about elegant code solutions, she began sharing her enthusiasm with colleagues. This positive energy made people want to collaborate with her on challenging projects, because working with Lisa felt energizing and inspiring rather than draining or stressful. Here is how to develop positive, charismatic energy. First, identify what genuinely excites you about your work and relationships. Second, practice expressing this enthusiasm appropriately in professional and social settings. Michael channeled his genuine excitement about helping businesses grow into enthusiasm that clients found motivating and confidence-inspiring. Rachel expressed authentic enthusiasm for team achievements and project milestones, which helped maintain motivation during challenging periods. Alex brought genuine excitement about creative marketing opportunities to his campaigns, which inspired his team to embrace innovative approaches. Charisma element number 6, curiosity and question asking. Charismatic people are genuinely curious about others and ask thoughtful questions that encourage people to share their experiences, ideas, and perspectives. This curiosity makes others feel interesting and valued. Effective curiosity goes beyond surface-level small talk to explore what really matters to people. Charismatic individuals ask about motivations, challenges, aspirations, and experiences in ways that invite meaningful sharing. This works because being genuinely curious about someone communicates that you find them worth knowing. It also creates opportunities for people to feel heard and understood, which builds strong emotional connections. Lisa transformed her networking experiences by shifting from trying to impress people to becoming genuinely curious about their work and challenges. She would ask questions like, "What aspects of your projects do you find most rewarding?" Or "What challenges are you most excited to tackle this year?" These questions led to much deeper conversations than typical networking small talk and helped Lisa build meaningful professional relationships. Here is how to develop charismatic curiosity. First, prepare thoughtful questions that go beyond obvious topics. Second, follow up on interesting answers with additional questions that show you are truly listening. Sarah used curiosity in her project management by asking team members about their career goals and preferred working styles. This helped her support people more effectively while building stronger relationships. Marcus improved his relationships with colleagues by asking about their technical interests and learning goals, rather than just focusing on immediate work tasks. Jennifer enhanced her sales conversations by asking detailed questions about clients' business challenges and growth aspirations, rather than jumping quickly to her service offerings. Charisma element number 7, vulnerability and authenticity. Charismatic people are willing to share appropriate personal information and admit when they do not know something or have made mistakes. This vulnerability creates trust and makes them more relatable and human. Vulnerability works because it signals that you trust the other person enough to share something real about yourself. This trust is usually reciprocated, leading to deeper and more meaningful connections. The key is appropriate vulnerability. Sharing relevant challenges, learning experiences, or personal interests builds connection. Oversharing personal problems or inappropriate details creates discomfort. Lisa learned to share relevant stories about her career journey, including challenges she had overcome and lessons she had learned. This made her more relatable to colleagues who were facing similar situations. She also became comfortable admitting when she did not know something rather than trying to appear omniscient. This honesty actually increased people's trust in her expertise because they knew she would be straightforward about her knowledge limits. Here is how to use vulnerability charismatically. First, share experiences and challenges that others might relate to or learn from. Second, admit knowledge gaps honestly while demonstrating willingness to learn. Michael built trust with clients by sharing relevant stories about his own business challenges and how he had overcome them. This vulnerability made his expertise feel more accessible and trustworthy. Rachel strengthened team relationships by acknowledging when projects did not go as planned and discussing what she had learned from those experiences. Alex improved client relationships by being honest about campaign uncertainties while demonstrating his commitment to achieving the best possible results. Now you understand the 7 elements that create charismatic presence. Remember that charisma is not about changing your personality, but about developing skills that help you connect more effectively with others. These techniques work for introverts and extroverts alike because they focus on making others feel valued and understood rather than on being the center of attention. The goal is mutual connection and positive interaction, not personal glorification. Here is what we covered in this chapter: authentic presence and attention that makes others feel valued, emotional intelligence and empathy that creates understanding and comfort, storytelling and narrative connection that illustrates ideas memorably, confidence without arrogance that inspires trust without intimidation, positive energy and enthusiasm that motivates and energizes others, curiosity and question asking that makes people feel interesting, and vulnerability and authenticity that builds trust and relatability. In our next chapter, we are going to explore advanced persuasion techniques that work without manipulation. You will learn how to present your ideas and requests in ways that naturally align with how people prefer to make decisions. But before we move on, think about which charisma elements feel most natural to you and which ones need development. Start practicing 1 or 2 techniques consistently before adding others. Remember that developing charisma is about serving others and creating positive interactions, not about manipulating people for personal gain. When your focus is on making others feel good about themselves and their interactions with you, charisma develops naturally. Let us continue with Chapter 7, where you will master ethical persuasion and influence techniques. Chapter 7. Advanced persuasion in business and dating. Persuasion is not about forcing people to do what you want. True persuasion is about understanding what others genuinely need and want, then presenting your ideas or proposals in ways that align with their interests and decision-making preferences. Whether you are negotiating a business deal, asking for a promotion, or building romantic connections, the same psychological principles apply. People say yes to requests that feel beneficial, comfortable, and aligned with their values. Let me tell you about David. David is a business development manager who struggled for years to close important deals despite having excellent products and competitive pricing. He would make logical presentations full of features and benefits, but consistently lost to competitors who seemed less qualified. David also struggled in his personal life. He was a kind, successful man, but had difficulty building romantic connections. Women would enjoy initial conversations with him, but rarely wanted to continue dating. David could not understand why his professional competence did not translate to personal success. Everything changed when David learned that persuasion is not about convincing people to want what you offer. It is about understanding what they already want and showing them how your proposal fulfills those existing desires. By applying these advanced persuasion principles, David transformed both his business results and his dating life. Today, you are going to learn the exact techniques David uses to create win-win outcomes in professional and personal relationships. Advanced persuasion principle number 1: deep needs discovery. Most people focus on presenting their offerings without first understanding what the other person actually wants or needs. Advanced persuasion begins with thorough discovery of the other person's situation, goals, challenges, and preferences. This discovery process works because people feel more comfortable saying yes to someone who clearly understands their situation. When you demonstrate genuine interest in their needs, they trust that your recommendation will actually benefit them. Deep needs discovery involves asking thoughtful questions and listening carefully to both what people say and what they do not say. Pay attention to emotional reactions, hesitations, and areas of enthusiasm. David transformed his sales approach by spending much more time understanding prospects' business challenges before presenting any solutions. He would ask questions like, "What keeps you up at night about your current marketing approach?" Or, "If you could wave a magic wand and fix one thing about your customer acquisition, what would it be?" These questions revealed much deeper insights than surface-level inquiries about budget and timeline. David learned about prospects' fears, aspirations, and decision-making pressures, which allowed him to position his services as solutions to their real problems. In his dating life, David applied the same principle by becoming genuinely curious about women's interests, values, and life experiences, rather than trying to impress them with his achievements. This shift made conversations more engaging and helped him build genuine connections. Here is how to master needs discovery. First, prepare thoughtful questions that explore challenges, goals, and preferences, rather than just gathering basic information. Second, listen for emotional undertones and follow up on areas of excitement or concern. Lisa from our previous chapter used deep needs discovery to understand colleagues' technical challenges and career aspirations. This helped her provide more valuable assistance and build stronger professional relationships. Michael applied this principle by exploring clients' business growth goals and competitive pressures before proposing marketing strategies. This understanding made his recommendations more relevant and compelling. Rachel used needs discovery in team management by understanding what motivated each team member and what obstacles frustrated them. This insight helped her provide better support and leadership. Advanced persuasion principle number 2, value framing and benefit articulation. Once you understand what someone needs, you must present your proposal in terms of how it addresses those specific needs. This requires framing your offering around their values and priorities, rather than your features and capabilities. Value framing works because people make decisions based on perceived benefits, not on product characteristics. The same offering can be positioned many different ways depending on what matters most to the decision maker. Effective value framing requires translating features into benefits and connecting those benefits to the person's stated goals or concerns. You must make the connection explicit because people will not always see it themselves. David learned to frame his business development services differently for each prospect based on their primary concerns. For companies worried about customer acquisition costs, he would emphasize ROI and efficiency. For companies focused on growth, he would highlight scalability and market expansion. The same services were presented differently because different prospects valued different outcomes. David stopped leading with what his company did and started with what prospects would achieve. In dating, David applied value framing by focusing conversations on shared interests and values rather than trying to showcase his professional accomplishments. He learned to present himself in terms of what he could contribute to a relationship rather than just listing his qualifications. Here is how to master value framing. First, identify the core benefits your proposal provides and connect each benefit to specific needs the person has expressed. Second, use their language and priorities when describing potential outcomes. Sarah applied value framing in project management by presenting new processes in terms of how they would reduce team stress and improve work quality, rather than just describing the process features. Alex used value framing in marketing campaigns by focusing on customer outcomes and transformations rather than product specifications and company capabilities. Marcus applied this principle when requesting new responsibilities by framing his requests in terms of how they would benefit the team and company, rather than just advancing his career. Advanced persuasion principle number 3, social proof and credibility building. People are more likely to say yes to requests from individuals they perceive as credible and trustworthy. Building credibility requires demonstrating relevant expertise, sharing appropriate success stories, and providing social proof from similar situations. Credibility building works because it reduces the perceived risk of saying yes to your request. When people believe you have successfully helped others in similar situations, they feel more confident that you can help them too. The key is using relevant credibility indicators. Technical expertise matters in engineering discussions, but relationship experience matters more in personal situations. Match your credibility building to the type of decision being made. David enhanced his business credibility by leading sales conversations with case studies of clients who had faced similar challenges. Instead of talking about his services in abstract terms, he would tell specific stories about how he had helped comparable companies achieve their goals. This approach made prospects feel more confident that David could deliver results because they could see evidence of his success with similar situations. In dating, David built credibility by demonstrating emotional intelligence, consistency, and genuine interest in building meaningful connections. He showed through his actions that he was someone who could be trusted with personal information and emotional vulnerability. Here is how to build persuasive credibility. First, share relevant success stories and examples that demonstrate your ability to deliver results in similar situations. Second, ask for and display testimonials or references from people the decision-maker respects. Jennifer used credibility building in sales by sharing detailed case studies and offering to connect prospects with existing clients who could speak about their experience working with her. Rachel built credibility as a leader by consistently delivering on commitments and sharing examples of successful projects she had managed under similar constraints. Lisa enhanced her technical credibility by contributing to open-source projects and sharing her expertise through internal presentations and documentation. Advanced persuasion principle number 4, emotional resonance and connection. People make decisions with their emotions and then use logic to justify those decisions. Advanced persuasion involves creating positive emotional experiences and connections that make people want to say yes to your requests. Emotional resonance works because feelings drive action more effectively than rational arguments alone. When someone feels good about you and your proposal, they will look for reasons to say yes rather than reasons to say no. This does not mean manipulating emotions, but rather creating genuine positive experiences through your interactions. Focus on making the other person feel understood, valued, and optimistic about potential outcomes. David learned to create emotional resonance in business settings by expressing genuine enthusiasm for clients' goals and challenges. Instead of maintaining purely professional distance, he showed authentic interest in their success and excitement about helping them achieve their objectives. This emotional connection made prospects feel like David was truly invested in their success, rather than just trying to close a sale. They wanted to work with someone who cared about their outcomes. In personal relationships, David created emotional resonance by being fully present during conversations, showing genuine interest in women's experiences, and expressing authentic appreciation for their perspectives and qualities. Here is how to create emotional resonance. First, express genuine enthusiasm for the other person's goals and success. Second, share appropriate personal information that creates human connection beyond just professional interaction. Michael created emotional resonance with clients by sharing his own entrepreneurial challenges and celebrating their business achievements. This made their relationship feel more like a partnership than a vendor relationship. Sarah built emotional connections with team members by acknowledging their contributions, supporting their professional development, and showing genuine concern for their well-being and success. Alex created emotional resonance in marketing campaigns by telling stories that helped customers feel understood and inspired about the possibilities for their own lives. Advanced persuasion principle number 5, objection prevention and addressing concerns. Advanced persuasion involves anticipating potential concerns or objections and addressing them before they become barriers to agreement. This requires understanding common reasons why people might hesitate and proactively providing reassurance. Objection prevention works because it removes mental obstacles that might prevent someone from saying yes. When you address concerns before they are raised, you demonstrate thorough understanding of the decision-making process. The key is addressing objections honestly and directly, rather than trying to dismiss or minimize legitimate concerns. Acknowledge potential downsides while helping people understand how to mitigate risks or work through challenges. David improved his business results by anticipating common concerns about budget, timeline, and implementation complexity. He would address these issues during his presentations rather than waiting for prospects to raise them as objections. For example, he might say, "I know you are probably wondering about the investment required for this approach. Let me show you how the ROI typically works and what payment options are available." This prevented budget concerns from becoming last-minute deal breakers. In dating, David learned to address common concerns about compatibility and relationship readiness through honest conversations about values, goals, and expectations. This prevented misunderstandings that might derail promising connections. Here is how to master objection prevention. First, identify the most common concerns people have about your type of proposal and prepare thoughtful responses. Second, bring up and address these concerns naturally during your presentation rather than waiting for them to be raised. Rachel used objection prevention in team management by addressing workload and deadline concerns before assigning new projects. She would explain how new tasks fit into overall priorities and what support would be available. Lisa applied this principle in technical discussions by acknowledging potential implementation challenges and explaining how they could be addressed through proper planning and testing. Marcus used objection prevention when requesting new responsibilities by addressing concerns about his current workload and explaining how he planned to manage additional duties effectively. Advanced persuasion principle number 6, choice architecture and option presentation. How you present options and choices significantly influences which option people select. Advanced persuasion involves structuring choices to make your preferred outcome feel like the natural and obvious selection. Choice architecture works because people do not evaluate options in isolation. They compare available alternatives and choose what seems best relative to other possibilities. By controlling how options are presented, you can influence which choice appears most attractive. This requires understanding cognitive biases like anchoring, contrast effects, and decision fatigue. Present options in sequences and formats that make your recommendation stand out as the clear best choice. David improved his business closing rates by presenting service packages in strategic sequences. He would start with premium options that established high-value anchors, then present his recommended package as a smart middle ground that provided excellent value. This approach made his recommended option appear more reasonable and attractive compared to both the premium and basic alternatives. Clients felt like they were making a smart compromise rather than settling for less. In dating, David learned to suggest specific plans and activities rather than asking vague questions like, "What do you want to do?" By presenting attractive options, he made it easier for women to say yes to spending time with him. Here is how to master choice architecture. First, present your preferred option alongside alternatives that make it look more attractive by comparison. Second, structure decisions to minimize cognitive load and make saying yes feel easy and natural. Michael used choice architecture in sales by presenting marketing packages that made his recommended solution appear as the optimal balance of value and investment compared to alternatives. Sarah applied this principle in team management by presenting project approaches that made her preferred methodology seem like the obvious choice given the constraints and objectives. Alex used choice architecture in marketing campaigns by presenting product options that guided customers toward the selections that provided the best value for both the customer and the company. Advanced persuasion principle number 7, commitment and follow through. The persuasion process does not end when someone says yes. Advanced persuasion involves securing genuine commitment and ensuring successful follow-through that builds trust for future interactions. Commitment building works because people want to appear consistent with their stated decisions. When someone makes a clear commitment, they feel psychological pressure to follow through on their agreement. However, this commitment must be genuine and based on actual buy-in rather than pressure or manipulation. Focus on helping people feel good about their decision and confident in their ability to implement it successfully. David learned to confirm agreements explicitly and help clients feel excited about the outcomes they would achieve. Instead of rushing off after closing a deal, he would spend time ensuring clients felt confident about their decision and clear about next steps. This approach reduced buyers' remorse and cancellations while building stronger long-term relationships. Clients appreciated David's continued support and were more likely to refer new business. In personal relationships, David focused on making commitments he could keep and following through consistently on plans and promises. This reliability built trust and demonstrated that he was someone who could be counted on. Here is how to secure genuine commitment. First, confirm agreements clearly and ensure the other person feels good about their decision. Second, provide clear next steps and support to help ensure successful implementation. Jennifer secured client commitment by reviewing project goals and expectations clearly and providing detailed implementation timelines that helped clients feel confident about the process. Rachel built team commitment by involving team members in planning processes and ensuring everyone understood their roles and felt equipped to succeed. Lisa secured commitment to technical solutions by providing thorough documentation and training that helped colleagues implement new approaches successfully. Now you understand the 7 principles of advanced ethical persuasion. Remember that these techniques work because they align with how people naturally prefer to make decisions rather than forcing outcomes through pressure or manipulation. The goal is creating win-win situations where both parties benefit from the agreement. When you focus on understanding and serving others' genuine needs, persuasion becomes a valuable service rather than a selfish manipulation. Here is what we covered in this chapter. Deep needs discovery that reveals what people actually want and need. Value framing that presents your proposal in terms of their priorities and goals. Social proof and credibility building that reduces perceived risk. Emotional resonance that creates positive feelings and connection. Objection prevention that addresses concerns before they become barriers. Choice architecture that makes your preferred option appear most attractive. And commitment building that ensures successful follow-through. In our next chapter, we are going to explore the psychology of first impressions and learn how to make powerful positive impacts in initial encounters. You will discover why first impressions matter so much and how to consistently create favorable initial reactions. But before we move on, think about how you currently approach persuasion in your professional and personal life. Are you focused primarily on your own goals, or do you invest time in understanding what others truly want and need? Remember that ethical persuasion serves everyone involved. When you help people make decisions that genuinely benefit them, you create trust and relationships that provide value far beyond any single transaction. Let us continue with Chapter 8, where you will master the art and science of powerful first impressions. Chapter 8. The psychology of first impressions that stick. You only get one chance to make a first impression, and research shows that people form lasting judgments about your competence, trustworthiness, and likability within the first 7 seconds of meeting you. These initial impressions are incredibly difficult to change once they are formed. Understanding the psychology behind first impressions gives you the power to consistently create positive initial reactions that open doors and build relationships. Whether you are meeting a potential client, going on a first date, or joining a new team, the same psychological principles determine how others perceive you. Let me tell you about Kevin. Kevin is a talented consultant who struggled to win new clients despite having excellent qualifications and competitive pricing. He would get initial meetings with prospects, but rarely advance to the proposal stage. Kevin could not understand why his expertise was not translating into business success. He had strong technical skills, good references, and reasonable rates. The problem was not his competence, but the first impression he was creating in those crucial initial meetings. After learning about first impression psychology, Kevin transformed his client acquisition success rate. He realized that people were making decisions about working with him before he even started presenting his qualifications. Today, you are going to learn the exact techniques Kevin uses to create powerful, positive first impressions. First impression element number 1, the confidence projection formula. Your body language and vocal tonality communicate your confidence level before you say a single word about your qualifications. People unconsciously assess your competence and authority based on how you carry yourself and speak. Confident body language involves standing tall, making appropriate eye contact, and moving with purpose and control. Your posture should communicate that you belong in the space and are comfortable with your presence there. Vocal confidence requires speaking at an appropriate pace and volume, using downward inflection to sound authoritative, and eliminating verbal fillers like and that suggest uncertainty or nervousness. Kevin learned that his habit of rushing his words and avoiding eye contact was creating an impression of nervousness and insecurity. Even though he felt confident about his expertise, his body language was communicating doubt and anxiety. By slowing down his speech, maintaining steady eye contact, and improving his posture, Kevin immediately began creating more positive first impressions. Prospects started taking him more seriously before he even began discussing his services. Here is how to project confidence authentically. First, practice power posing for 2 minutes before important meetings. Stand tall with your hands on your hips or raise your arms above your head. This actually changes your body chemistry and increases confidence hormones. Second, record yourself speaking and listen for pace and vocal fillers. Most people speak too quickly when nervous and use more filler words than they realize. David from our previous chapter applied this principle by preparing his body language and vocal delivery before important sales meetings and dates. This preparation helped him create stronger initial connections. Lisa used confidence projection techniques when presenting technical solutions to new stakeholders. Her improved presence helped colleagues take her recommendations more seriously. Rachel applied these principles when meeting new team members or stakeholders. Her confident presence established her authority and credibility immediately. First impression element number 2. Strategic personal branding. The way you dress, groom, and present yourself visually creates immediate associations about your professionalism, attention to detail, and social awareness. These visual cues influence how people categorize you before you speak. Strategic personal branding involves understanding the expectations and norms of your environment and presenting yourself in ways that align with your goals and audience preferences. This does not mean conforming completely to others' expectations, but rather making conscious choices about how you want to be perceived and ensuring your appearance supports those goals. Kevin realized that his casual approach to professional dress was creating barriers with traditional corporate clients. While his relaxed style worked well with startup companies, it was undermining his credibility with more conservative prospects. By investing in higher quality professional attire and paying more attention to grooming details, Kevin began creating first impressions that aligned with his target client's expectations for a serious business consultant. Here is how to develop strategic personal branding. First, research the dress codes and style norms in your target environments. Observe what successful people in your field wear and how they present themselves. Second, ensure your appearance is consistent with the message you want to communicate. If you want to be seen as detail-oriented, your appearance should reflect attention to detail. Michael enhanced his professional brand by upgrading his wardrobe and ensuring his appearance communicated success and competence to potential clients. Sarah applied strategic branding principles when starting her new job, ensuring her appearance supported her goal of being seen as a serious project management professional. Alex used personal branding to align his appearance with his creative marketing role while maintaining the professionalism required for client interactions. First impression element number 3, the warmth and competence balance. Research shows that people evaluate others on 2 primary dimensions, warmth and competence. The most favorable first impressions combine both qualities, showing that you are both capable and approachable. Warmth signals include genuine smiles, open body language, active listening, and expressing interest in others. Competence signals include confident posture, clear communication, relevant credentials, and demonstrated expertise. The key is balancing both qualities rather than focusing exclusively on one. Pure competence without warmth appears cold and intimidating. Pure warmth without competence appears nice but ineffective. Kevin learned to balance his technical expertise with genuine interest in prospects' businesses and challenges. Instead of leading meetings with his credentials, he would start by asking thoughtful questions about their situation and expressing authentic enthusiasm for helping them succeed. This approach made Kevin appear both knowledgeable and caring, which created much stronger first impressions than pure technical competence alone. Here is how to balance warmth and competence. First, demonstrate genuine interest in others before showcasing your own qualifications. Ask thoughtful questions and listen actively to their responses. Second, share your expertise in ways that focus on how it can benefit them rather than just establishing your credentials. Jennifer balanced warmth and competence in sales by combining deep technical knowledge with genuine care for client success. This made her both trustworthy and capable in prospects' minds. Marcus applied this balance in team meetings by contributing valuable technical insights while also supporting colleagues and acknowledging their contributions. Lisa developed this balance by pairing her technical expertise with genuine curiosity about colleagues' challenges and goals. First impression element number 4. Conversation initiation mastery. The first few minutes of conversation set the tone for the entire interaction. How you initiate and guide early conversation determines whether others see you as interesting, thoughtful, and worth knowing. Effective conversation initiation involves asking engaging questions, sharing relevant information about yourself, and finding common ground or shared interests quickly. The goal is creating mutual interest and connection rather than just exchanging basic information. People should feel more energized and positive after talking with you than they did before. Kevin transformed his networking effectiveness by developing better conversation starters and follow-up questions. Instead of asking generic questions like, "What do you do?" he would ask more engaging questions like, "What projects are you most excited about right now?" These questions led to much more interesting conversations and helped Kevin build genuine connections with potential clients and referral partners. Here is how to master conversation initiation. First, prepare thoughtful questions that invite interesting responses rather than just basic information sharing. Second, listen for opportunities to find common ground or shared experiences that create connection points. David improved his dating success by becoming better at initiating engaging conversations that revealed genuine compatibility and shared interests. Rachel enhanced her team leadership by starting meetings and one-on-one conversations in ways that engaged people and created positive energy. Sarah applied conversation mastery in networking situations to build professional relationships that supported her career growth. First impression element number 5. Value demonstration through questions. The questions you ask reveal your level of sophistication, preparation, and understanding of the other person's situation. Thoughtful questions create impressions of competence and genuine interest. Strategic questioning serves multiple purposes. It gathers important information, demonstrates your expertise, shows respect for the other person's knowledge, and creates opportunities for them to share their thoughts and concerns. The key is asking questions that only someone with real understanding of their situation would think to ask. This demonstrates that you have relevant experience and insights to offer. Kevin developed a set of strategic questions that helped prospects reveal their real challenges, while positioning him as someone who understood their industry and situation deeply. Instead of asking obvious questions about budget and timeline, Kevin would ask questions like, "What approaches have you tried before that did not deliver the results you hoped for, or what would success look like 6 months from now?" These questions revealed much more valuable information while creating an impression that Kevin was a sophisticated consultant who could provide real value. Here is how to demonstrate value through questions. First, research the other person's industry, role, or situation so you can ask informed questions that show understanding. Second, Ask questions that help them think through their situation in new ways, rather than just gathering information you need. Michael used strategic questioning in sales to demonstrate his understanding of clients' business challenges, while gathering information needed to develop effective proposals. Alex applied this principle in client meetings by asking questions that revealed his deep understanding of their market and competitive situation. Lisa demonstrated technical expertise by asking insightful questions about system requirements and constraints that showed her experience with similar implementations. First impression element number 6, energy matching and calibration. People feel most comfortable with others who match their energy level and communication style. Reading and adapting to someone's preferred interaction style creates immediate rapport and connection. Energy matching involves observing whether someone prefers high-energy enthusiastic interactions or more calm, measured conversations. Some people respond well to excitement and animation, while others prefer steady professional demeanor. Communication style calibration includes matching preferences for detail versus big-picture discussion, formal versus casual language, and direct versus indirect communication approaches. Kevin learned to read prospects' energy levels and communication preferences quickly and adjust his style accordingly. With high-energy entrepreneurs, he would match their enthusiasm and pace. With conservative executives, he would adopt a more measured, professional approach. This calibration made prospects feel more comfortable and created stronger connections because Kevin felt familiar and appropriate rather than mismatched for their preferences. Here is how to master energy matching. First, observe the other person's pace, vocal tonality, and body language in the first few minutes of interaction. Second, gradually adjust your own energy and communication style to complement theirs while remaining authentic to your personality. David applied energy matching in both business and dating contexts by reading others' preferences and adapting his interaction style to create better connections. Rachel used this principle in team management by recognizing that different team members responded better to different leadership and communication approaches. Sarah applied energy calibration in client meetings by matching each client's preferred level of detail and formality in project discussions. Now you understand the 6 elements that create powerful first impressions. Remember that these techniques are about authentically presenting your best self rather than creating a false persona. The goal is helping others see your genuine qualities and capabilities clearly from the beginning, rather than leaving first impressions to chance. Here is what we covered in this chapter. The confidence projection formula that communicates competence through body language and vocal delivery. Strategic personal branding that aligns your appearance with your goals. The warmth and competence balance that makes you both likable and respected. Conversation initiation mastery that creates engaging interactions. Value demonstration through thoughtful questions. And energy matching that creates immediate rapport and comfort. In our next chapter, we are going to explore the 6 emotional patterns that sabotage career success. You will learn to recognize and overcome the unconscious emotional reactions that hold people back from achieving their professional goals. But before we move on, think about the first impressions you typically create. Which elements do you handle well, and which ones need improvement? Remember that investing in first impression skills pays dividends throughout your career and personal life. The relationships and opportunities that open up when you consistently create positive initial reactions compound over time. Let us continue with Chapter 9, where you will master your emotional patterns for greater professional success. Chapter 9. The 6 emotional patterns sabotaging your career. Your career success is not determined solely by your technical skills, education, or work ethic. Often the biggest barriers to professional advancement are unconscious emotional patterns that undermine your effectiveness, damage your relationships, and limit your opportunities. These emotional patterns operate below your conscious awareness, creating self-sabotaging behaviors that hold you back despite your best intentions. The most frustrating part is that these patterns often develop as protective mechanisms, but end up creating the very problems they were meant to prevent. Let me tell you about Jessica. Jessica is a brilliant marketing director with an MBA from a top university and 10 years of experience at Fortune 500 companies. Despite her qualifications, Jessica had been passed over for promotion 3 times and struggled to build influence with senior leadership. Jessica could not understand why her career had stalled. She worked longer hours than her colleagues, delivered excellent results, and stayed current with industry trends. What she did not realize was that unconscious emotional patterns were sabotaging her professional relationships and limiting her advancement opportunities. After learning to recognize and change these patterns, Jessica was promoted to VP of Marketing within 6 months. Today, you are going to learn the exact emotional patterns that were holding Jessica back and how she overcame them. Emotional pattern number 1, the perfectionism trap. Perfectionism seems like a positive trait, but it often becomes a career-limiting behavior. Perfectionists spend excessive time on details that do not significantly impact outcomes, struggle to delegate because others might not meet their standards, and avoid taking risks that could lead to failure. The perfectionism trap works by creating an illusion of control and safety. If you can make everything perfect, you can avoid criticism and failure. However, perfectionism actually creates more problems than it solves in most professional environments. Perfectionist behaviors include spending too much time polishing work that is already good enough, refusing to share ideas until they are fully developed, avoiding stretch assignments that might result in mistakes, and becoming paralyzed when facing decisions with uncertain outcomes. Jessica struggled with perfectionism in her project management. She would spend weeks perfecting presentation slides and campaign materials long after they had reached a professional standard. This attention to detail impressed some colleagues, but frustrated others, who needed faster turnaround times. More importantly, Jessica's perfectionism prevented her from taking on high-visibility projects that might not succeed perfectly. She avoided opportunities that could have showcased her capabilities because she was afraid of producing less than perfect results. Here is how to overcome the perfectionism trap. First, establish clear quality standards before starting projects and stick to them. Ask yourself what good enough looks like for each deliverable rather than pursuing undefined perfection. Second, practice sharing work at the 80% completion stage and gathering feedback before final polishing. This builds comfort with showing imperfect work and often leads to better final results. Third, volunteer for stretch assignments that have uncertain outcomes. Accept that learning and growth require accepting some risk of imperfect performance. Kevin from our previous chapter overcame perfectionism by setting time limits for proposal development and forcing himself to submit good quality work rather than endlessly refining details. Lisa applied this principle by sharing technical solutions with colleagues for feedback before completing all documentation and testing. This collaborative approach actually improved her final results. Marcus conquered perfectionism by volunteering for challenging technical projects that pushed his skills beyond his comfort zone, accepting that he would make mistakes while learning. Emotional pattern number 2, the people-pleasing syndrome. People pleasers prioritize others' approval over their own professional needs and boundaries. They say yes to unreasonable requests, avoid necessary confrontations, and suppress their own ideas to avoid conflict. People-pleasing develops as a strategy for maintaining relationships and avoiding rejection. However, in professional settings, it often leads to being overworked, undervalued, and overlooked for leadership opportunities. People-pleasing behaviors include accepting excessive workloads to avoid disappointing others, agreeing with ideas you disagree with to maintain harmony, avoiding giving honest feedback that might upset colleagues, and failing to advocate for your own needs and career advancement. Jessica exhibited people-pleasing through her inability to say no to additional projects, even when her workload was already overwhelming. She would agree to unrealistic deadlines and work evenings and weekends rather than push back on unreasonable requests. This pattern made Jessica appear dedicated, but also signaled to leadership that she could be taken advantage of. More assertive colleagues received better project assignments because they negotiated boundaries and expectations more effectively. Here is how to overcome people-pleasing syndrome. First, Practice saying no to non-essential requests by offering alternatives rather than just accepting everything. You might say, I cannot take on that project this week, but I could help with it next month. Second, express disagreement respectfully when you have different perspectives. Use phrases like, I see it differently, or I have concerns about that approach rather than staying silent to avoid conflict. Third, advocate for your own needs and career goals directly, rather than hoping others will notice and support you automatically. Rachel overcame people-pleasing by learning to negotiate project priorities with her manager, rather than accepting unlimited workload increases. Sarah applied this principle by speaking up in meetings when she disagreed with proposed approaches instead of going along with plans she knew would not work effectively. David learned to set clear boundaries with clients about scope and timeline rather than agreeing to unreasonable requests to maintain relationships. Emotional pattern number 3, the imposter syndrome spiral. Imposter syndrome involves feeling like a fraud, despite evidence of competence and achievement. People with imposter syndrome attribute their success to luck or external factors rather than their own abilities and live in fear of being exposed as incompetent. Imposter syndrome creates self-limiting behaviors like avoiding challenging opportunities, under-communicating achievements, and over-preparing to compensate for perceived inadequacy. This pattern is particularly common among high achievers who set extremely high standards for themselves and discount their accomplishments when they meet those standards. Jessica experienced severe imposter syndrome despite her strong track record and advanced degree. She would attribute successful campaigns to market timing or team effort rather than acknowledging her strategic contributions. This pattern prevented Jessica from confidently presenting her ideas to senior leadership and caused her to downplay her achievements during performance reviews and promotion discussions. Here is how to overcome imposter syndrome. First, keep a detailed record of your accomplishments, positive feedback, and successful outcomes. Review this evidence regularly to counter negative self-talk. Second, practice taking credit for your contributions appropriately. When someone compliments your work, say thank you, rather than deflecting with comments about luck or team effort. Third, reframe failure and mistakes as learning opportunities rather than evidence of incompetence. Everyone makes mistakes and faces setbacks regardless of their skill level. Michael overcame imposter syndrome by documenting client success stories and positive testimonials that provided concrete evidence of his value and expertise. Alex applied this principle by tracking the measurable results of his marketing campaigns and presenting these achievements confidently during team meetings. Lisa conquered imposter syndrome by maintaining a portfolio of successful technical projects and speaking confidently about her problem-solving approaches and innovations. Emotional pattern number 4, the conflict avoidance pattern. Many professionals avoid necessary conflicts and difficult conversations because they feel uncomfortable with tension and disagreement. However, avoiding conflict often creates bigger problems and prevents important issues from being resolved. Conflict avoidance manifests as failing to address performance issues with team members, avoiding negotiations about resources or priorities, and allowing problems to escalate rather than addressing them early when they are easier to resolve. This pattern often stems from early experiences where conflict led to negative outcomes or from personality preferences for harmony and cooperation. Jessica avoided conflict with underperforming team members and difficult stakeholders. She would work around problem behaviors rather than addressing them directly, hoping that issues would resolve themselves naturally. This avoidance actually created more stress and problems for Jessica and her team. Unaddressed issues continued to impact performance and team morale, while Jessica became increasingly frustrated and overwhelmed. Here is how to overcome conflict avoidance. First, reframe necessary confrontations as problem-solving conversations rather than personal attacks. Focus on specific behaviors and outcomes rather than character judgments. Second, practice having difficult conversations in low-stakes situations to build comfort and skills. Start with minor issues before tackling major problems. Third, prepare for important conversations by clarifying your goals, gathering relevant facts, and planning your key points in advance. Rachel overcame conflict avoidance by learning to address team performance issues promptly and directly, using specific examples and clear expectations for improvement. Kevin applied this principle by having honest conversations with clients about project scope and budget constraints rather than accepting unrealistic expectations. Marcus conquered conflict avoidance by speaking up in technical discussions when he disagreed with proposed solutions instead of staying silent to maintain team harmony. Constantly comparing yourself to colleagues and viewing workplace relationships as zero-sum competitions creates stress, undermines collaboration, and damages professional relationships. The comparison trap involves measuring your worth based on how you stack up against others, rather than focusing on your own growth and contribution. This pattern creates jealousy, resentment, and defensive behaviors that interfere with team effectiveness. Competition-focused thinking assumes that others' success diminishes your own opportunities and value. This mindset prevents the collaborative relationships that are essential for career advancement in most organizations. Jessica fell into the comparison trap by constantly measuring her progress against colleagues who had been promoted ahead of her. She would analyze their qualifications and achievements, looking for reasons why she deserved advancement more than they did. This pattern made Jessica appear bitter and negative to leadership, while preventing her from building the supportive relationships that could have accelerated her career growth. Here is how to escape the comparison trap. First, focus on your own growth trajectory rather than measuring yourself against others. Set personal goals based on your values and aspirations rather than competitive positioning. Second, celebrate colleagues' successes genuinely and look for opportunities to learn from their achievements rather than feeling threatened by them. Third, practice collaboration and support behaviors that help others succeed. Building a reputation as someone who elevates the entire team creates more advancement opportunities than competitive behaviors. David overcame comparison tendencies by focusing on building genuine relationships with other sales professionals and learning from their successful strategies rather than viewing them as threats. Sarah applied this principle by celebrating team members' achievements and looking for ways to support their success rather than worrying about relative recognition. Lisa conquered comparison patterns by focusing on her own technical growth and finding mentorship opportunities with more experienced colleagues rather than feeling intimidated by their expertise. Emotional pattern number 6. The emotional reactivity cycle. Emotional reactivity involves making decisions and taking actions based on immediate emotional responses rather than thoughtful consideration of consequences. This pattern creates professional problems through impulsive communications, defensive responses to feedback, and poor judgment during stressful situations. Emotional reactivity often intensifies under pressure when logical thinking becomes more difficult and emotional responses feel more urgent and compelling. Common reactive behaviors include sending angry emails, making defensive comments during meetings, taking constructive feedback as personal attacks, and making important decisions while feeling stressed or upset. Jessica struggled with emotional reactivity, particularly when receiving feedback or criticism. She would become defensive and argumentative rather than listening to concerns and responding thoughtfully. This reactivity damaged Jessica's relationships with colleagues and leadership, who began avoiding giving her feedback because of her defensive responses. Here is how to break the emotional reactivity cycle. First, create a pause between feeling strong emotions and taking action. Use techniques like counting to 10, taking deep breaths, or excusing yourself to gather composure. Second, practice receiving feedback without immediately defending or explaining. Listen completely before responding and ask clarifying questions to ensure you understand the concerns being raised. Third, implement a 24-hour rule for important communications when you are feeling upset or frustrated. Draft your response, but wait a day before sending to ensure you are responding thoughtfully rather than reactively. Michael overcame emotional reactivity by implementing a standard practice of waiting overnight before responding to difficult emails or feedback from clients. Alex applied this principle by learning to pause and consider multiple perspectives before responding to creative criticism or suggestions for campaign changes. Rachel conquered emotional reactivity by developing better stress management techniques and learning to separate her personal identity from feedback about her work performance. Now you understand the 6 emotional patterns that commonly sabotage career success. The key insight is that these patterns often develop as protective mechanisms, but end up creating the problems they were designed to prevent. Overcoming these patterns requires conscious awareness, deliberate practice, and patience with yourself as you develop new emotional habits. Remember that change takes time, but the career benefits of emotional mastery are substantial and long-lasting. Here is what we covered in this chapter: the perfectionism trap that creates procrastination and risk avoidance, people-pleasing syndrome that leads to being overworked and undervalued, imposter syndrome that prevents confident self-advocacy, conflict avoidance that allows problems to escalate, the comparison trap that damages relationships and collaboration, and emotional reactivity that creates poor decisions and damaged relationships. In our next chapter, we are going to explore how to read anyone's personality in 5 minutes. You will learn the key behavioral indicators that reveal how people prefer to communicate, make decisions, and build relationships. But before we move on, reflect on which of these emotional patterns might be affecting your own career. Awareness is the first step toward change, and most people have at least some tendency toward one or more of these patterns. Remember that emotional mastery is not about suppressing feelings, but about responding to them in ways that serve your long-term goals and relationships, rather than just providing immediate relief or protection. Let us continue with Chapter 10, where you will become skilled at rapid personality assessment and adaptation. Chapter 10. Read anyone's personality in 5 minutes. Imagine being able to understand someone's personality, communication preferences, and decision-making style within minutes of meeting them. This skill would allow you to adapt your approach instantly, build rapport more effectively, and influence outcomes more successfully. Rapid personality reading is not about putting people into rigid categories or making unfair judgments. It is about recognizing behavioral patterns that reveal how someone prefers to receive information, make decisions, and interact with others. Let me tell you about Amanda. Amanda is a human resources director who struggled to connect with different personality types in her organization. She would use the same communication approach with everyone regardless of their preferences, and often found that her messages were misunderstood or ignored. Amanda's one-size-fits-all approach was creating frustration for both her and her colleagues. Detailed-oriented people felt she was too vague, while big-picture thinkers felt she was too focused on minutiae. Some people wanted immediate decisions, while others needed time to process information. Everything changed when Amanda learned to read personality indicators quickly and adapt her communication style accordingly. She began building stronger relationships, resolving conflicts more effectively, and achieving better outcomes in negotiations and team management. Today you are going to learn Amanda's system for rapid personality assessment and adaptation. Personality Dimension 1: Detail-oriented versus big-picture thinking. Some people naturally focus on specifics, procedures, and step-by-step processes, while others prefer concepts, possibilities, and overall vision. Understanding this preference helps you present information in the most compelling way for each individual. Detail-oriented people ask questions about implementation, timelines, and specific procedures. They want to understand exactly how something will work before committing to it. They prefer concrete examples and specific data rather than abstract concepts. Big-picture thinkers focus on goals, possibilities, and strategic implications. They want to understand why something matters and how it fits into larger objectives. They prefer conceptual discussions and strategic overviews rather than detailed procedures. Amanda learned to identify this preference by listening to the types of questions people ask and the language they use. Detail-oriented people use words like specifically, exactly, procedure, and steps. Big-picture thinkers use words like overall, generally, concept, and vision. When presenting to detail-oriented people, Amanda would lead with specific examples, provide clear timelines, and break complex ideas into sequential steps. When presenting to big-picture thinkers, she would start with strategic objectives and overall benefits before diving into implementation details. Here is how to identify detail versus big-picture preferences. Listen for question patterns during the first few minutes of conversation. Detail people ask how and when questions. Big-picture people ask why and what if questions. Observe their communication style. Detail-oriented people provide specific examples and precise information. Big-picture people speak in general terms and focus on implications and possibilities. Kevin from our previous chapters learned to adapt his consulting presentations based on this dimension. With detail-oriented clients, he would provide comprehensive implementation plans and specific case studies. With big-picture clients, he would focus on strategic value and transformational outcomes. Jessica applied this principle in team management by recognizing that some team members needed detailed project specifications, while others preferred high-level objectives and creative freedom. Michael used this insight in sales by adjusting his presentations to match prospects' information processing preferences, leading to much higher close rates. Personality Dimension 2. Introverted versus extroverted energy. Understanding someone's energy orientation helps you communicate in ways that feel natural and comfortable for them. This is not about shyness versus confidence, but about how people prefer to process information and interact socially. Introverted energy people prefer to think before speaking, like one-on-one or small group interactions, and need time to process complex information internally before responding. They often provide thoughtful, well-considered responses, but may seem quiet in large group settings. Extroverted energy people think out loud, enjoy group discussions and brainstorming sessions, and process information by talking through ideas with others. They often provide immediate responses and contribute actively to group conversations. Amanda learned to recognize energy preferences through observation of behavior in meetings and conversations. Introverted energy people would listen carefully, ask thoughtful questions, and provide considered responses. Extroverted energy people would contribute frequently, build on others' ideas, and process thoughts verbally. When working with introverted energy people, Amanda would provide information in advance, schedule one-on-one meetings for important discussions, and allow processing time before expecting decisions. When working with extroverted energy people, Amanda would encourage group brainstorming, think through ideas together in conversation, and provide opportunities for verbal processing and discussion. Here is how to identify energy preferences quickly. Observe participation patterns in group settings. Introverted energy people contribute selectively and thoughtfully. Extroverted energy people contribute frequently and spontaneously. Notice response timing. Introverted energy people often pause before responding to consider their thoughts. Extroverted energy people tend to respond immediately and think while speaking. Listen to processing language. Introverted energy people say things like, "Let me think about that," or "I need some time to consider." Extroverted energy people say things like, "Let's talk through this," or "What do you think about?" Rachel applied this insight by recognizing that some team members perform better in one-on-one check-ins while others thrived in group collaboration sessions. David used energy orientation awareness to adapt his dating approach, recognizing that some people preferred intimate conversations while others enjoyed group social activities. Lisa leveraged this understanding to communicate more effectively with colleagues who had different preferences for technical discussions and problem-solving approaches. Personality Dimension 3. Thinking versus feeling, decision-making. People use different criteria when making decisions. Some prioritize logic, objective analysis, and rational evaluation, while others prioritize values, relationships, and emotional considerations. Thinking-oriented people focus on facts, data, and logical consequences when making decisions. They want to understand the rational basis for choices and prefer objective criteria for evaluation. They may appear less concerned with personal feelings or relationship impacts. Feeling-oriented people consider how decisions will affect people, relationships, and personal values. They want to understand the human impact of choices and prefer decisions that align with their values and support positive relationships. Amanda learned to identify decision-making preferences by observing what factors people emphasized when discussing choices and problems. Thinking-oriented people would focus on efficiency, logic, and measurable outcomes. Feeling-oriented people would emphasize fairness, team impact, and alignment with organizational values. When presenting options to thinking-oriented people, Amanda would lead with data, logical arguments, and objective benefits. When presenting to feeling-oriented people, she would emphasize positive impacts on team members, alignment with company values, and relationship considerations. Here is how to recognize decision-making preferences. Listen to the criteria people mention when evaluating options. Thinking people emphasize efficiency, accuracy, and logical outcomes. Feeling people emphasize fairness, harmony, and people impacts. Observe what concerns they raise about proposals. Thinking people worry about logical flaws and practical problems. Feeling people worry about negative impacts on relationships and value conflicts. Notice their language patterns. Thinking people use words like analyze, logical, efficient, and objective. Feeling people use words like feel, values, team, and harmony. Marcus applied this insight by recognizing that his manager, David, made decisions based primarily on logical analysis, while other stakeholders cared more about team morale and relationship impacts. Sarah used decision-making preference awareness to present project proposals in ways that appealed to different stakeholders' evaluation criteria. Alex leveraged this understanding to develop marketing messages that resonated with both analytically minded and relationship-focused target audiences. Personality Dimension 4. Structure versus flexibility preferences. Some people prefer clear plans, defined processes, and predictable schedules, while others prefer adaptability, spontaneity, and open-ended possibilities. Structure-oriented people like to make plans and stick to them, prefer clear deadlines and expectations, and feel uncomfortable with last-minute changes or ambiguous situations. They work best with defined processes and predictable workflows. Flexibility-oriented people prefer to keep options open, adapt plans based on new information, and maintain spontaneity in their approach. They may feel constrained by rigid schedules and detailed procedures. Amanda learned to recognize structure preferences by observing how people responded to planning discussions and schedule changes. Structure-oriented people would ask for specific timelines, detailed agendas, and clear procedures. Flexibility-oriented people would focus on objectives and outcomes rather than specific processes. When working with structure-oriented people, Amanda would provide detailed project plans, clear expectations, and advance notice of any changes. When working with flexibility-oriented people, she would focus on goals and outcomes while allowing freedom in approach and timing. Here is how to identify structure preferences quickly. Notice how people respond to planning discussions. Structure people want detailed timelines and specific procedures. Flexibility people prefer general objectives and adaptable approaches. Observe their workspace and organization. Structure-oriented people typically maintain organized, systematic workspaces. Flexibility-oriented people may have more fluid, adaptable work arrangements. Listen to their language about time and planning. Structure people use words like scheduled, planned, organized, and systematic. Flexibility people use words like flexible, adaptable, spontaneous, and open. Kevin applied this insight by recognizing that some clients needed detailed project timelines and regular check-ins, while others preferred high-level milestones and creative freedom. Jennifer used structure preference awareness to adapt her sales process, providing detailed proposals for structure-oriented prospects while maintaining flexible approaches for adaptability-focused clients. Michael leveraged this understanding to manage client relationships more effectively by matching their preferences for communication frequency and project management approaches. Personality Dimension 5. Competitive versus collaborative orientation. Understanding someone's motivational orientation helps you frame opportunities and challenges in ways that inspire their best performance. Competitive-oriented people are motivated by winning, achieving superior results, and outperforming others. They thrive on challenges, enjoy competition, and want to be recognized for individual achievements. Collaborative-oriented people are motivated by team success, mutual support, and shared achievements. They prefer working together, building consensus, and creating win-win outcomes for everyone involved. Amanda learned to recognize motivational preferences by observing how people responded to different types of challenges and recognition. Competitive people would focus on individual performance metrics and comparative results. Collaborative people would emphasize team achievements and mutual support. When motivating competitive-oriented people, Amanda would emphasize individual recognition opportunities, performance rankings, and competitive challenges. When motivating collaborative people, she would focus on team goals, shared success, and mutual support opportunities. Here is how to identify motivational orientation. Listen to how people describe their achievements. Competitive people emphasize individual accomplishments and comparative success. Collaborative people emphasize team results and shared contributions. Observe their response to recognition. Competitive people prefer individual recognition and public acknowledgement. Collaborative people prefer team recognition and shared credit. Notice their language about success. Competitive people use words like winning, best, top, and superior. Collaborative people use words like together, team, shared, and mutual. Rachel applied this insight by recognizing that some team members were motivated by individual achievement goals while others performed better with collaborative team objectives. David used motivational orientation awareness to adapt his business development approach, emphasizing competitive advantages for competitive prospects while focusing on partnership benefits for collaborative clients. Lisa leveraged this understanding to frame technical projects in ways that motivated different colleagues, emphasizing individual expertise opportunities for competitive people and knowledge sharing for collaborative people. Now you have a complete system for reading personality preferences quickly and adapting your communication accordingly. Remember that people are complex and may show different preferences in different situations or combine multiple tendencies. The goal is not to categorize people rigidly, but to recognize patterns that help you communicate more effectively and build stronger relationships. Here is what we covered in this chapter. Detail-oriented versus big-picture thinking that determines information processing preferences. Introverted versus extroverted energy that affects communication and interaction preferences. Thinking versus feeling decision-making that influences evaluation criteria. Structure versus flexibility preferences that affect planning and process preferences. And competitive versus collaborative orientation that determines motivational approaches. In our next chapter, we are going to explore the neuroscience of self-control and learn how to master your emotions using cutting-edge brain science. You will discover practical techniques for managing stress, controlling impulses, and maintaining focus under pressure. But before we move on, practice observing these personality dimensions in your daily interactions. Start with 1 or 2 dimensions and gradually build your observation skills. Remember that personality reading skills help you serve others more effectively by communicating in ways that feel natural and comfortable for them. This creates better outcomes for everyone involved. Let us continue with Chapter 11, where you will master emotional self-control using neuroscience-based techniques. Chapter 11. Master your emotions. Neuroscience of self-control. Your ability to manage your emotions under pressure determines your success more than your intelligence, education, or technical skills. Emotional self-control affects every aspect of your professional and personal life, from decision-making quality to relationship building to stress management. Until recently, self-control was viewed as a matter of willpower and discipline. However, modern neuroscience reveals that emotional regulation is a learnable skill based on specific brain mechanisms that you can strengthen through targeted practice. Let me tell you about Robert. Robert is a senior software architect who was brilliant at solving complex technical problems, but struggled with emotional regulation during high-pressure situations. He would become frustrated with colleagues who could not keep up with his thinking, lose his temper during stressful project deadlines, and make impulsive decisions when facing setbacks. Robert's emotional reactivity was damaging his relationships with team members and limiting his advancement to leadership roles. Despite his technical excellence, managers were hesitant to promote him because of concerns about his emotional stability under pressure. Everything changed when Robert learned about the neuroscience of emotional control and began applying specific techniques to strengthen his emotional regulation systems. Within 6 months, he was promoted to lead architect and became known for his calm leadership during challenging projects. Today, you are going to learn the exact neuroscience-based techniques Robert uses to maintain emotional control and peak performance under pressure. Neuroscience technique number 1. Prefrontal cortex strengthening through cognitive reframing. Your prefrontal cortex is the brain region responsible for executive function, logical thinking, and emotional regulation. When this area is strong and active, it can override emotional impulses from your limbic system and help you respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. Cognitive reframing strengthens your prefrontal cortex by consciously changing how you interpret situations and challenges. Instead of viewing stressful situations as threats, you learn to see them as opportunities for growth and problem solving. This technique works because repeated reframing practice literally changes your brain structure. The neural pathways associated with calm, logical thinking become stronger, while stress response pathways become weaker. Robert learned to reframe difficult situations by asking himself questions like, "What can I learn from this challenge?" Or "How might this problem lead to a better solution?" Instead of thinking this is a disaster, he would think this is a complex problem that requires creative thinking. This reframing prevented his emotional system from hijacking his logical thinking and allowed him to maintain clear decision-making even during stressful project crises. Here is how to practice cognitive reframing. First, identify your common negative thought patterns during stress. Notice phrases like, "This is terrible," "I cannot handle this," or "This should not be happening." Second, develop alternative interpretations for these situations. Ask yourself, how else could I view this situation, or what opportunities might this challenge create? Third, practice reframing consistently in low-stress situations to build the neural pathways before high-pressure moments arise. Amanda, from our previous chapter, used cognitive reframing to manage the stress of difficult employee relations situations by viewing conflicts as opportunities to build stronger team communication. Jessica applied this technique to overcome her career frustrations by reframing setbacks as learning experiences that were preparing her for future leadership opportunities. Kevin used reframing to manage client relationship challenges by viewing difficult negotiations as opportunities to demonstrate his problem-solving skills and build stronger partnerships. Neuroscience technique number 2. Amygdala regulation through controlled breathing. Your amygdala is the brain structure that triggers fight or flight responses to perceived threats. When your amygdala is overactive, it floods your system with stress hormones that impair logical thinking and emotional control. Controlled breathing techniques directly influence amygdala activity by activating your parasympathetic nervous system. Specific breathing patterns signal safety to your brain and reduce stress hormone production. The most effective technique is 4-7-8 breathing. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 7 counts, exhale for 8 counts. This pattern activates the vagus nerve, which communicates relaxation signals to your amygdala. Robert learned to use controlled breathing whenever he felt frustration or anger beginning to build. By taking 30 seconds to practice 4-7-8 breathing, he could prevent emotional escalation and maintain clear thinking. This technique was particularly effective during team meetings when Robert felt impatient with colleagues who processed information more slowly than he did. The breathing gave him time to regulate his emotions and respond with patience rather than frustration. Here is how to master amygdala regulation through breathing. First, practice 4-7-8 breathing for 2 minutes every morning to build familiarity with the technique. Second, learn to recognize early warning signs of emotional escalation such as muscle tension, rapid heartbeat, or racing thoughts. Third, implement the breathing technique immediately when you notice these early warning signs rather than waiting until emotions are fully activated. David applied controlled breathing to manage his anxiety during high-stakes sales presentations, allowing him to maintain confidence and clear communication even with important prospects. Lisa used this technique to stay calm during complex technical problem-solving sessions when she felt pressure to find solutions quickly. Marcus applied breathing regulation to manage his frustration when David would change project requirements suddenly, helping him respond professionally rather than defensively. Neuroscience technique number 3, dopamine optimization for sustained focus. Dopamine is the neurotransmitter responsible for motivation, focus, and reward processing. When your dopamine system is functioning optimally, you can maintain concentration and emotional stability, even during challenging tasks. However, modern life often disrupts dopamine balance through constant stimulation, multitasking, and immediate gratification habits. Restoring healthy dopamine function requires conscious management of your attention and reward systems. The key principle is delaying gratification and creating anticipation for meaningful rewards rather than seeking constant small pleasures that deplete your dopamine reserves. Robert learned to optimize his dopamine by eliminating unnecessary distractions during focused work periods and saving checking email or social media as rewards for completing important tasks. He also began setting up larger delayed rewards for major project completions rather than celebrating every small milestone. This created sustained motivation and focus throughout long, complex projects. Here is how to optimize dopamine for emotional control. First, eliminate multitasking and focus on single tasks for extended periods. Use techniques like the Pomodoro method to build sustained attention skills. Second, delay immediate gratifications like checking messages or browsing the internet until after completing important work. Use these activities as earned rewards rather than constant distractions. Third, set up meaningful delayed rewards for achieving important goals rather than seeking constant small pleasures that provide temporary dopamine spikes. Rachel applied dopamine optimization by structuring her workday to include focused project time without interruptions, saving administrative tasks as rewards for completing creative work. Michael used this principle to maintain motivation during long sales cycles by setting up celebration milestones for major deal progression rather than seeking constant validation from smaller interactions. Sarah optimized her dopamine by batching similar tasks together and creating clear reward structures for completing challenging project phases. Neuroscience technique number 4, stress inoculation through controlled challenge. Your stress response system becomes stronger and more resilient when exposed to controlled challenges that push your limits without overwhelming your capacity. This is similar to how muscles grow stronger through progressive resistance training. Stress inoculation involves deliberately placing yourself in mildly uncomfortable situations that require emotional regulation and problem solving. Over time, this builds confidence and competence in handling difficult circumstances. The key is choosing challenges that are difficult enough to activate your stress response, but manageable enough that you can succeed with effort and focus. Robert practiced stress inoculation by volunteering for challenging technical presentations to senior leadership and difficult client meetings that required him to communicate complex ideas under pressure. These controlled challenges helped Robert build confidence in his ability to handle stressful situations and strengthened his emotional regulation skills through repeated practice. Here is how to implement stress inoculation safely. First, identify areas where you want to build emotional resilience, such as public speaking, difficult conversations, or complex problem solving. Second, seek out progressively challenging opportunities in these areas, starting with manageable difficulties and gradually increasing the challenge level. Third, reflect on each challenging experience to identify what worked well and what you can improve for next time. Amanda used stress inoculation by volunteering to mediate difficult employee conflicts that required her to maintain emotional neutrality while helping others resolve their differences. Kevin applied this technique by seeking out more challenging consulting projects that pushed his technical and communication skills beyond his comfort zone. Lisa practiced stress inoculation by presenting her technical solutions to increasingly senior and demanding audiences who would ask difficult questions and challenge her recommendations. Neuroscience technique. Number 5. Neuroplasticity acceleration through mindfulness practice. Mindfulness meditation physically changes brain structure by increasing gray matter density in areas associated with emotional regulation, attention control, and stress management. Regular practice literally rewires your brain for better emotional control. The key is consistent daily practice rather than occasional long sessions. Even 10 minutes of daily mindfulness practice creates measurable brain changes within 8 weeks. Mindfulness works by strengthening the connection between your prefrontal cortex and limbic system, giving you more conscious control over emotional responses. Robert began practicing 10 minutes of mindfulness meditation every morning, focusing on breath awareness and present moment attention. This practice helped him notice emotional reactions earlier and respond more thoughtfully throughout the day. The mindfulness training also improved his ability to stay focused during complex problem solving without getting overwhelmed by stress or frustration. Here is how to implement effective mindfulness practice. First, start with just 5 to 10 minutes of daily practice focusing on breath awareness or body sensations. Second, use mindfulness techniques throughout the day by taking mindful pauses during transitions between activities. Third, gradually increase your practice duration as your attention and focus skills develop. Jessica used mindfulness practice to manage her career frustrations and maintain perspective during challenging situations with colleagues and leadership. David applied mindfulness to improve his emotional awareness during sales interactions, helping him read client emotions more accurately and respond appropriately. Alex used mindfulness to stay creative and focused during high-pressure marketing campaign development without getting overwhelmed by deadlines and expectations. Neuroscience technique number 6. Sleep optimization for emotional regulation. Sleep is critical for emotional regulation because your brain processes and consolidates emotional experiences during sleep cycles. Poor sleep quality directly impairs your ability to control emotions and make good decisions. During sleep, your brain clears out stress hormones, consolidates positive memories, and strengthens neural pathways associated with emotional control. Chronic sleep deprivation makes emotional regulation significantly more difficult. The key is both sleep quantity and quality. You need 7 to 9 hours of sleep with sufficient deep sleep and REM sleep cycles for optimal emotional functioning. Robert discovered that his emotional reactivity was significantly worse on days following poor sleep. By prioritizing sleep hygiene and consistent sleep schedules, he found that stressful situations became much more manageable. Good sleep also improved his cognitive performance and decision-making quality during complex technical challenges. Here is how to optimize sleep for emotional control. First, establish a consistent sleep schedule going to bed and waking up at the same time every day, including weekends. Second, create an optimal sleep environment that is cool, dark, and quiet with minimal electronic device usage before bedtime. Third, develop a relaxing bedtime routine that signals to your brain that it is time to transition into sleep mode. Marcus improved his emotional regulation at work by establishing better sleep habits that helped him handle David's management style with more patience and professionalism. Rachel applied sleep optimization to maintain her energy and emotional stability during challenging team management situations. Jennifer used improved sleep quality to stay sharp and emotionally balanced during intense sales negotiations and client management challenges. Now you have a complete neuroscience-based system for mastering emotional self-control. Remember that these techniques work by literally changing your brain structure and function through consistent practice. The key is implementing these strategies before you need them rather than trying to learn emotional control during crisis situations. Daily practice builds the neural foundation that supports emotional mastery when it matters most. Here is what we covered in this chapter. Prefrontal cortex strengthening through cognitive reframing that builds logical thinking capacity. amygdala regulation through controlled breathing that prevents emotional hijacking, dopamine optimization for sustained focus that maintains motivation and concentration, stress inoculation through controlled challenge that builds resilience and confidence, neuroplasticity, acceleration through mindfulness practice that rewires your brain for better control, and sleep optimization that provides the foundation for emotional regulation. In our next chapter, we are going to explore emotional triggers in adult relationships and learn how to navigate complex interpersonal dynamics without getting caught in destructive patterns. But before we move on, choose one or two of these techniques to implement consistently for the next week. Building emotional mastery requires practice and patience, but the benefits extend to every area of your life. Remember that emotional self-control is not about suppressing feelings, but about responding to them in ways that serve your long-term goals and relationships rather than providing just immediate relief. Let us continue with Chapter 12, where you will master the emotional dynamics that make or break adult relationships. Chapter 12. Emotional triggers in adult relationships. Every adult carries emotional triggers from past experiences that can be activated in current relationships. These triggers create intense emotional reactions that are often disproportionate to the present situation and can damage even the strongest relationships if not understood and managed properly. Emotional triggers are automatic responses that bypass rational thinking and create immediate emotional reactions based on past hurts, fears, or unresolved conflicts. When triggered, people often react as if past threats are happening in the present moment. Understanding relationship triggers is crucial for maintaining healthy connections, whether in romantic partnerships, friendships, or professional relationships. When you can recognize and manage your own triggers while responding compassionately to others' triggers, you create the foundation for deeper trust and intimacy. Let me tell you about Nicole. Nicole is a successful marketing executive who struggled in her romantic relationships despite being intelligent, accomplished, and emotionally aware. Her relationships would start well, but inevitably deteriorate when certain situations would trigger intense emotional reactions that seemed to come from nowhere. Nicole could not understand why she would become extremely anxious when partners spent time with friends, or why she would feel overwhelming anger when they changed plans last minute. These reactions felt irrational to her, but she could not control them in the moment. Everything changed when Nicole learned about emotional triggers and began developing strategies for managing them. She discovered that her reactions were not random, but were connected to specific patterns from past relationships and experiences. Today, you are going to learn the strategies Nicole uses to navigate triggers in her current healthy relationship. Relationship trigger number 1. The abandonment activation pattern. Many adults carry deep fears of being left or rejected that stem from past experiences of loss, betrayal, or inconsistent care. When this trigger is activated, people may become clingy, jealous, or controlling in an attempt to prevent abandonment. Abandonment triggers are often activated by behaviors like partners spending time away, making independent decisions, or showing interest in other people or activities. The triggered person experiences intense fear that feels like a genuine threat even when the relationship is actually secure. Common abandonment trigger behaviors include excessive reassurance seeking, monitoring partners' activities, becoming upset about time spent apart, or interpreting normal independence as rejection or loss of interest. Nicole experienced abandonment triggers whenever her partner made plans without including her, or when he seemed to enjoy activities that did not involve her. She would feel intense anxiety and fear that he was losing interest or preparing to leave the relationship. These reactions would lead to arguments and clingy behavior that actually pushed partners away, creating the very abandonment Nicole feared most. Here is how to manage abandonment triggers healthily. First, recognize the trigger when it happens. Notice the physical sensations, thoughts, and emotions that indicate your abandonment fear has been activated. Second, remind yourself that past experiences are not present reality. Use grounding techniques to stay connected to current circumstances rather than past fears. Third, communicate your feelings without demanding immediate reassurance. You might say, "I am feeling anxious about this, and I know it is my trigger to work through," rather than "I need you to change your plans to make me feel better." Robert, from our previous chapter, learned to manage abandonment triggers in his professional relationships by recognizing when he felt threatened by colleagues' success and responding with support rather than competition. Amanda applied this understanding to her team management by recognizing when employees' difficult behaviors might stem from fear of job insecurity rather than performance problems. David used abandonment trigger awareness to improve his sales relationships by recognizing when clients' hesitation might stem from fear of making wrong decisions rather than lack of interest in his services. Relationship trigger number 2, the control and autonomy conflict. Some people have intense reactions to feeling controlled or having their autonomy restricted, while others become triggered when they feel unable to influence their environment or relationships. Both patterns can create significant relationship conflicts. Control triggers are activated when someone feels their freedom, choices, or independence are being threatened. This might happen through direct attempts to control behavior or through more subtle pressures to conform to others' expectations. Autonomy triggers often stem from past experiences where personal power was taken away or where independence was punished or discouraged. Nicole experienced control triggers when partners would make suggestions about her career, social activities, or lifestyle choices. Even well-intentioned advice would feel like attempts to control her decisions and would create defensive, angry reactions. She also triggered others' autonomy fears when her own anxiety would lead her to make requests that felt controlling, such as asking partners to check in frequently or avoid certain social situations. Here is how to navigate control and autonomy triggers. First, distinguish between influence and control. Healthy relationships involve mutual influence where partners consider each other's preferences without surrendering personal autonomy. Second, express preferences without demands. Instead of saying "you should not go to that event," try "I would prefer if we spent that evening together, but I understand if you want to go." Third, negotiate compromises that honor both partners' autonomy while maintaining connection and consideration for each other. Jessica applied autonomy awareness to her workplace relationships by learning to make requests of team members without creating pressure that felt controlling or demanding. Kevin used this understanding in client relationships by presenting recommendations as options rather than requirements, allowing clients to maintain decision-making autonomy. Lisa navigated control triggers in technical collaborations by framing suggestions as possibilities to consider rather than problems that needed to be fixed her way. Relationship trigger number 3, the criticism and rejection sensitivity. Many adults are highly sensitive to any form of criticism, feedback, or perceived rejection due to past experiences where they were harshly judged, criticized, or made to feel inadequate. Criticism triggers can be activated by constructive feedback, different opinions, or even neutral observations that are interpreted as personal attacks or rejections. This sensitivity often leads to defensive responses, emotional shutdown, or counterattacks that escalate conflicts rather than resolving them. Nicole struggled with criticism sensitivity in both romantic and professional relationships. When partners would express concerns or make suggestions, she would interpret them as evidence that she was inadequate or unworthy of love. This would lead to defensive responses that prevented her from hearing potentially valuable feedback and created distance in relationships when partners learned to avoid giving honest input. Here is how to manage criticism sensitivity. First, practice separating feedback about specific behaviors from judgments about your worth as a person. Someone can dislike something you did without rejecting you as a person. Second, ask clarifying questions before reacting defensively. Try to understand what the other person is actually saying rather than assuming the worst interpretation. Third, thank people for honest feedback even when it is difficult to hear. This creates safer communication and stronger relationships over time. Marcus learned to manage criticism, sensitivity in his professional relationships by viewing feedback as information to consider rather than personal attacks to defend against. Rachel applied this principle in team leadership by modeling how to receive feedback gracefully and creating environments where honest communication was valued over false harmony. Michael used criticism, sensitivity, awareness in client relationships by recognizing when defensive responses might stem from past business failures rather than current service problems. Relationship trigger number 4. The intimacy and vulnerability fears. Some people become triggered when relationships begin to deepen and require greater emotional openness and vulnerability. This can manifest as sudden withdrawal, creating conflicts, or sabotaging relationships when they become too emotionally significant. Intimacy triggers often stem from past experiences where emotional openness led to hurt, betrayal, or rejection. The fear of being truly known and potentially rejected can feel overwhelming even in safe relationships. Common intimacy avoidance behaviors include emotional withdrawal, focusing on flaws in partners or relationships, creating drama that maintains distance, or ending relationships before deeper commitment is required. Nicole experienced intimacy triggers when relationships reached points where deeper emotional sharing and commitment were natural next steps. She would suddenly find herself focusing on her partner's flaws or feeling suffocated by closeness she had previously enjoyed. These reactions would create confusion and conflict because her partners could not understand why increasing intimacy seemed to threaten rather than strengthen their connection. Here is how to work with intimacy triggers. First, recognize that fear of vulnerability is normal and does not mean the relationship is wrong or that you are incapable of love. Second, practice gradual emotional sharing rather than avoiding vulnerability completely or sharing everything at once. Build intimacy slowly in ways that feel manageable. Third, communicate about your intimacy fears with trusted partners rather than acting them out through withdrawal or conflict creation. David applied intimacy awareness to his dating relationships by recognizing when his tendency to focus on partners' flaws might be protecting him from deeper emotional connection. Sarah used this understanding in professional relationships by recognizing when her discomfort with team closeness might be preventing the collaboration that would benefit everyone. Alex navigated intimacy triggers in creative partnerships by learning to share work and ideas more openly without feeling overly exposed or vulnerable to criticism. Relationship trigger number 5. The power and status dynamics. Some people become triggered in relationships where they perceive power imbalances, status differences, or situations where they feel diminished or less important than others. Power triggers can be activated by perceived inequality in decision-making, resource allocation, respect, or recognition. These triggers often stem from past experiences of powerlessness or unfair treatment. Status triggers involve reactions to feeling less important, valued, or respected than others in personal or professional relationships. Nicole experienced power triggers when she felt like her opinions carried less weight than her partner's in relationship decisions, or when she perceived that her career achievements were not valued equally. These triggers would lead to power struggles and competition rather than collaboration and mutual support in relationships. Here is how to manage power and status triggers. First, examine whether perceived power imbalances are real or based on past experiences that may not apply to current relationships. Second, advocate for your needs and preferences directly rather than engaging in indirect power struggles or passive-aggressive behaviors. Third, look for ways to create mutual empowerment and shared decision-making rather than focusing on who has more power or status. Amanda applied power dynamics awareness to her team management by ensuring that all team members felt valued and heard regardless of their position or seniority. Kevin used this understanding in client relationships by creating collaborative partnerships rather than traditional vendor-client hierarchies that might trigger power concerns. Jennifer navigated status triggers in sales by focusing on mutual benefit and shared success rather than positioning herself as superior or inferior to prospects. Now you understand the 5 most common emotional triggers in adult relationships. The key insight is that triggers are not character flaws, but natural responses to past experiences that can be managed and healed with awareness and practice. Working with triggers requires patience, self-compassion, and often the support of understanding partners or friends. The goal is not to eliminate triggers completely, but to recognize them quickly and respond in ways that protect and strengthen your relationships. Here is what we covered in this chapter. The abandonment activation pattern that creates fear of loss and rejection. Control and autonomy conflicts that arise from threats to independence or influence. Criticism and rejection sensitivity that makes feedback feel like personal attacks. Intimacy and vulnerability fears that create avoidance when relationships deepen. And power and status dynamics that trigger reactions to perceived inequality or diminishment. In our next chapter, we are going to explore the 8 relationship patterns that predict success or failure. You will learn to recognize healthy and unhealthy relationship dynamics early and understand what creates lasting connection versus what leads to eventual breakdown. But before we move on, reflect on which triggers might be active in your own relationships. Awareness is the first step toward creating healthier responses that serve your relationships rather than sabotaging them. Remember that everyone has triggers, and working with them is part of building mature, resilient relationships. The people who care about you will want to understand and support your healing rather than judge you for having normal human responses to past experiences. Let us continue with Chapter 13, where you will learn to recognize relationship patterns that create lasting success versus those that predict eventual failure. Chapter 13. 8 relationship patterns that predict success or failure. After decades of research, relationship scientists have identified specific patterns that reliably predict whether relationships will thrive long-term or eventually deteriorate and end. These patterns appear consistently across romantic partnerships, friendships, and professional relationships. Understanding these patterns gives you the power to recognize healthy relationships early and invest your time and energy wisely. It also helps you identify problematic dynamics before they become entrenched, so you can address them or make informed decisions about whether to continue investing in the relationship. Let me tell you about Patricia. Patricia is a successful consultant who had a pattern of investing deeply in relationships that would eventually disappoint or hurt her. She would ignore early warning signs while focusing on potential and hope rather than actual behavior patterns. Patricia could not understand why she kept ending up in relationships with people who seemed caring and compatible initially, but became unreliable, selfish, or emotionally unavailable over time. She began to wonder if she was just unlucky, or if healthy relationships were even possible. Everything changed when Patricia learned about relationship prediction patterns. She realized that the red flags had always been there, but she had not known how to recognize or interpret them. By learning to identify these patterns early, Patricia transformed her ability to build and maintain healthy relationships. Today you are going to learn the exact patterns Patricia uses to evaluate relationship potential and make better decisions about where to invest her emotional energy. Relationship pattern number 1, consistent versus inconsistent behavior. Healthy relationships are built on behavioral consistency, where people act in alignment with their stated values and commitments over time. Inconsistent behavior creates insecurity and erodes trust, even when the inconsistent person has good intentions. Consistency means following through on commitments, maintaining similar treatment patterns across different situations, and aligning actions with expressed values and priorities. Inconsistency includes frequent changes in how someone treats you, failure to follow through on promises, or behavior that contradicts their stated beliefs and priorities. Patricia learned to pay attention to consistency patterns by observing whether people followed through on small commitments before making larger ones. She noticed whether someone's treatment of her remained stable across different contexts and stress levels. For example, if someone was attentive and communicative when things were going well, but became distant or unreliable during busy periods, Patricia recognized this as a pattern that would likely continue and intensify over time. Here is how to evaluate consistency patterns. First, observe behavior across multiple situations and time periods rather than making judgments based on isolated incidents. Second, notice whether actions align with stated values and priorities. Pay attention to what people do rather than just what they say they believe or intend. Third, look for patterns in how someone handles stress, disappointment, and competing priorities. These situations reveal true character and reliability. Robert from our previous chapters learned to evaluate consistency in professional relationships by observing whether colleagues maintain the same level of collaboration and support during both easy and challenging projects. Nicole applied this principle in romantic relationships by paying attention to whether partners treated her with the same respect and consideration in private and public settings. Amanda used consistency evaluation in team management by recognizing which employees could be counted on to maintain performance standards regardless of workload or external pressures. Relationship pattern number 2, mutual versus one-sided investment. Healthy relationships involve roughly equal investment from both parties over time. While the specific contributions may vary, both people should be actively working to maintain and improve the relationship. One-sided investment creates resentment and burnout for the person who is doing most of the work, while enabling dependency and entitlement in the person who is contributing less. Investment includes emotional support, time and attention, effort to resolve conflicts, willingness to compromise, and actions that benefit the relationship even when inconvenient. Patricia discovered that many of her past relationships had been heavily one-sided, with her doing most of the emotional labor, planning, compromising, and problem-solving, while partners contributed relatively little effort to maintaining the connection. This pattern had led to Patricia feeling drained and unappreciated, while her partners became accustomed to receiving without giving equivalent value in return. Here is how to evaluate investment balance. First, notice who initiates contact, plans activities, and works to resolve conflicts in the relationship. Second, observe whether the other person makes sacrifices and compromises for the relationship, or expects you to do all the accommodating. Third, pay attention to whether both people take responsibility for relationship problems and actively work toward solutions. David applied investment balance awareness to his business relationships by ensuring that partnerships involved mutual benefit and shared effort rather than one-sided value creation. Jessica used this principle in professional relationships by recognizing when she was providing much more support and collaboration than she was receiving from colleagues. Kevin evaluated investment patterns in client relationships by noticing whether clients valued his expertise enough to implement recommendations and provide necessary resources for success. Relationship pattern number 3, growth versus stagnation orientation. People who are committed to personal growth and learning create healthier relationships than those who resist change and avoid challenges. Growth-oriented people adapt to new circumstances and work to improve themselves and their relationships. Stagnation-oriented people resist feedback, avoid difficult conversations, and maintain rigid patterns even when they are not working effectively. Growth orientation includes willingness to receive feedback, ability to apologize and change behavior, interest in learning and self-improvement, and flexibility in adapting to new circumstances. Patricia learned to identify growth orientation by observing how people responded to constructive feedback and whether they took steps to address problems rather than just acknowledging them verbally. She also noticed whether people showed curiosity about personal development and took responsibility for their role in relationship conflicts. Here is how to assess growth orientation. First, observe how someone responds to feedback or suggestions for improvement. Do they become defensive or do they consider the input thoughtfully? Second, notice whether the person takes action to address acknowledged problems or just talks about change without implementing it. Third, look for evidence that someone is actively working on personal development through reading, therapy, new experiences, or other growth activities. Marcus applied growth orientation evaluation in professional relationships by working closely with colleagues who demonstrated willingness to learn new technologies and improve their skills. Rachel used this principle in team management by investing more development time in employees who showed genuine interest in feedback and skill improvement. Lisa evaluated growth patterns in technical collaborations by preferring to work with colleagues who stayed current with industry developments and were open to new approaches. Relationship pattern number 4, respect versus disrespect dynamics. Mutual respect is the foundation of all healthy relationships. Respect includes valuing each other's opinions, honoring boundaries, and treating each other with basic courtesy and consideration. Disrespect manifests as dismissive attitudes, boundary violations, condescending behavior, or treating someone as less important or valuable than others. Respect patterns are often subtle but extremely important for long-term relationship health. Small signs of disrespect tend to escalate over time if not addressed. Patricia learned to pay attention to subtle respect indicators such as whether someone listened attentively when she spoke, whether they honored her time and commitments, and whether they spoke about her positively to others. She also noticed whether people respected her expertise and opinions or consistently dismissed or minimized her contributions to conversations and decisions. Here is how to evaluate respect patterns. First, notice whether someone treats you with the same courtesy they show to others they consider important or impressive. Second, observe whether your boundaries, preferences, and needs are honored even when they are inconvenient for the other person. Third, pay attention to whether your opinions and expertise are valued or whether the person consistently treats their own perspective as more valid or important. Michael applied respect evaluation in client relationships by working with prospects who valued his expertise and treated him as a professional equal rather than a subordinate service provider. Sarah used this principle in workplace relationships by recognizing which colleagues treated her input with genuine consideration versus those who dismissed her contributions. Alex evaluated respect patterns in creative collaborations by preferring to work with partners who valued different perspectives and treated creative differences as opportunities rather than conflicts. Relationship pattern number 5, communication versus avoidance patterns. Healthy relationships require open, honest communication about both positive and negative issues. People who avoid difficult conversations or refuse to discuss problems create relationships that cannot grow or resolve conflicts effectively. Communication patterns include willingness to discuss difficult topics, ability to express needs and concerns directly, and skills in listening and responding thoughtfully to others' perspectives. Avoidance patterns include changing subjects when problems arise, using silent treatment or withdrawal as conflict strategies, and refusing to engage in necessary conversations about relationship issues. Patricia learned to evaluate communication patterns by observing whether people brought up concerns directly or used indirect methods like hints, passive aggression, or complaints to others. She also noticed whether people could discuss disagreements without escalating to personal attacks or emotional shutdown. Here is how to assess communication patterns. First, observe whether someone addresses problems directly with you or complains to others without attempting to resolve issues. Second, notice whether the person can engage in difficult conversations without becoming defensive, attacking, or withdrawing completely. Third, pay attention to whether communication feels safe and productive or whether you find yourself avoiding certain topics to prevent negative reactions. Jennifer applied communication evaluation in sales relationships by working with clients who could discuss concerns and objections openly, rather than those who avoided difficult conversations until problems escalated. Kevin used this principle in consulting relationships by preferring clients who engaged in honest discussions about challenges rather than those who avoided addressing implementation difficulties. Amanda evaluated communication patterns in team management by recognizing which employees could discuss performance issues constructively versus those who became defensive or avoidant. Relationship pattern number 6, emotional regulation versus volatility. People with good emotional regulation can manage their emotions appropriately and respond thoughtfully even during stressful or conflict situations. Emotional volatility creates unpredictable relationship dynamics that are exhausting and destabilizing. Emotional regulation includes ability to calm down during conflicts, willingness to take breaks when emotions are high, and capacity to discuss problems without overwhelming emotional reactions. Emotional volatility includes frequent emotional outbursts, unpredictable mood changes, inability to calm down during conflicts, and using emotions to control or manipulate relationship dynamics. Patricia learned to recognize emotional regulation by observing how people handled stress, disappointment, and conflict in various situations. She noticed whether someone could acknowledge their emotional state and take appropriate steps to manage it, or whether they expected others to accommodate their emotional volatility. Here is how to evaluate emotional regulation patterns. First, observe how someone handles stress, frustration, and disappointment in both personal and professional contexts. Second, notice whether the person takes responsibility for managing their emotions or expects others to adjust their behavior to prevent emotional reactions. Third, pay attention to whether conflicts can be resolved through discussion or whether emotional escalation prevents productive problem solving. Robert applied emotional regulation awareness in professional relationships by collaborating most effectively with colleagues who could discuss technical disagreements without emotional volatility. Nicole used this principle in romantic relationships by recognizing partners who could navigate relationship challenges with emotional maturity rather than dramatic reactions. David evaluated emotional regulation in business relationships by working with clients who could handle project challenges and setbacks with appropriate emotional responses. Relationship pattern number 7, accountability versus blame shifting. Healthy relationships require both people to take responsibility for their actions and their role in relationship problems. Blame shifting creates toxic dynamics where problems cannot be resolved because one person refuses to acknowledge their contributions. Accountability includes acknowledging mistakes, apologizing sincerely when appropriate, and taking action to correct problems and prevent repetition. Blame shifting includes refusing to acknowledge personal responsibility, making excuses for problematic behavior, and consistently portraying oneself as the victim in conflicts. Patricia learned to recognize accountability patterns by observing whether people could acknowledge their mistakes and take corrective action without extensive defensiveness or excuse-making. She also noticed whether people focused on solutions and prevention or spent most of their energy explaining why problems were not their fault. Here is how to assess accountability patterns. First, observe how someone responds when they make mistakes or when problems arise that involve their actions or decisions. Second, notice whether the person focuses on solutions and improvement or spends most energy on defending themselves and blaming others. Third, pay attention to whether apologies include acknowledgement of specific behaviors and commitment to change, or just general statements that avoid taking real responsibility. Marcus applied accountability evaluation in professional relationships by working most effectively with colleagues who could acknowledge technical mistakes and focus on solutions rather than defensive explanations. Rachel used this principle in team management by recognizing which employees took ownership of problems and worked towards solutions versus those who consistently blamed external factors. Lisa evaluated accountability patterns in technical collaborations by preferring partners who could acknowledge when their approaches were not working and adapt accordingly. Relationship pattern number 8, shared values versus fundamental incompatibility. Long-term relationship success requires alignment on core values and life priorities even when surface-level interests and preferences may differ. Fundamental value conflicts create ongoing tension that cannot be resolved through compromise alone. Shared values include similar perspectives on important life priorities such as honesty, loyalty, personal growth, family, career, and financial responsibility. Value incompatibility includes significant differences in ethics, life goals, relationship priorities, or fundamental beliefs about how life should be lived. Patricia learned to identify value alignment by observing people's actions and decisions rather than just listening to what they said they believed. She paid attention to how people actually spent their time, money, and energy. She also noticed whether someone's lifestyle and choices reflected values that were compatible with her own priorities and relationship goals. Here is how to evaluate value compatibility. First, observe how someone actually lives their life rather than just what they say they believe or want. Second, notice whether the person's priorities and decision-making patterns align with values that are important to you for long-term compatibility. Third, pay attention to whether fundamental differences can be bridged through compromise or whether they represent core incompatibilities that will create ongoing conflict. Michael applied value evaluation in business relationships by working with clients whose business ethics and long-term goals aligned with his professional standards and approach. Sarah used this principle in workplace relationships by building strongest connections with colleagues who shared similar professional values and work ethic. Alex evaluated value compatibility in creative partnerships by collaborating most effectively with people who shared similar standards for quality and creative integrity. Now you understand the 8 patterns that predict relationship success or failure. The key insight is that these patterns are usually visible early in relationships if you know what to look for and trust what you observe. Remember that no one is perfect, and healthy relationships involve people who are working on themselves and their relationship skills. The goal is to identify people who demonstrate positive patterns consistently and show genuine commitment to growth and improvement. Here is what we covered in this chapter. Consistent versus inconsistent behavior that builds or erodes trust. Mutual versus one-sided investment that creates balance or resentment. Growth versus stagnation orientation that enables adaptation or creates rigidity. Respect versus disrespect dynamics that honor or diminish each person's value. Communication versus avoidance patterns that resolve or escalate problems. Emotional regulation versus volatility that creates stability or chaos. Accountability versus blame shifting that enables solutions or perpetuates problems. And shared values versus fundamental incompatibility that creates harmony or ongoing conflict. In our next chapter, we are going to explore how to protect yourself from toxic adults using a comprehensive narcissist defense system. You will learn to recognize dangerous personality patterns and implement strategies that protect your emotional and psychological well-being. But before we move on, reflect on how these patterns show up in your current relationships. Are there patterns you need to address, or relationships where you might need to make different choices about your level of investment? Remember that recognizing these patterns early can save you years of frustration and heartache, while helping you invest your energy in relationships that have genuine potential for long-term health and satisfaction. Let us continue with Chapter 14, where you will learn to identify and protect yourself from narcissistic and toxic personality patterns. Chapter 14, Narcissist Defense System. Protect yourself from toxic adults. Narcissistic and toxic individuals can cause tremendous damage to your emotional well-being, professional success, and personal relationships if you do not know how to recognize and protect yourself from their manipulative behaviors. These individuals often appear charming and confident initially, but gradually reveal patterns of exploitation, manipulation, and emotional abuse. They can be found in every environment, from workplaces to social circles to romantic relationships. Understanding narcissistic behavior patterns and developing effective defense strategies is essential for maintaining your mental health and achieving your goals without being derailed by toxic people who see others as objects to be used rather than people to be respected. Let me tell you about Catherine. Catherine is a talented project manager who repeatedly found herself targeted by narcissistic colleagues and supervisors who would initially seem supportive, but gradually undermine her confidence, steal credit for her work, and create hostile work environments. Catherine was a high performer with strong ethical standards, which made her an attractive target for narcissistic individuals who saw her competence as something to exploit and her integrity as a weakness to manipulate. After years of toxic workplace experiences, Catherine learned to recognize narcissistic patterns early and implement defensive strategies that protected her well-being while allowing her to continue advancing her career successfully. Today you are going to learn Catherine's comprehensive defense system for dealing with narcissistic and toxic adults. Narcissistic pattern number 1, love bombing followed by devaluation. Narcissistic individuals often begin relationships with intense positive attention designed to create emotional dependency. This love bombing phase involves excessive praise, attention, and apparent investment in your success and well-being. Once you are emotionally invested, the narcissist begins the devaluation phase where they gradually withdraw positive attention, introduce criticism and doubt, and create anxiety about losing their approval. This cycle creates trauma bonding where you become addicted to the highs of their approval while working desperately to avoid the lows of their disapproval. Catherine experienced this pattern with a supervisor named Gregory, who initially praised her work extensively, gave her high-profile assignments, and positioned himself as her mentor and advocate. After several months, Gregory began criticizing her work, questioning her judgment, and withdrawing opportunities while maintaining just enough positive reinforcement to keep Catherine hoping to regain his earlier approval. Here is how to defend against love bombing and devaluation. First, be suspicious of excessive early praise and attention, especially when it feels disproportionate to your actual relationship or contributions. Second, maintain emotional independence even when receiving positive attention. Do not allow your self-worth to become dependent on one person's approval. Third, document your work and achievements so you have objective evidence of your performance when someone begins questioning your competence. Patricia from our previous chapter learned to recognize love bombing in romantic relationships by being cautious of partners who seemed too interested too quickly or who praised her excessively before really knowing her. Robert applied this awareness in professional relationships by maintaining healthy skepticism toward colleagues who offered unusual amounts of early support or mentorship. Nicole used this understanding to avoid becoming emotionally dependent on new friends or romantic partners who showed intense early interest in her life and goals. Narcissistic pattern number 2, gaslighting and reality distortion. Narcissistic individuals systematically undermine your confidence in your own perceptions and memories to maintain control and avoid accountability for their behavior. Gaslighting includes denying events that happened, minimizing the impact of their harmful actions, and suggesting that your emotional reactions are excessive or inappropriate. Over time, this reality distortion makes you doubt your own judgment and become dependent on the narcissist to tell you what is real and reasonable. Catherine experienced systematic gaslighting from Gregory, who would deny promises he had made, claim that meetings had gone differently than Catherine remembered, and suggest that her concerns about his behavior were signs of emotional instability. This gaslighting made Catherine question her own professional judgment and memory, which undermined her confidence in other work relationships as well. Here is how to defend against gaslighting. First, keep detailed records of important conversations, commitments, and events. Written documentation provides objective evidence when your memory is challenged. Second, maintain relationships with trustworthy people who can provide reality checks when you feel confused about what happened in difficult situations. Third, trust your emotional responses even when someone tells you they are inappropriate. Your feelings provide valid information about how you are being treated. Amanda applied gaslighting defense in team management by documenting important decisions and communications to prevent confusion and manipulation. David used this strategy in client relationships by keeping detailed records of agreements and changes to protect against clients who might later deny commitments they had made. Jessica protected herself from gaslighting by maintaining trusted relationships with colleagues who could confirm her recollections of workplace events and interactions. Narcissistic pattern number 3, triangulation and divide and conquer. Narcissistic individuals create conflict and competition between people around them to maintain control and prevent others from forming alliances that might challenge their authority. Triangulation involves sharing information selectively, creating jealousy and insecurity, and positioning yourself as the central figure that others must compete for approval from. This strategy isolates potential victims and prevents them from comparing notes about the narcissist's behavior with others who might have similar experiences. Catherine experienced triangulation when Gregory would share information about her colleagues' supposed complaints about her work, while also telling her that other team members were not as capable or trustworthy as she was. This created paranoia and competition among team members while positioning Gregory as the only reliable source of information and support. Here is how to defend against triangulation. First, communicate directly with colleagues and team members rather than relying on one person as your sole source of information about others. Second, be suspicious when someone frequently shares negative information about others while positioning themselves as your special ally or protector. Third, build independent relationships with multiple people in your environment, rather than allowing one person to become your primary connection to the group. Marcus protected himself from triangulation by maintaining direct communication with all team members and refusing to engage in gossip or speculation about colleagues. Rachel defended against this pattern in team leadership by encouraging direct communication between team members and avoiding situations where information flowed primarily through her. Lisa applied triangulation awareness in technical collaborations by building relationships with multiple colleagues rather than depending on one person for project information and support. Narcissistic pattern number 4: projection and blame shifting. Narcissistic individuals refuse to take responsibility for their mistakes and negative behaviors by projecting them onto others and shifting blame for problems they have created. Projection involves accusing others of behaviors, motivations, or character flaws that actually describe the narcissist themselves. Blame shifting includes making others responsible for the narcissist's emotional reactions, poor decisions, and harmful actions. Catherine experienced constant projection from Gregory, who would accuse her of being manipulative when she tried to address his manipulative behavior, and blame her for his angry outbursts by claiming she had provoked them. This projection made Catherine question her own character and take responsibility for problems that Gregory had created. Here is how to defend against projection and blame shifting. First, maintain clear awareness of your own actions and motivations so you cannot be confused by false accusations. Second, refuse to take responsibility for other people's emotional reactions and behavioral choices. You can be accountable for your actions, but not for how others choose to respond. Third, recognize that intense accusations often reveal information about the accuser rather than the accused person. Kevin protected himself from projection in client relationships by maintaining clear boundaries about his responsibilities versus client responsibilities for project outcomes. Michael defended against blame shifting in business relationships by documenting decisions and maintaining clear agreements about roles and accountability. Sarah applied this awareness in workplace relationships by refusing to accept responsibility for colleagues' poor performance or emotional reactions to feedback. Narcissistic pattern number 5: emotional manipulation and guilt tripping. Narcissistic individuals use emotional manipulation to control others' behavior by exploiting their empathy, guilt, and desire to help others. Common emotional manipulation tactics include playing the victim, using guilt to pressure compliance, threatening emotional or professional consequences, and exploiting others' care and concern. These tactics work because healthy people naturally want to help others and avoid causing pain or disappointment. Catherine experienced constant emotional manipulation from Gregory, who would claim that her questions about his decisions showed lack of trust that hurt his feelings, or suggest that her success reflected poorly on his leadership abilities. This manipulation made Catherine feel guilty for normal professional behaviors like asking for clarification or advocating for her own interests. Here is how to defend against emotional manipulation. First, recognize that healthy people do not use guilt and emotional pressure to get what they want from others. Second, separate genuine emotional needs from manipulative emotional demands. Real emotional needs can be discussed openly without pressure or ultimatums. Third, maintain your boundaries even when someone claims that your boundaries hurt their feelings. Your right to boundaries is not dependent on others' emotional reactions. Jennifer protected herself from emotional manipulation in sales by recognizing when prospects used guilt or emotional pressure to negotiate unfair terms. Alex defended against manipulation in creative partnerships by maintaining professional boundaries even when collaborators claimed that business discussions damaged personal relationships. Robert applied this awareness in workplace relationships by distinguishing between legitimate emotional concerns and manipulative attempts to avoid accountability. Narcissistic pattern number 6: exploitation and boundary violations. Narcissistic individuals consistently take more than they give in relationships and violate others' boundaries when it serves their interests. Exploitation includes taking credit for others' work, using others' resources without permission, and expecting special treatment while providing minimal reciprocal benefit. Boundary violations include ignoring stated limits, pressuring others to change their boundaries, and treating boundary setting as personal attacks rather than legitimate self-protection. Catherine experienced systematic exploitation from Gregory, who would assign her extra work without additional compensation, take credit for her innovative solutions, and expect her to be available outside normal business hours, while he maintained strict boundaries about his own time. When Catherine tried to establish healthier boundaries, Gregory would claim that her limits showed lack of commitment to the team and organization. Here is how to defend against exploitation and boundary violations. First, establish clear boundaries about your time, energy, and resources before problems arise rather than trying to set limits reactively. Second, enforce your boundaries consistently, even when others pressure you to make exceptions or claim that your boundaries are unreasonable. Third, document boundary violations and their impact on your work and well-being to provide evidence if formal intervention becomes necessary. Rachel protected herself from exploitation in team management by establishing clear expectations about workload distribution and maintaining consistent policies for all team members. Lisa defended against boundary violations in technical work by maintaining clear agreements about project scope and refusing to accept unlimited additional requests. Marcus applied boundary protection in workplace relationships by establishing clear limits about his availability and expertise sharing while maintaining appropriate professional collaboration. Now you have a comprehensive defense system for protecting yourself from narcissistic and toxic adults. The key insight is that these individuals rely on others' kindness, empathy, and professional courtesy to exploit and manipulate them. Defending yourself requires maintaining healthy skepticism, clear boundaries, and independent sources of validation rather than relying on potentially toxic individuals for information about your worth and reality. Here is what we covered in this chapter. Love bombing followed by devaluation that creates emotional dependency and trauma bonding. Gaslighting and reality distortion that undermines your confidence in your own perceptions. Triangulation and divide and conquer strategies that isolate you from potential allies. Projection and blame shifting that makes you responsible for their problems. Emotional manipulation and guilt tripping that exploits your empathy and care. And exploitation and boundary violations that take advantage of your professionalism and generosity. In our next chapter, we are going to explore the psychology of attraction and learn what really makes people choose you in romantic and professional relationships. You will discover the science behind magnetic appeal and lasting connection. But before we move on, reflect on whether you might be dealing with any narcissistic or toxic individuals in your current relationships. Remember that protecting yourself is not selfish, but necessary for maintaining your well-being and effectiveness. These defense strategies help you maintain appropriate boundaries while continuing to be a kind, professional, and caring person. The goal is protecting yourself from exploitation while remaining open to healthy relationships with trustworthy people. Let us continue with Chapter 15, where you will learn the psychology of attraction and what makes people naturally drawn to certain individuals over others. Chapter 15: The Psychology of Attraction. What really makes people choose you? Attraction is not just about romantic relationships. It operates in every area of life, determining who gets hired for jobs, who receives promotions, who builds strong friendships, and who creates influential professional networks. Understanding the psychology of attraction gives you the power to become someone others naturally want to work with, learn from, and support. Most people think attraction is based on superficial factors like appearance or charisma. While these elements have some influence, research reveals that lasting attraction is based on deeper psychological needs and emotional experiences that you can learn to provide consistently. Let me tell you about Daniel. Daniel is a software engineer who was technically excellent but struggled to advance his career because he could not build the relationships necessary for leadership opportunities. Despite his competence, colleagues and managers did not seem drawn to work with him or include him in important projects. Daniel assumed that professional success was purely merit-based and could not understand why less technically skilled colleagues were being promoted ahead of him. He felt frustrated and overlooked despite his strong performance reviews. Everything changed when Daniel learned about the psychology of attraction and began understanding what makes people naturally gravitate towards certain individuals. By applying these principles, Daniel transformed his professional relationships and was promoted to senior engineer within 8 months. Today, you are going to learn the exact attraction principles Daniel uses to become someone others naturally choose for collaboration, mentorship, and advancement opportunities. Attraction principle number 1, the security and stability signal. People are naturally drawn to individuals who make them feel safe, secure, and emotionally stable. This security can be emotional, professional, or social, and involves creating environments where others feel comfortable being themselves. Security signaling includes consistent behavior, reliable follow-through, emotional regulation during stress, and creating psychological safety where others can share ideas and concerns without fear of judgment or retaliation. This principle works because uncertainty and instability create stress and anxiety, while security allows people to relax and perform at their best. Daniel learned to signal security by maintaining consistent communication patterns, following through on all commitments regardless of size, and responding to stress and setbacks with calm problem-solving rather than emotional reactivity. This consistency made colleagues feel confident about depending on Daniel for important projects and created trust that enabled deeper professional relationships. Here is how to develop security signaling. First, maintain consistent behavior and communication patterns across different situations and stress levels. Second, follow through on all commitments, especially small ones that others might not notice. Reliability in small matters builds trust for larger responsibilities. Third, practice emotional regulation techniques so you can remain calm and solution-focused during challenging situations. Catherine, from our previous chapter, applied security signaling by maintaining professional composure even when dealing with difficult colleagues, which made her a trusted resource for team members. Patricia used this principle in consultant relationships by providing consistent communication and reliable project delivery that made clients feel confident in her abilities. Robert demonstrated security through technical leadership by remaining calm during system failures and providing steady guidance that helped teams solve problems effectively. Attraction principle number 2, the growth and possibility catalyst. People are attracted to individuals who help them see new possibilities for themselves and support their growth and development. Being a growth catalyst means inspiring others to pursue their potential and providing resources that help them succeed. Growth catalysis includes sharing opportunities, providing mentorship and guidance, connecting people with valuable resources, and helping others develop skills and capabilities they did not know they had. This principle works because everyone wants to grow and improve, but many people lack confidence or clarity about how to pursue their potential. Daniel became a growth catalyst by sharing learning resources with colleagues, volunteering to mentor junior developers, and helping team members identify and pursue new technical skills that aligned with their interests. This support made colleagues associate Daniel with their own professional development and career advancement, which created strong positive feelings toward him. Here is how to become a growth catalyst. First, pay attention to others' interests and aspirations, and look for ways to support their development goals. Second, share resources, opportunities, and connections that might benefit others even when there is no immediate benefit to you. Third, provide encouragement and support when others are pursuing challenging goals or learning new skills. Nicole applied growth catalysis in her marketing role by helping colleagues develop skills in areas she had mastered while learning from their expertise in different domains. Amanda used this principle in team management by actively supporting each team member's career development goals and connecting them with growth opportunities. Jessica became a growth catalyst by sharing her strategic thinking skills with colleagues while learning from their technical and operational expertise. Attraction principle number 3. The authentic appreciation and recognition. People are naturally drawn to individuals who notice and appreciate their contributions, efforts, and positive qualities. Authentic appreciation goes beyond generic praise to specific recognition of what makes someone valuable and unique. Authentic appreciation includes noticing others' strengths and contributions, expressing specific gratitude for their efforts, and helping others feel seen and valued for who they really are. This principle works because everyone wants to feel appreciated and recognized, but many people rarely receive specific positive feedback about their contributions and character. Daniel learned to provide authentic appreciation by noticing colleagues' specific technical contributions, acknowledging their problem-solving approaches, and expressing genuine gratitude for their collaboration and support. This appreciation made colleagues feel valued and recognized, which created positive associations with working with Daniel. Here is how to provide authentic appreciation. First, notice specific contributions and positive qualities rather than offering generic praise or compliments. Second, express appreciation both privately and publicly when appropriate to maximize the positive impact. Third, focus on character and effort rather than just outcomes to show that you value the person, not just their productivity. David applied authentic appreciation in sales by recognizing clients' business expertise and decision-making skills rather than just praising them for choosing his services. Rachel used this principle in team leadership by acknowledging each team member's unique contributions and celebrating their individual strengths and growth. Michael provided authentic appreciation to business partners by recognizing their specific expertise and contributions to shared success. Attraction principle number 4. The energy and enthusiasm multiplier. People are attracted to individuals who amplify positive energy and enthusiasm in group settings. Energy multipliers make experiences more enjoyable and help others feel more engaged and motivated. Energy multiplication includes bringing genuine enthusiasm to interactions, helping others feel excited about projects and possibilities, and creating positive emotional experiences through your presence. This principle works because positive energy is contagious and people prefer to spend time in environments that make them feel energized and optimistic. Daniel learned to multiply energy by expressing genuine enthusiasm for technical challenges and innovations, celebrating team successes, and maintaining optimism about project possibilities even during difficult phases. This positive energy made colleagues want to include Daniel in important projects because working with him felt more engaging and enjoyable. Here is how to become an energy multiplier. First, cultivate genuine enthusiasm for your work and the people you collaborate with rather than forcing artificial positivity. Second, celebrate others' successes and milestones to create positive shared experiences and memories. Third, maintain optimism about possibilities and solutions while acknowledging challenges realistically. Lisa applied energy multiplication in technical collaborations by bringing genuine excitement to problem-solving sessions and celebrating innovative solutions. Kevin used this principle in client relationships by expressing authentic enthusiasm for clients' business goals and maintaining optimism about achieving challenging objectives. Alex became an energy multiplier in creative work by bringing genuine excitement to brainstorming sessions and celebrating creative breakthroughs and innovations. Attraction principle number 5. The competence and excellence standard. People are drawn to individuals who demonstrate high standards of competence and excellence because association with excellent people elevates their own status and capabilities. Competence attraction includes consistently delivering high-quality work, demonstrating expertise in your field, and maintaining professional standards that others aspire to reach. This principle works because people want to associate with excellence, both to learn from it and to benefit from the positive reputation that comes from working with highly competent individuals. Daniel developed competence attraction by consistently delivering excellent technical solutions, staying current with industry developments, and sharing his expertise generously with colleagues. This competence made Daniel someone others wanted to work with because they knew projects would be successful and they would learn valuable skills. Here is how to develop competence attraction. First, continuously improve your skills and knowledge to maintain expertise in your field. Second, consistently deliver high-quality work that exceeds expectations rather than just meeting minimum requirements. Third, share your expertise and knowledge generously to help others improve their own competence. Marcus applied competence attraction by becoming the go-to person for complex technical challenges and sharing his problem-solving approaches with team members. Sarah used this principle in project management by consistently delivering projects on time and under budget while helping others develop their own project management skills. Jennifer demonstrated competence in sales by developing deep expertise in her clients' industries and sharing valuable insights that helped them achieve their business goals. Attraction principle number 6, the curiosity and genuine interest. People are attracted to individuals who show genuine curiosity about them and interest in their perspectives, experiences, and ideas. This curiosity makes others feel interesting and valued. Genuine interest includes asking thoughtful questions about others' work and experiences, listening actively to their responses, and remembering details about their lives and interests. This principle works because everyone wants to feel interesting and valued, but many people rarely experience genuine curiosity and attention from others. Daniel learned to show genuine interest by asking colleagues about their technical approaches, learning about their career backgrounds, and remembering details about their interests and goals. This curiosity made colleagues feel valued and appreciated, which created strong positive feelings toward Daniel and made them want to spend more time with him. Here is how to develop genuine curiosity and interest. First, ask thoughtful questions about others' work, experiences, and perspectives, rather than just talking about yourself. Second, listen actively and ask follow-up questions that show you are genuinely engaged with what they are sharing. Third, remember details about others' interests and follow up on previous conversations to show that you value what they have shared. Amanda applied genuine interest in team management by learning about each team member's career goals, personal interests, and preferred working styles. Robert used this principle in professional relationships by showing curiosity about colleagues' technical expertise and learning from their different approaches to problem solving. Patricia demonstrated genuine interest in consultant relationships by learning about clients' business challenges and industry dynamics beyond just her specific project scope. Now you understand the 6 principles that create lasting attraction in professional and personal relationships. The key insight is that attraction is not about manipulating others, but about genuinely providing value and positive experiences that make others want to be around you. These principles work because they fulfill fundamental human needs for security, growth, appreciation, energy, competence, and connection that everyone seeks in their relationships and interactions. Here is what we covered in this chapter: the security and stability signal that makes others feel safe and confident, growth and possibility catalysis that helps others pursue their potential, authentic appreciation and recognition that makes others feel valued and seen, energy and enthusiasm multiplication that creates positive shared experiences, competence and excellence standards that elevate everyone's performance, and curiosity and genuine interest that makes others feel interesting and valued. In our next chapter, we're going to explore how to build unbreakable trust and connection in professional settings. You will learn the specific behaviors and communication patterns that create deep professional relationships that support your career advancement. But before we move on, Think about which attraction principles you already use effectively and which ones you could develop further. Start with 1 or 2 principles and practice them consistently before adding others. Remember that attraction is about serving others and creating positive experiences rather than trying to get something from them. When you focus on providing genuine value and positive energy, attraction happens naturally. Let us continue with Chapter 16, where you will learn to build trust and influence in professional settings that accelerate your career success. Chapter 16. Building Trust and Influence in Professional Settings. Professional success depends more on your ability to build trust and influence than on your technical skills or academic credentials. The people who advance fastest in their careers are those who can build strong relationships that create opportunities, support, and advocacy from colleagues and leadership. Trust and influence cannot be demanded or manipulated into existence. They must be earned through consistent behavior patterns that demonstrate reliability, competence, and genuine care for others' success and well-being. Understanding how to build professional trust and influence strategically will accelerate your career advancement while creating a network of relationships that provide ongoing support and opportunities throughout your professional life. Let me tell you about Monica. Monica is a financial analyst who was technically excellent but struggled to advance beyond individual contributor roles because she had not developed the trust and influence necessary for leadership positions. Monica would complete her assignments well, but remained largely invisible to senior leadership and had few strong relationships with colleagues who might advocate for her advancement or include her in important strategic discussions. Monica realized that technical competence alone was insufficient for career growth and began focusing on building the trust and influence that would position her for leadership opportunities. Within 18 months, Monica was promoted to senior analyst and became a key advisor to executive leadership. Today, you are going to learn the exact strategies Monica uses to build unbreakable professional trust and influence. Trust building strategy number 1. Consistent reliability and follow-through. Trust begins with reliability in small matters before it can extend to larger responsibilities. Every commitment you make and keep builds trust, while every commitment you break or ignore erodes trust. Reliability includes meeting deadlines, following through on promises, arriving prepared for meetings, and maintaining consistent quality standards regardless of the size or visibility of the task. This strategy works because reliability in small matters demonstrates character and competence that others can depend on for important responsibilities. Monica transformed her professional reputation by becoming obsessively reliable about small commitments like responding to emails promptly, arriving on time for meetings, and delivering complete work by promised deadlines. This reliability made colleagues and managers feel confident about depending on Monica for important projects and created trust that enabled larger opportunities. Here is how to build trust through reliability. First, make fewer commitments, but keep every one you make, regardless of how small or seemingly unimportant it might be. Second, under-promise and over-deliver by setting realistic expectations and then exceeding them whenever possible. Third, communicate proactively when circumstances might prevent you from meeting commitments rather than hoping no one will notice delays or problems. Daniel from our previous chapter applied reliability building by consistently delivering technical solutions on schedule and communicating early when he identified potential delays or complications. Catherine used this strategy to rebuild trust after toxic workplace experiences by demonstrating unwavering reliability in all professional commitments, regardless of size. Robert built trust through reliability by maintaining consistent technical standards and delivery schedules that colleagues could count on during complex projects. Trust building strategy number 2. Transparent communication and honesty. Trust requires honest communication about both positive and negative information. People need to know they can rely on you for accurate information and honest assessments, even when the truth is uncomfortable. Transparent communication includes sharing relevant information proactively admitting mistakes and limitations honestly, and providing realistic assessments of challenges and opportunities. This strategy works because people can only trust individuals they believe will tell them the truth, rather than just what they want to hear. Monica built trust by providing honest assessments of financial risks and opportunities, even when her analysis contradicted popular opinions or optimistic projections from senior leadership. This honesty established Monica as a reliable source of accurate information, which made executives seek her input on important decisions. Here is how to build trust through transparent communication. First, share relevant information proactively rather than waiting for others to ask or discover it independently. Second, admit mistakes and limitations honestly rather than trying to hide problems or appear perfect. Third, provide balanced assessments that acknowledge both opportunities and risks, rather than telling people only what they want to hear. Amanda applied transparent communication in team management by sharing both positive feedback and areas for improvement honestly with team members. Patricia used this strategy in consulting by providing clients with realistic assessments of project challenges and timelines rather than optimistic projections that might win contracts but create future problems. Nicole built trust through honest communication about her learning goals and areas where she needed support rather than pretending to have expertise she lacked. Trust-building strategy number 3. Competent problem-solving and value creation. Trust grows when people see that you can solve problems effectively and create value for the organization and colleagues. Competence builds confidence that investing in your success will benefit everyone involved. Competent value creation includes developing expertise that benefits others, solving problems that matter to the organization, and finding ways to make others more successful in their roles. This strategy works because people trust individuals who demonstrate the ability to deliver results and contribute meaningfully to shared goals. Monica built trust through competence by developing expertise in financial modeling and analysis that helped other departments make better strategic decisions. Her analytical skills became valuable resources that colleagues relied on for their own success, which created strong advocacy for her advancement. Here is how to build trust through competence and value creation. First, develop expertise that solves real problems for your organization and colleagues. Second, look for opportunities to contribute to others' success rather than focusing only on your own responsibilities and advancement. Third, stay current with industry developments and best practices so your knowledge remains valuable and relevant. Jessica applied competence building by developing strategic planning skills that helped her team and organization navigate complex market challenges. Kevin used this strategy by becoming an expert in client relationship management that helped his entire sales organization improve their effectiveness. Marcus built trust through technical competence by developing specialized skills that solved difficult engineering problems for multiple teams. Trust-building strategy number 4. Supportive advocacy and collaboration. Trust deepens when people know you will support their success and advocate for their interests even when it does not directly benefit you. This demonstrates that you value relationships and shared success over personal advancement alone. Supportive advocacy includes promoting others' ideas and contributions, providing help during challenging projects, and speaking positively about colleagues' work and capabilities. This strategy works because people trust individuals who demonstrate genuine care for others' success and well-being rather than just their own advancement. Monica built trust by actively promoting colleagues' contributions during meetings, volunteering to help with challenging projects, and advocating for team members' advancement opportunities. This supportive behavior created reciprocal loyalty and advocacy that accelerated Monica's own career advancement. Here is how to build trust through supportive advocacy. First, look for opportunities to promote others' ideas and contributions publicly, rather than taking credit or remaining silent. Second, volunteer to help colleagues with challenging projects, even when it requires extra effort without immediate personal benefit. Third, speak positively about colleagues' capabilities and contributions when talking with leadership and other teams. Rachel applied supportive advocacy and team leadership by actively promoting team members' contributions to upper management and advocating for their development opportunities. David used this strategy in business development by introducing clients to other service providers when it better served their needs, even if it meant losing potential revenue. Lisa built trust through advocacy by promoting colleagues' technical innovations and helping them receive recognition for their contributions. Trust-building strategy number 5, emotional intelligence and professional maturity. Trust requires emotional intelligence and professional maturity that creates stable, positive interactions even during stressful or challenging situations. Emotional intelligence includes managing your own emotions appropriately, reading and responding to others' emotional needs, and creating psychologically safe environments for collaboration and communication. This strategy works because people trust individuals who can be counted on to respond professionally and thoughtfully regardless of circumstances or pressure. Monica built trust by maintaining professional composure during high-stress financial crises, responding thoughtfully to criticism and feedback, and creating environments where colleagues felt comfortable sharing concerns and ideas. This emotional maturity made Monica someone others wanted to work with and rely on during challenging situations. Here is how to build trust through emotional intelligence. First, practice emotional regulation techniques so you can respond thoughtfully rather than reactively during difficult situations. Second, develop empathy and awareness of others' emotional needs and respond supportively when appropriate. Third, create psychological safety by responding to mistakes and conflicts with problem-solving focus rather than blame or punishment. Robert applied emotional intelligence by remaining calm during technical crises and helping team members work through problems without blame or criticism. Alex used this strategy in creative collaborations by managing creative conflicts professionally and helping teams navigate differing opinions productively. Sarah built trust through emotional maturity by responding to project setbacks with solution-focused thinking rather than emotional reactions or blame. Trust-building strategy number 6, long-term relationship focus. Trust building requires long-term thinking about relationships rather than short-term transactional approaches. People trust individuals who demonstrate commitment to ongoing relationships rather than just immediate exchanges. Long-term relationship focus includes investing in relationships before you need them, maintaining connections consistently over time, and prioritizing relationship health over short-term gains. This strategy works because trust develops over time through repeated positive interactions and consistent behavior patterns. Monica built trust by maintaining relationships with colleagues even when they could not immediately help her career, staying in touch with former team members, and prioritizing relationship health over winning individual conflicts or negotiations. This long-term focus created a network of trusted relationships that provided ongoing support and opportunities throughout her career. Here is how to build trust through long-term relationship focus. First, invest time and energy in relationships before you need them rather than only reaching out when you want something. Second, maintain consistent contact with colleagues and professional connections even when there is no immediate business need. Third, prioritize relationship health over winning individual conflicts or negotiations that might damage long-term trust. Michael applied long-term relationship focus by maintaining connections with former clients and colleagues who became valuable referral sources and advocates. Jennifer used this strategy by investing in relationships with colleagues across different departments rather than focusing only on immediate sales team connections. Amanda built trust through long-term thinking by developing relationships with employees at all levels, rather than focusing only on senior leadership connections. Now you understand the 6 strategies that build unbreakable professional trust and influence. The key insight is that trust cannot be rushed or manipulated, but must be earned through consistent behavior over time. These strategies work because they demonstrate the character qualities that people look for in trusted colleagues and leaders: reliability, honesty, competence, supportiveness, emotional maturity, and long-term commitment to relationships. Here is what we covered in this chapter. consistent reliability and follow-through that builds confidence in your dependability, transparent communication and honesty that establishes you as a trustworthy source of information, competent problem-solving and value creation that demonstrates your ability to contribute meaningfully, supportive advocacy and collaboration that shows genuine care for others' success, emotional intelligence and professional maturity that creates stable, positive interactions, and long-term relationship focus that prioritizes ongoing connections over short-term gains. In our next chapter, we are going to explore neuroplasticity hacks that can literally rewire your brain for success. You will learn cutting-edge techniques based on neuroscience research that accelerate learning, improve performance, and create lasting positive changes in your thinking patterns. But before we move on, assess your current approach to building professional trust and influence. Which strategies do you already use effectively, and which ones could you develop further to accelerate your career advancement? Remember that trust and influence compound over time. The relationships you build today through consistent, trustworthy behavior will provide opportunities and support throughout your entire career. Let us continue with Chapter 17, where you will learn to hack your brain's neuroplasticity for accelerated success and performance improvement. Chapter 17, Rewire Your Brain, 9 Neuroplasticity Hacks for Adults. Your brain has the remarkable ability to reorganize and create new neural pathways throughout your entire life. This neuroplasticity means you can literally rewire your thinking patterns, emotional responses, and behavioral habits to create the professional and personal success you desire. Until recently, scientists believed that adult brains were fixed and unchangeable. However, modern neuroscience reveals that your brain continues to adapt and change based on your experiences, thoughts, and behaviors well into old age. Understanding how to harness neuroplasticity gives you the power to overcome limiting beliefs, develop new skills faster, and create lasting positive changes in how you think and respond to challenges. Let me tell you about Stephen. Stephen is a marketing executive who felt stuck in negative thinking patterns that were limiting his career advancement and personal happiness. Despite his professional success, Stephen struggled with self-doubt, stress reactivity, and difficulty learning new skills quickly. Stephen had tried various self-improvement approaches but found that positive thinking and willpower alone were insufficient to create lasting changes in his mental patterns and emotional responses. Everything changed when Stephen learned about neuroplasticity and began applying specific brain rewiring techniques. Within 6 months, Stephen had transformed his confidence, stress management, and learning capacity, which accelerated both his career advancement and personal satisfaction. Today, you are going to learn the exact neuroplasticity hacks Stephen uses to continuously upgrade his mental performance and emotional resilience. Neuroplasticity hack number 1. Deliberate practice with focused attention. Your brain creates stronger neural pathways when you practice skills with complete focused attention rather than going through motions automatically or while multitasking. Deliberate practice involves concentrating fully on specific skills you want to develop, pushing slightly beyond your current comfort zone, and paying attention to feedback to make immediate corrections. This technique works because focused attention activates neuroplasticity mechanisms that strengthen the neural connections associated with the skills you are practicing. Stephen applied deliberate practice to developing his public speaking skills by practicing presentations with complete focus on specific techniques like vocal variety, eye contact, and storytelling, rather than just rehearsing content automatically. This focused practice accelerated his skill development much faster than traditional preparation methods and built confidence through measurable improvement. Here is how to use deliberate practice for brain rewiring. First, identify specific skills or mental patterns you want to develop and break them down into component parts you can practice individually. Second, practice with complete focused attention for short, intensive sessions rather than long, distracted sessions. Third, seek immediate feedback and make corrections during practice, rather than waiting until later to assess your performance. Monica, from our previous chapter, used deliberate practice to develop her financial analysis communication skills by focusing intensively on explaining complex concepts clearly rather than just rehearsing presentations. Daniel applied this technique to improve his technical problem solving by practicing systematic debugging approaches with complete attention, rather than using trial and error methods. Robert used deliberate practice to develop emotional regulation skills by focusing intensively on breathing and reframing techniques during actual stressful situations. Neuroplasticity hack number 2: cross-training and skill combination. Your brain creates new neural pathways more effectively when you combine different types of learning and practice rather than focusing on isolated skills. Cross-training involves practicing related skills simultaneously, combining physical and mental activities, and applying skills from one domain to challenges in another domain. This technique works because novel combinations of activities activate neuroplasticity more effectively than repetitive practice of isolated skills. Stephen enhanced his leadership development by combining public speaking practice with improvisation exercises and physical movement, rather than just practicing presentations in isolation. This cross-training approach developed multiple related skills simultaneously while creating stronger neural pathways through varied practice. Here is how to use cross-training for brain enhancement. First, identify skills that complement each other and practice them in combination rather than isolation. Second, combine physical movement with mental learning to activate multiple brain regions simultaneously. Third, apply skills from one domain to challenges in different areas to create novel neural connections. Catherine applied cross-training by combining project management skills with creative problem-solving exercises and physical activities like walking meetings. Patricia used this technique to enhance her consulting effectiveness by combining analytical thinking with artistic activities and physical exercise. Jessica enhanced her strategic thinking by combining business analysis with creative writing and movement-based learning activities. Neuroplasticity. Hack number 3: visualization and mental rehearsal. Your brain cannot distinguish between vividly imagined experiences and real experiences when creating neural pathways. Mental rehearsal activates the same brain regions as actual practice. Effective visualization involves creating detailed mental images of successful performance, including sensory details, emotions, and specific actions you want to master. This technique works because mental rehearsal strengthens neural pathways without requiring actual practice time and prepares your brain for successful real-world performance. Stephen used visualization to prepare for challenging presentations by mentally rehearsing successful delivery, including the feeling of confidence, audience engagement, and smooth transitions between topics. This mental rehearsal improved his actual presentation performance and built confidence through repeated imagined success experiences. Here is how to use visualization for brain rewiring. First, create detailed mental images of successful performance, including sensory details and emotional experiences. Second, practice visualization consistently for short daily sessions rather than occasional long sessions. Third, combine visualization with actual practice to maximize neuroplasticity benefits. Nicole applied visualization to improve her networking skills by mentally rehearsing confident introductions and engaging conversations before attending professional events. Alex used this technique to enhance creative performance by visualizing successful brainstorming sessions and innovative solution development. Marcus applied visualization to technical problem solving by mentally rehearsing systematic approaches to complex debugging challenges. Neuroplasticity hack number 4: novelty and challenge progression. Your brain creates new neural pathways most effectively when exposed to novel challenges that are difficult enough to require effort but achievable with focused attention. Novelty and challenge progression involves regularly introducing new learning experiences, gradually increasing difficulty levels, and varying practice methods to maintain brain engagement. This technique works because novelty activates neuroplasticity mechanisms while appropriate challenge levels maintain motivation and prevent overwhelm. Stephen enhanced his brain plasticity by regularly learning new skills outside his professional expertise. traveling to unfamiliar places, and taking on projects that required developing new capabilities. This novelty-seeking accelerated his overall learning capacity and made him more adaptable to changing professional requirements. Here is how to use novelty and challenge for brain enhancement. First, regularly expose yourself to new learning experiences outside your comfort zone. Second, gradually increase challenge levels as your skills develop to maintain optimal learning stimulation. Third, vary your learning methods and environments to maximize novelty benefits. Amanda applied novelty seeking by learning new languages and taking on team management challenges that required developing different leadership skills. David used this technique to enhance his sales capabilities by regularly learning about new industries and developing expertise in unfamiliar business domains. Lisa enhanced her technical adaptability by regularly learning new programming languages and taking on projects that required mastering unfamiliar technologies. Neuroplasticity hack number 5. Sleep optimization for memory consolidation. Your brain consolidates new learning and creates permanent neural pathways during sleep cycles. Optimizing sleep quality accelerates learning and skill development significantly. Sleep optimization includes maintaining consistent sleep schedules, creating optimal sleep environments, and timing learning activities to maximize consolidation during sleep. This technique works because memory consolidation and neural pathway formation occur primarily during deep sleep and REM sleep cycles. Stephen transformed his learning capacity by prioritizing sleep quality and timing important learning sessions to maximize consolidation during subsequent sleep periods. This sleep optimization accelerated his skill development and improved his ability to retain and apply new information. Here is how to optimize sleep for brain rewiring. First, maintain consistent sleep and wake times to optimize natural circadian rhythms. Second, create optimal sleep environments that are cool, dark, and quiet to maximize deep sleep and REM cycles. Third, avoid intense learning immediately before bed, but review important information earlier in the evening to enhance consolidation. Robert applied sleep optimization to enhance his technical learning by maintaining consistent sleep schedules and reviewing complex material several hours before bedtime. Rachel used this technique to improve her leadership skill development by prioritizing sleep quality and timing management training to maximize consolidation. Sarah enhanced her project management learning by optimizing sleep schedules and reviewing important concepts during optimal consolidation windows. Neuroplasticity, hack number 6, meditation and mindfulness training. Regular meditation practice literally changes brain structure by increasing gray matter density in areas associated with attention, emotional regulation, and self-awareness. Effective meditation for neuroplasticity includes focused attention practices, mindfulness of present moment experiences, and loving kindness meditation that enhances emotional regulation. This technique works because meditation activates neuroplasticity mechanisms while reducing stress hormones that inhibit brain plasticity and learning. Stephen developed a daily meditation practice that enhanced his attention control, emotional regulation, and stress resilience, which improved his overall cognitive performance and learning capacity. This meditation practice created measurable changes in brain structure that supported all other learning and development activities. Here is how to use meditation for brain enhancement. First, establish a consistent daily meditation practice, even if only for 5 to 10 minutes initially. Second, focus on present moment attention and awareness, rather than trying to stop thoughts completely. Third, gradually increase practice duration and explore different meditation techniques to maximize neuroplasticity benefits. Kevin applied meditation training to enhance his client relationship skills by developing greater emotional awareness and regulation during challenging negotiations. Michael used mindfulness practice to improve his business development effectiveness by enhancing attention and reducing stress reactivity during high-pressure situations. Jennifer enhanced her sales performance through meditation practice that improved her ability to read client emotions and respond appropriately. Neuroplasticity hack number 7, social learning and teaching others. Your brain creates stronger neural pathways when you learn in social contexts and teach skills to others rather than learning in isolation. Social learning includes collaborative problem solving, peer teaching and mentoring, and explaining concepts to others who are learning similar skills. This technique works because social interaction activates multiple brain regions simultaneously, while teaching others requires deeper understanding that strengthens your own neural pathways. Stephen accelerated his leadership development by joining mastermind groups, mentoring junior colleagues, and collaborating on challenging projects rather than pursuing individual development activities alone. This social learning approach enhanced his skill development while building valuable professional relationships. Here is how to use social learning for brain enhancement. First, seek opportunities to learn collaboratively with others who share similar development goals. Second, teach or mentor others in areas where you have expertise to strengthen your own neural pathways through explanation and demonstration. Third, join communities and groups focused on skills you want to develop rather than learning in isolation. Alex applied social learning to enhance creative skills by joining creative collaboratives and teaching design principles to colleagues from different departments. Patricia used this technique to develop consulting expertise by participating in professional groups and mentoring newer consultants. Amanda enhanced her leadership capabilities through peer learning groups and mentoring relationships with other managers. Neuroplasticity hack number 8. Physical exercise and brain-derived neurotrophic factor. Regular physical exercise increases production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which promotes neuroplasticity and enhances learning and memory formation. Effective exercise for brain enhancement includes cardiovascular activities, strength training, and complex movement patterns that require coordination and balance. This technique works because exercise increases blood flow to the brain while stimulating production of chemicals that promote neural growth and connectivity. Stephen integrated regular exercise into his development routine and found that physical activity dramatically enhanced his cognitive performance and learning capacity. This exercise integration created a foundation of brain health that supported all other neuroplasticity enhancement techniques. Here is how to use exercise for brain enhancement. First, engage in regular cardiovascular exercise that elevates heart rate and increases blood flow to the brain. Second, include strength training and complex movement patterns that require coordination and balance. Third, time exercise sessions to precede important learning activities when possible to maximize neuroplasticity benefits. Daniel applied exercise enhancement by combining physical workouts with technical learning sessions and found that exercise improved his problem-solving capabilities. Lisa used this technique to enhance her learning capacity by integrating movement breaks into intensive study sessions and technical skill development. Marcus enhanced his cognitive performance through regular exercise that improved his ability to focus during complex technical challenges. Neuroplasticity hack number 9. Nutritional support for brain plasticity. Your brain requires specific nutrients to support neuroplasticity and optimal cognitive performance. Strategic nutrition can enhance your brain's ability to form new neural pathways. Brain-supportive nutrition includes omega-3 fatty acids, antioxidants, B vitamins, and adequate hydration, while avoiding excessive sugar and processed foods that impair cognitive function. This technique works because neuroplasticity requires metabolic resources and specific nutrients to support neural growth and repair processes. Stephen optimized his nutrition to support brain performance and found that dietary changes enhanced his energy, focus, and learning capacity significantly. This nutritional foundation supported all other neuroplasticity techniques and created sustained cognitive enhancement. Here is how to use nutrition for brain enhancement. First, include omega-3 rich foods like fish, nuts, and seeds that support neural membrane health. Second, consume antioxidant-rich foods like berries and leafy greens that protect against cognitive decline. Third, maintain stable blood sugar through balanced meals and adequate hydration to support consistent cognitive performance. Catherine applied nutritional brain support by optimizing her diet for cognitive performance and found that proper nutrition enhanced her ability to handle work stress. Robert used this technique to support his technical learning by maintaining brain-supportive nutrition that enhanced focus and memory formation. Nicole enhanced her emotional regulation through nutritional strategies that supported neurotransmitter production and stress resilience. Now you understand 9 powerful techniques for harnessing neuroplasticity to rewire your brain for success. The key insight is that your brain remains changeable throughout your life, and you can direct that change through specific practices and lifestyle choices. These techniques work best when combined rather than used in isolation. Creating a comprehensive brain enhancement program that includes multiple neuroplasticity hacks will accelerate your development and create lasting positive changes. Here is what we covered in this chapter. Deliberate practice with focused attention that strengthens specific neural pathways. Cross-training and skill combination that creates novel neural connections. Visualization and mental rehearsal that activates the same brain regions as actual practice. Novelty and challenge progression that maintains optimal learning stimulation. Sleep optimization for memory consolidation during rest cycles. Meditation and mindfulness training that increases gray matter density. Social learning and teaching others that strengthens understanding through explanation. Physical exercise that increases brain-derived neurotrophic factor. And nutritional support that provides metabolic resources for neural growth. In our next chapter, we are going to explore the hidden psychology of high achievers and learn the mental patterns and strategies that separate exceptional performers from average ones. You will discover what really drives sustained success and excellence. But before we move on, choose 2 or 3 neuroplasticity hacks to implement consistently for the next month. Brain rewiring requires consistent practice over time rather than sporadic intense efforts. Remember that neuroplasticity means you can continue growing and improving throughout your entire life. The limitations you think you have may simply reflect neural patterns that can be changed through targeted practice and lifestyle optimization. Let us continue with Chapter 18, where you will learn the psychological secrets that drive exceptional performance and sustained success. Chapter 18. The hidden psychology of high achievers. High achievers are not born with special talents or advantages that guarantee their success. They develop specific psychological patterns and mental strategies that enable them to perform at exceptional levels consistently over time. Understanding the hidden psychology of high achievers gives you access to the mental frameworks and behavioral patterns that separate extraordinary performers from those who remain average, despite having similar capabilities and opportunities. Most people focus on the external behaviors of successful individuals without understanding the internal psychological mechanisms that drive those behaviors. However, sustainable high achievement comes from mastering the mental game that underlies all exceptional performance. Let me tell you about Victoria. Victoria is a senior consultant who spent years working harder than her colleagues, but achieving only moderate success. She could not understand why others with similar skills and work ethic were advancing faster and achieving better results. Victoria assumed that success was primarily about effort and intelligence, but discovered that high achievers think and approach challenges fundamentally differently than average performers. When Victoria learned to adopt the psychological patterns of high achievers, her results transformed dramatically. She was promoted to partner within 2 years and became one of the top performers in her organization. Today, you are going to learn the exact psychological patterns Victoria uses to achieve and sustain exceptional performance. High Achiever Psychology Pattern. Number 1. Systems thinking versus goal obsession. Most people focus intensely on specific goals and outcomes, while high achievers focus on building systems and processes that naturally generate successful results over time. Systems thinking involves creating reliable processes, developing consistent habits, and building capabilities that produce success regardless of external circumstances or specific goal outcomes. This approach works because systems are controllable, while outcomes often depend on factors beyond your direct influence. Focusing on systems reduces anxiety, while increasing actual performance. Victoria transformed her consulting practice by focusing on building systematic approaches to client relationships, proposal development, and service delivery, rather than obsessing over individual deal outcomes. This systems focus made her more reliable and effective, while reducing the stress and inconsistency that came from outcome-focused thinking. Here is how to develop systems thinking. First, identify the processes and behaviors that lead to successful outcomes in your field, and focus on improving those systems rather than just pursuing specific goals. Second, measure and track process indicators rather than only monitoring outcome metrics. Third, continuously refine and optimize your systems based on feedback and results rather than abandoning approaches after temporary setbacks. Stephen from our previous chapter applied systems thinking to his leadership development by creating systematic approaches to skill development rather than setting vague goals about becoming a better leader. Monica used this approach in financial analysis by developing systematic processes for research and communication, rather than focusing only on specific project outcomes. Daniel applied systems thinking to technical problem solving by creating reliable debugging and development processes rather than relying on inspiration or random effort. High achiever psychology pattern number 2. Growth identity versus fixed identity. High achievers define themselves by their capacity to learn and grow rather than by their current skills or achievements. This growth identity enables continuous improvement and resilience during setbacks. Growth identity involves viewing challenges as opportunities to develop capabilities, seeing failures as learning experiences, and defining success by progress rather than perfection. This mindset works because it maintains motivation during difficulties while enabling continuous adaptation to changing requirements and opportunities. Victoria developed a growth identity by defining herself as someone who continuously improves her consulting capabilities rather than someone who is already an expert consultant. This identity shift enabled her to seek feedback actively, learn from mistakes without defending her ego, and adapt to changing client needs more effectively. Here is how to develop growth identity. First, define yourself by your learning capacity and improvement trajectory rather than your current skill level or achievements. Second, actively seek challenges that push your capabilities beyond your current comfort zone. Third, view setbacks and failures as data about how to improve rather than evidence of inadequacy or fixed limitations. Robert applied growth identity by viewing technical challenges as opportunities to develop new skills rather than threats to his existing expertise. Catherine used this approach to transform her response to workplace difficulties by seeing toxic situations as opportunities to develop resilience and professional skills. Patricia developed growth identity in consulting by focusing on capability development rather than defending her existing expertise against client challenges. High achiever psychology pattern number 3. Internal scorecard versus external validation. High achievers measure their success primarily by internal standards and personal values rather than seeking constant external validation and approval from others. Internal scorecard thinking involves setting personal standards for excellence, evaluating performance based on your own values and goals, and maintaining confidence independent of others' opinions. This approach works because external validation is unreliable and often misaligned with actual performance quality, while internal standards provide consistent motivation and direction. Victoria developed an internal scorecard by defining her own standards for client service excellence and professional development, rather than depending on client feedback or peer recognition for self-worth. This internal focus enabled her to maintain high standards and confidence even when external feedback was inconsistent or unavailable. Here is how to develop internal scorecard thinking. First, define your own standards for excellence and success based on your values and long-term objectives. Second, evaluate your performance primarily against these internal standards rather than seeking constant external validation. Third, use external feedback as information to improve rather than as the primary source of self-worth and confidence. Nicole applied internal scorecard thinking by defining her own standards for relationship health rather than depending on partners' approval for self-esteem. Jessica used this approach in her career by setting personal standards for strategic contribution rather than measuring success only by external recognition. Alex developed internal scorecard thinking in creative work by establishing personal standards for innovation and quality rather than depending on client approval alone. High achiever psychology pattern number 4. Delayed gratification and long-term optimization. High achievers consistently choose actions that benefit their long-term success over immediate comfort or pleasure. This delayed gratification enables compound growth and sustained excellence. Long-term optimization involves making daily choices that build capabilities and opportunities over time, investing in relationships and skills that provide future benefits, and maintaining discipline during periods when progress is not immediately visible. This approach works because sustained success requires consistent effort over time, while most people abandon effective strategies when immediate results are not apparent. Victoria practiced delayed gratification by investing time in relationship building and skill development that did not provide immediate financial returns, but created long-term competitive advantages. This long-term focus enabled her to build a sustainable consulting practice that generated increasing returns over time. Here is how to develop delayed gratification thinking. First, make daily decisions based on long-term benefit rather than immediate comfort or convenience. Second, invest consistently in capabilities and relationships that will provide future advantages, even when immediate returns are not visible. Third, maintain perspective during difficult periods by focusing on long-term trajectory rather than short-term fluctuations. David applied delayed gratification in business development by investing time in relationship building and expertise development that created long-term competitive advantages. Marcus used this approach in technical career development by consistently learning new skills and technologies that provided future opportunities rather than focusing only on immediate project requirements. Lisa applied long-term thinking to her professional development by building capabilities that would support future leadership roles rather than optimizing only for current responsibilities. High achiever psychology pattern number 5. Ownership mentality versus victim mentality. High achievers take complete ownership of their results and circumstances rather than blaming external factors for their outcomes. This ownership mentality enables active problem solving and continuous improvement. Ownership thinking involves focusing on what you can control and influence, taking responsibility for results regardless of external circumstances, and viewing obstacles as problems to solve rather than excuses for poor performance. This approach works because ownership thinking directs energy towards solution finding and capability building, while victim thinking wastes energy on blame and complaint without improving results. Victoria developed ownership mentality by taking complete responsibility for her consulting results, regardless of client behavior, economic conditions, or organizational politics. This ownership focus enabled her to find creative solutions to challenges rather than making excuses for disappointing outcomes. Here is how to develop ownership mentality. First, focus consistently on factors you can control and influence rather than spending energy on external circumstances beyond your power. Second, take responsibility for all results and outcomes while learning from both successes and failures. Third, view obstacles and setbacks as problems to solve rather than reasons why success is impossible. Amanda applied ownership thinking in team management by taking responsibility for team performance rather than blaming individual team members for poor results. Kevin used this approach in client relationships by focusing on what he could control to improve outcomes rather than complaining about difficult client behavior. Sarah developed ownership mentality in project management by taking responsibility for project success, regardless of resource constraints or stakeholder challenges. High achiever psychology pattern number 6. Process focus versus outcome attachment. High achievers focus intensely on executing excellent processes while remaining detached from specific outcomes. This process focus reduces anxiety while improving actual performance quality. Process focus involves concentrating on controllable actions and behaviors, maintaining consistent effort regardless of immediate results, and measuring success by process quality rather than only outcome achievement. This approach works because excellent processes naturally generate good outcomes over time, while outcome attachment creates pressure and anxiety that impair performance. Victoria applied process focus by concentrating on delivering exceptional client service and expertise rather than obsessing over individual contract outcomes. This process orientation reduced her stress while improving her actual service quality, which naturally led to better business results. Here is how to develop process focus. First, identify the key processes and behaviors that drive success in your field and focus your attention on executing those excellently. Second, measure and track process quality indicators rather than monitoring only outcome metrics. Third, maintain consistent effort and standards regardless of immediate feedback or results. Michael applied process focus in business development by concentrating on relationship building and value creation rather than obsessing over individual sales outcomes. Jennifer used this approach in sales by focusing on consultative selling processes rather than outcome attachment that created pressure during client interactions. Rachel developed process focus in leadership by concentrating on consistent, supportive behaviors rather than becoming attached to specific team performance outcomes. High achiever psychology pattern number 7. Continuous learning versus knowing everything. High achievers maintain beginner's mind and actively seek new learning opportunities rather than trying to appear knowledgeable or defend existing expertise. Continuous learning involves staying curious about new developments, seeking feedback and mentorship actively, and viewing expertise as a foundation for further learning rather than a destination. This approach works because fields and requirements change continuously, while the ability to learn and adapt remains valuable regardless of specific knowledge that may become obsolete. Victoria embraced continuous learning by regularly seeking new consulting methodologies, industry knowledge, and client feedback rather than relying on past expertise. This learning orientation kept her services current and valuable, while building stronger client relationships through demonstrated growth and adaptation. Here is how to develop continuous learning mindset. First, stay curious and seek new information regularly rather than defending existing knowledge and approaches. Second, actively seek feedback and mentorship from others who have different expertise and perspectives. Third, view your current expertise as a foundation for further learning rather than a complete destination. Robert applied continuous learning by staying current with emerging technologies and seeking mentorship from colleagues with different technical backgrounds. Lisa used this approach by actively learning from colleagues in different departments and seeking feedback on her technical communication and collaboration skills. Marcus developed continuous learning mindset by participating in technical communities and seeking guidance from senior engineers with different specializations. Now you understand the 7 psychological patterns that drive exceptional performance and sustained success. The key insight is that high achievement is more about how you think than what you know or how hard you work. These mental patterns can be developed through conscious practice and application, regardless of your current performance level or natural abilities. Success is primarily a psychological game that anyone can learn to play effectively. Here is what we covered in this chapter. Systems thinking that focuses on processes rather than goal obsession. Growth identity that defines success by learning capacity rather than fixed abilities. Internal scorecard that measures performance by personal standards rather than external validation. Delayed gratification that optimizes for long-term benefit rather than immediate comfort. Ownership mentality that takes responsibility rather than blaming external circumstances. Process focus that concentrates on execution rather than outcome attachment. And continuous learning that maintains curiosity rather than defending existing expertise. In our final chapter, we are going to create your complete transformation blueprint that integrates everything you have learned into a practical action plan for implementing these psychology principles in your daily life. But before we move on, reflect on which high achiever psychology patterns you already use and which ones represent the biggest opportunities for development in your own thinking and approach. Remember that developing these mental patterns requires consistent practice over time. Start with 1 or 2 patterns and gradually integrate others as they become natural parts of your thinking process. Let us continue with Chapter 19, where you will create your personalized blueprint for psychological transformation and sustained success. Chapter 19. Your complete transformation blueprint. You have now learned a comprehensive system of psychological principles and techniques that can transform every aspect of your professional and personal life, from recognizing manipulation tactics to building charismatic presence. From reading micro-expressions to developing emotional mastery, you have the tools to become the person you want to be. However, knowledge without implementation creates no results. The difference between people who transform their lives and those who remain stuck is not what they know, but what they consistently apply in their daily interactions and decisions. This final chapter will help you create a personalized transformation blueprint that integrates the most important concepts from this course into a practical action plan you can implement immediately. Let me tell you about all the people whose stories you have followed throughout this course. Sarah escaped her toxic relationship and built a successful project management career. Marcus overcame his workplace challenges and earned the respect of his colleagues. Rachel advanced to senior leadership through authentic relationship building. David transformed both his business results and his dating life through advanced persuasion principles. Each of these individuals succeeded because they chose specific techniques from what they learned and applied them consistently until they became natural parts of their personality and approach to life. Today, you are going to create your own transformation blueprint based on your specific goals and current situation. Blueprint Foundation Number 1: Self-assessment and priority identification. Your transformation journey begins with honest assessment of your current strengths and areas for development. You cannot improve what you do not acknowledge, and you cannot focus on everything simultaneously. Review the 19 chapters of this course and identify which concepts resonated most strongly with your current challenges and aspirations. Notice which stories and examples felt most relevant to your situation. Create 3 categories. First, skills you already use effectively that you want to strengthen further. Second, completely new areas where you want to develop capabilities. Third, problem areas where you need immediate improvement to remove barriers to your success. Focus your initial efforts on one skill from each category rather than trying to implement everything at once. Sustainable transformation requires focused, consistent effort rather than scattered attempts at comprehensive change. Here is how to complete your self-assessment. First, review each chapter and identify the 3 concepts that seem most relevant to your current situation and goals. Second, honestly evaluate your current skill level in each area, using a scale of 1 to 10 where 1 means no experience and 10 means mastery level competence. Third, choose one concept from each category that you will focus on for the next 90 days before adding additional development areas. For example, you might choose to strengthen your existing networking abilities, develop new micro-expression reading skills, and immediately improve your emotional regulation during stress. Blueprint Foundation Number 2: Implementation planning and habit formation. Transformation requires turning psychological insights into daily habits and behaviors. You need specific plans for how you will practice and apply what you have learned in your real-world interactions. Create implementation plans that specify when, where, and how you will practice each skill you have chosen to develop. Vague intentions lead to inconsistent application, while specific plans create accountability and progress. Use the neuroplasticity principles from Chapter 17 to design practice routines that will rewire your brain effectively. Remember that focused attention, consistent repetition, and gradual challenge progression create the strongest neural pathways. Schedule specific practice times in your calendar rather than hoping you will remember to apply techniques when situations arise. Deliberate practice during low-stakes situations builds competence for high-stakes moments. Here is how to create effective implementation plans. First, identify specific situations where you will practice each skill, such as team meetings, networking events, or difficult conversations. Second, create practice schedules that include both formal skill development time and real-world application opportunities. Third, design feedback mechanisms that help you assess your progress and adjust your approach based on results. For example, if you are developing charismatic presence, you might practice specific techniques during morning coffee conversations, team meetings, and networking events while tracking your confidence and others' responses. Blueprint Foundation number 3, progress tracking and adjustment systems. Successful transformation requires monitoring your progress and adjusting your approach based on feedback and results. You need systems that help you recognize improvement and identify when changes in strategy are needed. Create simple tracking methods that measure both your skill development and the results you achieve through applying psychological techniques. Track process indicators like consistency of practice, as well as outcome indicators like relationship quality and professional opportunities. Review your progress weekly to identify what is working well and what needs adjustment. Celebrate small improvements to maintain motivation while honestly assessing areas that need different approaches. Remember that transformation is not linear. You will experience periods of rapid progress followed by plateaus and temporary setbacks. Consistent effort over time creates lasting change even when daily progress is not always visible. Here is how to create effective progress tracking. First, identify specific indicators that will show you whether your psychological skills are improving, such as feedback from others, confidence levels, and achievement of specific goals. Second, create simple tracking methods such as daily reflection questions or weekly progress reviews that help you monitor development without becoming obsessive about measurement. Third, schedule regular reviews where you assess overall progress and make adjustments to your practice routine and focus areas. For example, you might track your emotional regulation progress by noting stress levels, response quality during difficult situations, and feedback from colleagues about your presence during challenging meetings. Blueprint Foundation number 4, integration with existing goals and activities. Your psychological development should integrate seamlessly with your existing personal and professional goals, rather than becoming a separate set of activities that compete for your time and attention. Identify how improved psychological skills will support your current objectives in career advancement, relationship building, health and fitness, or other important life areas. This integration creates natural motivation and application opportunities. Use existing activities and responsibilities as practice grounds for developing psychological skills, rather than creating entirely new commitments that might become overwhelming or unsustainable. For example, if you are already attending networking events, use them to practice charismatic presence and advance persuasion, rather than adding separate social skill practice activities to your schedule. Here is how to integrate psychological development with existing goals. First, identify how each skill you are developing will support your current personal and professional objectives. Second, find ways to practice psychological techniques during activities you are already engaged in, rather than creating separate practice time that competes with other priorities. Third, set specific targets for how improved psychological skills will contribute to achieving your existing goals, such as career advancement, relationship improvement, or business growth. Blueprint Foundation number 5, environmental design and support systems. Your environment and social connections significantly influence your ability to maintain new behaviors and psychological patterns. Design your surroundings and relationships to support your transformation goals. Identify people in your life who support your growth and development, and spend more time with them. Limit exposure to individuals who discourage change or reinforce old patterns that you are trying to overcome. Create physical and digital environments that remind you of your development goals and make it easier to practice new behaviors. This might include books, apps, reminder systems, or workspace changes that support your psychological growth. Build accountability relationships with people who can provide honest feedback about your progress and encourage you during challenging periods when motivation naturally fluctuates. Here is how to design supportive environments. First, identify relationships and environments that support your growth goals and invest more time and energy in those connections and spaces. Second, minimize exposure to influences that undermine your development efforts or reinforce psychological patterns you are trying to change. Third, create reminder systems and environmental cues that help you remember to apply psychological techniques during daily interactions and decisions. For example, you might join professional groups focused on leadership development, create phone reminders about using specific techniques before important meetings, and limit time with people who drain your energy or discourage your growth efforts. Blueprint Foundation number 6, long-term vision and sustained motivation. Transformation requires sustained effort over months and years rather than short bursts of intensive activity. You need a compelling vision of who you want to become that motivates consistent effort even when progress feels slow. Create a detailed vision of how your life will be different when you have mastered the psychological skills you are developing. Include specific improvements in your relationships, career success, emotional well-being, and overall life satisfaction. Connect your daily practice activities to this larger vision, so that small, consistent efforts feel meaningful and important rather than tedious or optional. Regularly revisit and refine your vision as you grow, and your understanding of what is possible expands through experience and skill development. Here is how to maintain long-term motivation. First, create a compelling, detailed vision of how psychological mastery will improve your life and relationships. Second, connect daily practice activities to this larger vision, so that small efforts feel meaningful and important. Third, regularly celebrate progress and adjust your vision based on new insights and expanded understanding of what is possible. Remember that the people whose stories you followed throughout this course achieved their transformations through consistent application of these principles over time. Sarah did not escape her toxic relationship overnight. Marcus did not earn respect from his colleagues immediately. Rachel did not advance to leadership in a few weeks. Each of them chose specific techniques, applied them consistently, and gradually built the psychological skills that transformed their lives. You can achieve similar results by following the same process of focused, consistent application. Your transformation blueprint should be a living document that evolves as you grow and develop. Start with the foundation elements we covered in this chapter and refine your approach based on experience and results. Here is what we covered in this final chapter. Self-assessment and priority identification that focuses your efforts on the most important development areas. Implementation planning and habit formation that turns insights into daily behaviors. Progress tracking and adjustment systems that help you monitor development and modify your approach. Integration with existing goals that creates natural motivation and application opportunities. Environmental design and support systems that reinforce your growth efforts. And long-term vision and sustained motivation that drives consistent effort over time. You now have everything you need to transform your understanding of human psychology into practical skills that improve every aspect of your life. The concepts you have learned work when applied consistently, but require ongoing practice and refinement to become natural parts of your personality. Remember that psychological mastery is a journey, not a destination. You will continue learning and growing throughout your life as you encounter new situations and challenges that require evolving your skills and understanding. The techniques in this course have transformed the lives of countless individuals who chose to apply them consistently. Your success depends not on your natural talents or current circumstances, but on your commitment to implementing what you have learned. Your psychology mastery journey begins now. Choose your focus areas, create your practice routine, and start applying these techniques in your daily interactions. The person you want to become is waiting for you to take action. Thank you for joining me on this comprehensive exploration of human psychology and personal transformation. I look forward to hearing about the success and growth you achieve through applying these powerful principles. Your transformation starts today. Your psychology mastery journey begins now. Congratulations. You have just completed one of the most comprehensive psychology courses ever created.
Over the past 5 hours, you have learned advanced techniques that most people never discover in their entire lives.
You now understand how to recognize and defend against manipulation tactics that others use on you daily. You can read micro-expressions and body language to detect lies and hidden emotions. You know how to project charismatic presence that draws people to you naturally. You have mastered the psychology of influence and persuasion that creates win-win outcomes in every interaction. But most importantly, you understand that psychology mastery is not about manipulating others. It is about understanding human nature so deeply that you can build authentic relationships, protect yourself from toxic people, and create the professional and personal success you deserve. Think about where you were when this course began. You may have felt confused about why some people seem to have natural advantages in relationships and career advancement. You may have been frustrated by your inability to influence outcomes or protect yourself from difficult people. Now you have the knowledge and tools to change all of that. You understand the hidden psychological forces that drive human behavior, and you know exactly how to work with those forces to create better outcomes for everyone involved. You are now part of an elite group of people who understand the hidden psychology that governs human behavior. Most people go through life reacting to psychological forces they do not understand. You now have the awareness and tools to recognize these forces and use them strategically. This knowledge gives you tremendous advantages in every area of life. In your career, you can build the relationships and influence that accelerate advancement. In your personal relationships, you can create deeper connections while protecting yourself from toxic individuals. In your daily interactions, you can read people accurately and respond in ways that create positive outcomes. The transformation stories you heard throughout this course are not exceptional cases. They represent what becomes possible when someone commits to understanding and applying psychological principles consistently. Remember that psychology mastery is a skill like any other. It improves with practice and becomes more natural over time. You will make mistakes as you learn. You will have moments of doubt about whether these techniques really work. This is normal and expected. The key is persistence. Keep applying what you have learned even when results are not immediately visible. Trust the process and trust yourself to grow into the person you want to become. What makes this course different from everything else you have encountered is the integration of cutting-edge neuroscience with practical application. You have learned not just what works, but why it works, and how to adapt these principles to your unique situation. The techniques you have mastered are based on thousands of research studies and real-world applications. They are not theories or motivational concepts, but proven methods that create measurable results when applied correctly. 6 months from now, you will look back on completing this course as a turning point in your life. The skills you have developed will compound over time, creating opportunities and relationships that would not have been possible before. 1 year from now, these techniques will feel natural and automatic. You will find yourself reading people accurately without conscious effort. You will influence outcomes and build relationships with an ease that others will find remarkable. 5 years from now, you will realize that this investment in understanding human psychology was one of the most valuable decisions you ever made. The career advancement, relationship improvements, and personal confidence you develop will touch every aspect of your life. As you leave this course, remember that knowledge without action creates no change. You have invested 4 hours learning these advanced concepts. Now invest the next 90 days applying them consistently in your daily life. Start tomorrow. Choose one technique from this course and use it in your very next human interaction. Notice the difference it makes. Build on that success by adding additional techniques gradually over time. The world needs more people who understand psychology deeply and use that understanding to help others rather than exploit them. You can be one of those people. You can be someone who builds others up rather than tears them down. You can be someone who creates win-win outcomes rather than zero-sum competitions. Your psychology mastery journey is just beginning. Continue learning. Continue growing. Continue applying these principles with integrity and compassion. I want to thank you for investing your time and attention in this comprehensive psychology course. Learning these advanced concepts requires dedication and focus, and you have demonstrated both by completing this entire program. Your journey toward psychology mastery has begun, but it certainly has not ended. Continue practicing what you have learned. Seek out new learning opportunities. Share your knowledge with others who could benefit from understanding human psychology more deeply. Most importantly, remember that you now have the tools to create the life and relationships you truly want. The techniques you have learned work when applied consistently and ethically. Your success depends not on luck or natural talent, but on your commitment to implementing powerful psychological principles. The person you want to become is waiting for you to take action. Your psychology mastery journey begins now. Go out and transform your world.